How's my pressure? Where are you going? Hey, Doc, aren't you going to take this thing off? Hey, Doc! What's the matter with you?
I submit that the prosecution has failed to sustain the burden of proof. To find this defendant guilty with the evidence that the district attorney's office has presented would be a travesty. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Conweiler, where are you going?
Very pretty. Very pretty, but what good are they? I'm not running an art gallery here. I need pictures that jump off the page, grab the reader. Sorry, Parker, they're not for us.
Well, sir, if you could just send me out on an assignment, I'm sure I could get you what you want.
Look, I appreciate your working your way through college. That's what I did. And if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't even bother with you. I'm sorry, son, nothing personal, but I'm a busy man.
Well, maybe I can get you some others, something different.
That's what you keep telling me, but I always see this fancy stuff. Do us both a favor. Forget it.
JJ, I told you it was something crazy about that bank robbery. Read this. It just came by special messenger. It's going out to every newspaper, radio, and television station in town. Say, Peter, turn on the television set, will you?
What's all the excitement? Take it easy, Robbie. What's the matter with this guy? Is he crazy? I don't believe a word of it. Somebody's playing a joke.
I don't know, JJ. I mean, a lawyer and a doctor teaming up to rob a bank? They certainly didn't need the money, did they?
Absolutely not.
We interrupt this program for a special news alert. One of the most bizarre crimes in the history of the city now appears to be unfolding. The mayor has received an extortion note in which the lives of 10 New Yorkers have been threatened.
This is a newspaper story. What are they doing?
The writer claims that 10 people somewhere in the city have been programmed to destroy themselves at his command.
Let me see that again.
To prove that he has full control over his victims' minds, the extortionist accepts full responsibility for the bank robbery committed only this morning by 2 of the city's most respected citizens.
Is he a
states
terrorist?
that they were acting under his orders.
What does everybody want?
Money.
Further details in the letter demand a sum of $50 million to be paid on Friday at noon, the place to be arranged later. News Alert will bring you more details as they become known. We now rejoin the program already in progress.
Shut that junk off.
I had the run stop so we can replay the front page.
Suppose it's a hoax. What do we look like then?
What do we look like if we backpage it and it's real? What do you think, Peter?
Well,
What's the difference what he thinks?
I'm just getting an opinion from a man on the street, okay?
Well, sir, I don't know very much about mind control.
Who does?
Except I do know that they've been doing experiments, and they can force people to do things against their will.
Yeah? You're going to have to prove it to me.
Oh, come on, JJ, this is a biggie. Now, what about a 4-column hit, all right?
Well, it'll sell papers, all right. But write it straight. Quote the mayor, if you get hold of him.
Okay.
Well, sir, would you like me to go and take a picture of it?
Never mind, never mind. We've got enough pictures of the mayor to wallpaper the building. Look, aren't you playing hooky? Thanks for coming in. Now, look, we'll have a picture of the bank here, the two crooks below, and for the lead, how come two respectable citizens pull a stick up? Got it?
Okay, what do you want for a sub here?
Use a couple of quotes. Here, it'll look like this.
Okay.
Hey, Evel Knievel. What? You forgot to put your film badge on.
Oh.
Of course, if you want to live dangerously, that's your business, but I figure if any radiation gets loose in here, we ought to know about it. What's the matter with you, anyway?
Sorry, I was just thinking about something else. Dave, do you believe in mind control?
I could get very funny about this, but I have a feeling you're serious.
Well, didn't you see the paper?
No? Why?
Some guy says he's going to have 10 people kill themselves unless the city pays him $50 million.
Why didn't I think of that?
Well, how would you do it?
Listen, I've got enough troubles wondering what I'd do if this thing shows up exposed. I mean, I am a growing boy.
So you sacrifice yourself to science.
Thanks. Yeah.
Hi, is that Peter Parker here?
Yeah, right over here.
That's me.
Hey, is it safe in here?
If you already have kids.
Hey, wait.
He's just kidding. It's okay. It's all right.
This is for you.
Oh, thank you. The condenser's for my new transmitter.
What are you building in your attic, a space station?
Hey, it's COD, $46.20.
Pay the man.
Oh, I don't think I have that much on me.
You're right.
Oh, wait, Dave, lend me $30, would you?
Thanks for the compliment, but I don't even know where I'm going to eat dinner tonight. How about your aunt's place?
Hold it, I'll get you the money.
Hey, look, I didn't even have to come into this place. I'm doing you guys a favor.
Took guts.
Oh, wait, I'll give you a check, all right?
Hey, I'm not hanging around for that.
Well, it'll only take a moment, sir.
Hey, look, my dentist at least puts a lead apron on me. You guys are letting me walk around. Suppose that thing decides to take a shot. What happens to me, huh?
I tell you what, you come back later and I'll have the money for you.
Are you kidding? I wouldn't come back here if you paid me double. You want this thing, you come down to the warehouse.
Why'd you scare him off? I need those condensers.
Give me a hand, will you? If I spill this radioactive waste, you won't need anything. Now grab that switch. Must be an easier way to get a PhD.
It's up to 400 rads. What was that?
What's what?
Over there. There's something, like something just lit up.
I didn't see anything. What's the Geiger counter up to now?
900 rads.
All right, hold it right there. A little nervous. One dose of that stuff, and it's goodbye, Charlie. gotta get this checked. How much more you got to do?
I just have to test a couple of transistor circuits.
I'll start shutting down.
Hey! Hey, you! I'm Captain Barbera. I understand you saw all of this.
Oh, yes, sir. I was coming out of the drugstore, and this car started following me. So I ran down here to get away, and he came after me.
You know the man?
No, sir. I never saw him in my life.
That's another of life's little mysteries, huh? Get this innocent bystander's name and address. And get these rubbernecks out of here! Where's the money?
It wasn't there.
Hey! Hey! Kid, come here! Now look, I know you want to be helpful, so maybe you can tell me what happened to the $20,000 that was in that car.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Who came near it after it hit the wall?
I don't know that either, I'm afraid.
Don't be. I'll give you police protection. You know what I mean?
But I wasn't here.
Where were you? The cop says nobody came out of the alley.
Oh, well, what I mean to say is that I wasn't looking at the time.
Your eyes were closed. You couldn't stand all the carnage. Is that a fair assumption on my part?
Yes, sir.
Monahan, get his name and address.
I already did.
Can I leave?
What are you so nervous about?
Well, I have to study for an exam.
Okay. Go. Study.
Did you see him? Did you see him? The guy on the wall? He's climbing the wall.
Snap back, Liz was a junkie.
I saw him, I tell you. He was up on the wall, way up there.
Yeah, he's right, officer. I saw him, too. Right there, coming down the wall.
What's the matter with you people? I saw him.
Where is he? Point him out.
Right there.
You see him? Yeah, I saw him. He was here a minute ago.
Somebody was coming down the wall. I couldn't believe it. Yes, it was right,
But I'm not the only
right
one.
down the wall.
You can have them all for $46.
Trouble is, they're not different enough.
This is the guy with the mind control. The fellow who's been writing those ransom notes is the one that's been making all these robberies and accidents happen.
A wreck is a wreck is a wreck. That's all you show here. This story needs something different.
It's only $46.
Now, if you could get me a picture of the Spider-Man, that I'd buy.
Who?
Spider-Man. At least that's what these drunks called him. They saw someone climbing up and down the walls. Must be something in the water. Everyone's going crazy. Doctor, a lawyer, now a judge turning crook. This sneak thief and all of his buddies saying they saw a man climbing walls like a spider. I think I'll retire. Robbie, come in here with the galleys, please. And you want to work here? You must be crazy, too. Spider-Man.
But he's real. There is someone like that. He can climb walls, and he is like a spider. I mean it.
There is a Spider-Man?
Yes, sir.
You're sure?
Very sure.
I suppose you're going to tell me he caught you with his little web.
No, sir, but I did see him.
You hear that, Robbie? Mr. Parker here saw a Spider-Man. Isn't that wonderful? Are you on drugs?
I did see him.
What do you look like?
Well, like a spider.
How many legs do you have?
Well, 2, of course. He's a man.
You just said he was a spider. Spiders have got lots of legs.
No, sir, he's like a spider. He can do the things a spider does, climb walls and spin webs, and he's very, very strong.
I can step on a spider. Can I step on him?
No, sir, I told you he's not a spider. He's a full-grown man. He's got the strength of a spider, but it's all in proportion to his size. Spiders are very, very strong, so he's thousands of times stronger than you or me.
You hear all this, Robbie? I mean, do you believe what's going on here? What we thought was a smart kid who had tried to be nice to? Parker, get out of here. All right, Robbie, what have you got?
But you've got to believe me, please. I did see him, and I can prove it.
Well, how, Peter?
I took a picture of him.
A picture? You have an actual picture?
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you say so?
Well, what does he look like?
He's...
Well, what?
What does he wear?
What do you mean, what does he wear?
Well, you said he climbs up the sides of walls, right? Well, then my guess is he's wearing sneakers.
No, nothing like that. No, he wears a special costume.
A costume?
Sure. Well, why not? Would you like to go around with people pointing at you all the time? Hey, there goes that Spider-Man, the freak who climbs walls. I mean, why shouldn't he have the same privacy as you or me?
All right, all right. He wears a costume. Now go home and get the picture.
Okay, Peter? Get the picture.
Sure. Why not?
Okay, Robbie, let's go.
I thought we'd start with a 2-column lead on this story.
Peter, aren't you coming down for dinner?
In a few minutes.
Oh, well, hurry up. Everything's getting cold. Peter, did you take your allergy pills? Peter!
Aunt May, I'm busy up here.
Well, did you take your allergy pills?
I took them.
Good. I'm going to put the soup on the table now. Did you hear me?
Yes, Aunt May, I heard you.
got on? His underwear?
Oh, no, sir. That's like what they wear in the gym. It lets you move around more freely.
Hey, I like this one. He really is hanging onto that wall, isn't he? How does he do that?
I don't know.
Looks like a freak to me.
Well, he did stop that thief, didn't he?
So what's his angle? What's he up to?
If you can do what he can, what would you do with it?
Join the circus. You sure these are genuine?
Oh, come on, JJ. Get a guy a break, will you? He said he just happened to catch this Spider-Man in action. And he's always got his camera with him, hasn't he?
Look, he's been trying to get $46 out of me for 2 days. Maybe this is fake. How do I know? Maybe he made the whole thing up.
Sure, and then he had his girlfriend sew up a costume, and he went out and learned how to climb straight up a wall. Come on, JJ, let's print these. This is an exclusive.
Yes? You told me what? No, I didn't hear you. Say it again. Where? 10th and Carlisle. All right, we'll get a man down there. Well, we've got another one.
What?
That extortionist is really laying it on. Factory payroll, crashed into the wall like all the others.
Any identification?
No. And if it's like the rest of them, it's liable to turn out to be the governor. Get McNeil down to get some pictures.
Oh, McNeil's out on assignment. In fact, there's nobody left. How about Peter? Peter could do the job.
Do you know where 10th and Carlisle is?
Yes, sir. It was on my paper route when I was a kid.
And that's what you'll be doing again if you don't bring me some decent pictures. Get it?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Jameson.
You know, this one of Spider-Man climbing up the wall, that's a great Sunday cover, JJ.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Jameson, how many of these would you like?
I'll think about it. Get moving!
Yes, sir.
Spider-Man. What kind of a name is that?
Where's the money, Monahan? Where's the 5,000 big ones?
There must have been somebody else in the car.
Wrong, Monahan, wrong. It was a lone wolf, but a crazy lone wolf. Look at him, driving right into a brick wall. Can you explain all this to me, please?
I don't know why the other three did the same thing. I think you're right, Captain.
Right, right. Right what?
Oh, they're crazy. I mean, those were all respectable people, not some junky hoods. A professor who steals a payroll? Yeah, they don't make crooks like they used to.
Where's the woman who turned in the call?
Right over here.
Surprise!
Oh, hello, Captain. I'm taking pictures.
Oh, is that what it's for? Would I be unreasonable if I were to say that you're starting to worry me?
Well, I guess I can see your point of view.
Can you now?
I mean, I do somehow manage to keep showing up at these things.
Uh-huh.
Look, Captain, my being here is really just a complete coincidence. Now, if you don't mind, I'd really like to take some more pictures. You see, I'm working for a newspaper.
Far be it from me to interfere with the First Amendment. Be my guest.
Thank you, sir.
I'll be seeing you, Parker.
He looks delirious. Can't you get him out of here?
Well, he's pinned behind the wheel. We can't move him. But we got a record coming.
Well, he's not going to last. Take a look at him.
Hey, listen, take it easy, will you? We're doing everything we can.
Can you get a blanket?
Sure.
What happened? Well, I don't know. I think the steering wheel broke off.
Captain Barbera? We can get him out now.
Here, I'll give you a hand.
No, please, just stay away, okay? Thank you.
I'll watch it.
me.
Dad, what happened? They called me from school.
I don't know. I can't remember.
Excuse me, lady.
Please, I want to go with you.
Okay, we can handle it.
I want a cop stationed at his door. As soon as the doctor says he's all right, call me. He's the only one not in a coma. The rest are under a doctor's care. Take off.
Please, so tell me what happened.
He robbed the payroll. A professor yet. I know it doesn't make any sense, right? Right.
Tyler? Your father, he's with the university, isn't he?
The English department.
Yeah, I've seen him on campus. My name is Peter Parker, and... Well, I'll go with you to the hospital if you want.
But it's a mistake. He didn't do it. He couldn't have.
Don't you worry about anything. I'll straighten it out.
Tyler is conscious, has been taken to the hospital. Request further instructions.
I'm afraid you'll have to leave now.
Everything's gonna be all right, Dad. You'll see.
You don't think I did what they say, do you?
How could you? Please.
Now move it!
Do something.
I already did.
Did you see it, Captain? That's the Spider-Man, the guy in the paper.
Move it! Who is that character, anyway?
Where were you? You missed everything.
Here's the picture you should have gotten. Your big hero doing his swan dive with this kleptomaniac Tyler. That would have been something. Lucky for you, none of the other papers got it either. All right. Let's have your pictures of Tyler in the car crash.
Oh, well, sir,
Let's have them.
Well, I'm afraid there aren't any, sir.
No, you can't have your money. And don't bring me any more pictures.
Do you think you could possibly lend me $46? I can get it back to you.
After all you've done for us, that's the least I can do. Come on. My father's not responsible for anything he said. He's had some kind of a breakdown.
But he talked to you and he recognized you. That's what I don't understand. Now, he seemed all right.
But he's not, though. Well, look how he doesn't even remember what happened. Captain Barbera says he's been identified by the factory paymaster. I'm so frightened, Peter. I don't know what to do.
Oh, I know. The whole thing's crazy. I just can't believe any of it.
Will you do me a favor?
Sure.
My dad's been going to this special group. You know, there's all kinds of them. Human awareness, human potential. They have all sorts of names for it.
And somebody puts on a white sheet and calls himself a guru.
It's not funny.
I'm sorry.
My dad really swears by his. And the leader of the group is a guy named Byron. Have you ever heard of him?
No. But if your father goes to him, maybe he can help.
I want to go. Will you go with me?
When?
Now. Please, Peter, I have to talk to Mr. Byron.
Sure.
I'm nervous.
Well, that's the only kind of people they allow in here. Which one is Mr. Byron?
I don't know.
Be afraid of it. If your life doesn't work, then you have to change it. Excuse me, would you? Good afternoon. We're glad to have you. I'm Edward Byron.
Judy Tyler. Professor Tyler's daughter?
Oh, yes.
I'm Peter Parker.
I'm so glad you were able to come. Friends, it's time to begin our meeting. Shall we step inside? Where's the money?
What money?
Who told you to rob that payroll?
I don't know.
For a professor, you don't have very many answers.
I'm afraid you know more about this than I do.
Then we're both in trouble. Who's the big mastermind? Who's the screwball who put this idea in your head?
I don't know.
We're back to square one.
I don't even know when it was done.
And I was saving the easiest question till last. That character in the red and blue union suit?
Yes?
The one they're calling Spider-Man?
Yes.
I suppose you never saw him either.
No.
And how come he shows up out of nowhere and takes you for a waltz 7 stories up? I know. You never saw him in your life before.
I don't blame you for being skeptical, Captain. I want the answer to this even more than you do. It's not very pleasant knowing someone's been able to make you lose control of yourself, to make you do whatever he wants.
No, I suppose not.
And there's a chance, isn't there? A chance I'm one of the 10?
You're afraid. You're scared to death of the real world, so you live with little pictures in your minds of what you think life is. You deserve to be the miserable fools you are because you'll never be happy by trying to be happy.
Mr. Byron, I don't understand what you mean. How else can you be happy unless you try?
Happiness doesn't sit on a shelf waiting for you to come pick it off. You're in love with the idea of happiness. But if some real joy comes along, you're so locked up in yourself you don't even recognize it.
Well, I know what would make me happy. A house in the country for my children.
That's another one of those stupid dreams. But until you live now, you'll never get a chance to know it. You've lived in your mind so much you've probably never lived anywhere else.
What is he talking about?
We'll start our training procedure now. We'll find ways for you to go into new states of consciousness. A chance for you to get some understanding of your real selves. I wish our 2 new friends could stay. But when you officially join the group, you'll be more than welcome.
You're going back, aren't you?
Oh, Judy, I couldn't buy any of that stuff.
Well, I can. I mean, the way things are going for me now, I can use some help.
Well, would you settle for a poverty-stricken grad student?
I might. I don't think I'm ready. Maybe Byron Sessions will help. I can't wait to start the training.
I don't know that guy Byron. I mean, all he wants to do is put people down. He's not interested in helping. I'm sorry, I forgot my allergy pills.
Well, a lot of what he said made sense. Well, I'm going. Nobody's forcing you.
Well, I know that. I just meant that I think
Look,
he's...
Peter, I'm tired. I want to go home.
Okay, sure. I will see you again, won't I?
Sure.
A second note has been received by the mayor in the $50 million extortion plot set for Friday noon. The writer again claims responsibility for the wave of holdups in the past 72 hours, and that they will continue as proof that he exercises complete mind control over his victims. The note to the mayor states that the 10 people who are to jump to their deaths are now being programmed and demands a statement from City Hall that payment will be made. The bomb of their destruction has been set, he warns. Only you can stop it.
Dr. Fenway, please. This is Peter Parker calling. I'm just fine, sir. How are you? Doctor, are you working on anything unusual at the Space Lab today? Well, are the computers on the phone lines or are they transmitting? I'm picking up a strange signal here. I don't recognize it, but it must be a sophisticated piece of equipment. It acts like something you'd be using down at the Space Lab. It's in the microwave range. Are you sure nothing's on? Yes, sir. Well, it's just that I've never seen anything like this before, sir. Yes, sir. I'm sorry to bother you. Thank you, sir.
You're drowning, going deeper, deeper. Your life is finally ending, and it deserves to end. But I will give you one last chance. Listen carefully. Listen to what I say, each of you. You must do exactly as I ask. You, Mrs. Elkins, there is something you must do for me. Something very important, and you must not fail.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Bye, Mrs. Elkins.
Goodbye. Oh, Mr. Byron,
Yes.
I wanted to ask you something. Can't seem to remember.
When the time comes, you will. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. We can't wait any longer. I've programmed them all for the final step.
You sure you're not pushing us too fast? The mayor wants more time.
Naturally. Sooner or later, they'll find a way to break Tyler down. The police will find the connection in the robberies. If it's not over by Friday, we lose it all. Kill him.
got a better act than you. Who is he?
There's a story about him in the papers. They don't know either.
Well, he must think he's Tarzan.
I'm glad you're amused. I'm not.
You think he'll call the police?
What could they find? No, this one's an original. He'll come back by himself.
You know what this lady does?
No.
She's a choir singer. You hear that, Monahan?
Yeah.
She sings in church on Sunday. Only on Thursday, she knocks over a bank. I want to ask her why.
But the hospital says she's critical. No visitors.
Yeah, the way our luck's been going, what else?
And maybe that psychologist will get something out of Tyler.
Did you read his first report?
No.
Come here. The patient's alpha waves have been resonated. Now, what does that mean?
I don't know.
Well, he'll get something out of him, all right. But by the time he does, Mr. Mind Control will be in Shangri-La with his 50 million. 5 respectable people suddenly don't go wacko for nothing. Keep talking to their families. Anybody who knew them. I want to know everything there is to know. Something's got to connect.
You got it, Captain. Oh, what do you want me to do about this Spider-Man?
Oh, I'm getting reinforcements for him.
Good.
Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. And if we're lucky, maybe Rumpelstiltskin will lend us a hand. What am I going to do about Spider-Man? How do I know? I'm a cop, not an exterminator. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Send that college kid in here.
Right away, Captain. Hey, Parker. Captain wants you, huh?
Hi. Sit down. I understand that you're a friend of Professor Tyler, that right?
No, sir. He happens to teach at my university. I'm a graduate student. And I also do some part-time work there.
Okay, you do some part-time work. Any explanation for what the professor did?
Absolutely not.
I guess you're a big part-time worker. Like part-time, you take pictures of Spider-Man. That's your name there, right? Peter Parker?
It's me.
Like we were discussing, you seem to have a lot to do with this case. Not only do you know a perpetrator, but the first time I saw you, you were in a foot race with one of those robbery cars. Then the next time, you were using your brownie on the professor and his wreck. Could you explain that to me, please?
It's just a coincidence.
Funny coincidence, wouldn't you say?
I suppose so.
Well, it gets funnier. Now it turns out you're the official photographer for a character who's also involved in this case. A character I'd very much like to question.
Who's that?
How would you like a graduate course in criminal incarceration? Answer the question, or you're enrolled.
Do you mean the person you'd like to question is Spider-Man?
I do.
What do you want to talk to him about?
Maybe I want to ask him where he buys his webs. Or maybe he can tell me what he was doing on that hospital roof. What's his pipeline? How do I tune in on it?
Well, I guess there must be a rational explanation.
I'd like to hear it. So do me a favor. The next time you take his picture, tell him I want to see it. Would you do that for me, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, Captain, if there isn't anything else, could I please go? There's something very important I have to do.
And I'm trying to figure out why 5 decent people suddenly go indecent. Do you think that's important, too?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Class dismissed.
Hello, is Judy there, please? Well, do you know where I could reach her? Well, when she comes home, would you give her a message for me, please? Would you tell her that Peter called And I said she is to stay away from Mr. Byron. She's not to go near there until I talk to her. All right? Thank you.
Good morning.
Oh, hi. I was here the other afternoon. With Miss Tyler?
Oh, yes. Professor Tyler's daughter.
You read about him, I suppose.
Yes. It seems inconceivable, a man of his character. I knew he was troubled, but I didn't expect to see you again, Mr.
Parker.
You weren't exactly overwhelmed by our program, as I recall.
To tell you the truth, I was a little bit, confused. But I've been talking to some of the other people, and I would very much like to take the program.
I'm not sure you'd be suitable, Mr. Parker. You saw a sample of how rough it can become.
That doesn't bother me.
You're sure now? We don't like to waste our time on someone who's liable to walk out in the middle of the course.
I'm sure.
All right, then. This is your membership pin. It'll admit you to the next meeting. Now, if you'll excuse me for a moment, I have some literature I'd like to give you. Listen to me. Listen carefully. This is important. When you leave here, you will forget that you came. You never saw me. You were never in this room. Now, the pin I placed on your jacket. Touch it. Keep it with you wherever you go. For on Friday, you will need it. On Friday at exactly 12 noon, you will be standing at the tower of the Empire State Building. And when you hear this sound, you will jump from the tower.
Crime experts agree that the demands of the extortionist are without parallel. But will the mayor agree to pay? It has now been revealed that the $50 million is to be delivered to a seaplane in the middle of New York Harbor. The instructions warn that the 10 victims will not be released from their death sentences until the extortionist has made good his escape. Only 24 hours remain to the deadline. And now for people and places in the news. The Shah of Iran today announced plans for building a new petrochemical complex in Tehran.
That man doesn't know what to do with all his money.
$200 million.
Oh, is that all?
Aunt May, did somebody call for me today? A girl, Judy Tyler.
Oh, I don't know, darling. Of course, I had to go out for a few minutes. Don't worry, she'll call back. Where are you going, Peter?
I'll be right back.
I'm on my way back to the garage. Where you want to go to? Hey, man, I don't want to mess with you.
Open the door, would you please? I'm not feeling well.
I'm not feeling so well myself. Excuse me, I'm in a hurry.
Look, I'm coming home from a masquerade party. Now, don't get scared.
You don't even have pockets in that suit.
Well, I'll pay you at my house.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm not taking no Spider-Man to that part of town.
With only 3 hours before the deadline, no word has been received as to whether the mayor has approved payment of the $50 million demanded.
He can't even pay the garbage
As of
man.
this moment, police have been unable to find any clues as to the identity of the extortionist. With time fast running out, pressure is mounting on city officials to resolve the situation. Who are the 10 people whose minds have been programmed to cause their own destruction? Or is the threat simply one of the great hoaxes of the century? Only time will provide the answer.
What time is it?
There's my golden goose, Mr. Mayor. Just make sure you deliver the eggs.
Hello, Captain Barbera, please. Captain, this is Peter Parker. I know how it was done. He's been using microwave circuits. Yeah, I can show you. The computer just broke down his code. He's had all of his victims wired. Yeah, that's right. They've been wired. They receive the signals. That's how he does it. Well, you stay where you are. I'll be right down. I'll show you. I think we can jam his signal. All right.
Let's go, Parker. I can't wait all day. sorry to disappoint you boys, but the city just ran out of money. Freeze.
Okay, you don't have to get sore. We quit.
Now, everyone, take it nice and easy. We don't want anyone getting wet. Come on, move along.
Very well, Mr. Mayor, it's on your head.
Come on, move along, move along. Move it.
Hey, come on. We're going.
Okay, fellas. Enough's enough. Now, I reversed the microwave, so let's be buddies, all right? Mr. Byron, you turned into one of your own zombies. I think you need a little help. If you don't mind, let me make a small suggestion. Why don't you go to the police station and tell Captain Barbera all about it?
That's him! That's Byron! That's the man you're on!
Man, take him!
Hey, don't blame us. It's all his fault. We were ordered to do it!
All right, take all these monkeys inside.
Come on, let's go. Come on.
Captain Barbera. Congratulations, Captain. Those men would have flown away if you hadn't called their bluff.
Well, to tell you the truth, I had a little help. That character in the clown suit, He worked out pretty good.
That freak. He ought to be locked up, running around like a one-man army. I don't know where he came from, but I sure hope he goes back there.
Maybe you're right. People shouldn't interfere with the law. Let the police do that.
Exactly. You men deserve all the credit for this job.
Well, if that's the way you're going to put it in your paper, how can I stop you?
Peter! I'm so glad I found you. Are you all right?
Never mind about me. What about you?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm so sorry I didn't listen to you. I know you called, but...
No, it's okay. I know.
Hey, Parker, come here. Never mind the socializing. I want to talk to you.
Well, I'd like to congratulate you, too, Captain. That was wonderful police work.
Ah, never mind the cauliflower. Where were you? First, I get a call from you that your friend the computer has solved the case. So I go and call up the perpetrators. Only you don't show up to jam the signal. Now, if it wasn't for our friend in the red and blue suit, I could have blown the whole thing. Where were you?
Well, I had sort of a short circuit.
Yeah? Well, the next time you're going to end up in jail for giving false information.
What are you doing here?
Oh, sir, here, I thought you'd like to see these.
What are they? It's incredible. How come you're the only one who's able to get pictures of him?
Simple. I believe.
If a man somehow gained the powers of a spider, he would have incredible strength.
Miss Hoffman is a reporter for the Weekly Examiner.
I never know when I'm going to see Spider-Man.
Well, that's all right. I'll just sort of tag along, and that way I'll be there when you do see him next time.
It's the only way we can make our point. You built a bomb. To prove how easy it was. Do you realize what they could do with an atomic bomb? What's this all about?
I want the plutonium.
Run, Gale! Get after them.
the winter mixer. Must be a cop.
Miss?
Stay away from me. I'll jump right now, I swear.
Listen, if you do that, you never get a chance to see your boyfriend again.
I don't want to see him. It's all his fault.
Miss, please, take it easy, will you? Miss, you got your whole life ahead of you.
Hey, look. It's that Spider-Man.
It's really him. Miss, please, come back inside and let's talk, okay?
No. I'm all through talking.
Here you are, Captain. Special delivery.
Hey, wait a minute.
How's Mr. Jameson as a boss? Well, Corinne, I'll tell you. After 1 year on the job, I can honestly say he's different. Yeah. Oh, hey, listen, that's my other line. I'll call you later. Okay, bye-bye. Mr. Jameson's office. Uh-huh. You want him to donate to what? Honey, you got the wrong Mr. Jameson. You're welcome. The Atlantic Socialist Alliance wants Mr. Jameson to make a donation.
Mr. Jameson?
Yes, and he's so conservative, he wouldn't even eat a piece of steak if it was a little bit pink.
Rita, did I hear you say that you've been here almost a year?
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe it's been that long.
Seems longer to you, too, huh?
Well, I gotta tell you, it's really nice having you here. I mean, it's nice having somebody else on my side, if you know what I mean.
Well, thanks, Pete. But it works both ways. I mean, everybody needs somebody to talk to. Which reminds me, I saw your pal Spider-Man on the news last night.
Oh, yeah, so did I.
Does this mean our mystery man is going public?
Oh, no, I'm sure it doesn't. It's just that there really wasn't any other way for him to handle that. I mean, Rita, that girl was gonna jump.
Well, a little publicity never hurt anybody.
In Spider-Man's case, I'm not so sure that's true.
Rita, would you get me the files on last year's garbage strike, please? Hello, Parker.
Hi, Mr. Jameson.
I suppose you're here to sell me some exclusive photos on Spider-Man in action.
Well, no, I saw that on television, too. I'm sorry about that, sir.
Come on, boss. You can't expect Pete to get every photo of Spider-Man.
Oh, I can't I? Why else do you suppose I've got him on the payroll?
Now, that's not fair. Pete does a good job every time you send him out.
Which isn't nearly as often as I'd like, sir.
Keep out of this, will you, Parker?
It's true. You never put him on the big stories.
If I'd have wanted a partner to help me make decisions here, I'd have gotten one 30 years ago.
Mr. Jameson, I have an idea for a story that I think you'll really like.
You have an idea for a story?
Yes, now, I'm sure you're really going to like this.
Not now, but can't you see that I'm busy?
Oh, snap.
You know, Rita, you really shouldn't talk to him like that. He could have you fired.
He wouldn't dare.
Oh, yes, he would. And he will, too, if you make him mad enough. And he has some very important friends that could make it very difficult for you to get another job.
Oh, yeah? Well, I got some friends, too, that could make it very difficult for him to keep the tires on his rolls, if you know what I mean.
Rita, you are terrific.
Sid, what is so important for you to drag me off a tennis court?
I want to show you something I got from a TV station in New York.
Couldn't this have waited?
This is a piece of history you're seeing. Spider-Man has been seen on the rooftops of the city for a long time now, but this is his debut on the 6 o'clock news. The young woman had been on the ledge for over an hour. According to New York Police Department spokesman Captain Barbera, she resisted all attempts to talk her out of it. In the captain's own words, "We needed a miracle. I guess you could say we got one. I'm sure we would have lost her if it hadn't been for Spider-Man."
That's the most incredible thing I've ever seen.
Incredible? Wrong word. Why don't you try ridiculous?
I want you to get the Examiner an interview with that Spider-Man character. I want to do a cover story on him.
You're kidding. You want to do a cover story on some weirdo who thinks he's a cross between Rudolph Nureyev and Tarzan?
The public will eat it up.
Oh, Sid, why me?
Because he's a man, and you have a way of getting men to do what you want.
Oh, yeah? Then why can't I persuade you to put somebody else on this story?
Because I know you too well. You're on the 7:30 into Kennedy.
Wait a minute. How am I supposed to get in touch with this nut? Look him up in the phone book.
Funny, gal, funny. There's some people you should see for research. The real key is a college student who's a part-time photographer for the New York Daily Bugle. Until this news film, he was the only one that was ever able to get close to this Spider-Man.
Peter Parker.
That's the one.
Dr. Baylor, you can't be serious. You actually plan to operate the reactor here at the university?
Yes, I have all the clearances.
Well, sir, it's one thing to conduct an experiment, to build a model, but to actually operate it, that means you'd have plutonium in this very building.
Mr. Parker, we're talking about something a little under 5 kilos. Now, that's hardly a significant amount. Furthermore, it's already been delivered.
Dr. Baylor, I hope you have created the perfect breeder reactor. I mean, I'd love to believe that there'll be no danger, but I just can't.
Well, the reactor will produce exactly the same amount of plutonium oxide as it uses. There'll be no waste and no danger. And the material will be stored in the safe room in the lab.
Safe room? There's no such thing. If you inhale plutonium oxide, you could be dead in a matter of hours.
They don't call that stuff the deadly dust for nothing.
Look, terrorists could come in here and steal that stuff and build a bomb.
It's ridiculous. The security's been doubled on the lab.
Oh, some security. A bunch of old rent-a-cops.
All right, suppose they did steal it. They'd have to be very sophisticated terrorists to turn it into a bomb.
I am sorry, sir, but you are wrong. All the information you need is available at any good library. Everybody knows that. A university senior in physics could build one if he had the plutonium.
Maybe he thinks he could build one. But would it explode?
I certainly hope we never have to find out.
All right, I understand and I appreciate your fears. But I also believe that the potential benefit is well worth the risk. The world will have cheap nuclear power, and the bomb-grade material can be strictly monitored. Now, I'm offering the world a solution, not another problem. Believe me, this is the way of the future. We'll continue this discussion on Wednesday.
No way of the future. Sure. Someday atomic bombs are going to be like electric can openers. Everybody's going to have one.
Hey, lighten up. If there was just some way we could convince Dr. Baylor.
Maybe what he needs is a push.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Maybe he could get the Bugle to write a story.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, maybe the publicity would put some real pressure on him.
Well, you know, it's worth a try. I'll see you guys later, okay?
Okay, Peter, take it easy.
All right, Peter.
What are you trying to do? Tell him the whole thing?
No, I just thought the way he was talking during the seminar that maybe he'd come in with us.
Peter, he's too straight.
You know, it would be good to have him with us.
We don't need him. I can do everything he can.
Spiders are your field, Dr. Lindsay. Arachnology, right?
Very good. Like spiders themselves, people who study them get little recognition. It's always nice to meet someone who knows what we do.
Then you've been following this character's exploits pretty closely, right?
Oh, yes. To tell you the truth, I've been rooting for him.
rooting for him? Tell me, how do you think he does it?
I wish I knew.
But you must have some theory.
Well, yes. If a man somehow gained the powers of a spider,
How could he do that?
that's the part of the puzzle I haven't figured out yet. But if he did have the powers of a spider, he would be magnificent. He would have incredible strength. He could leap 20, 30 feet in the air. He would have a highly developed sixth sense.
You mean a sense of danger?
Exactly.
He could spin a web?
Mm-hmm.
Walk up the side of a building?
Mm-hmm.
Walk on the ceiling?
Yes. He undoubtedly could produce some kind of adhesive that would allow him to do all that.
But, Mr. Jameson, the public has a right to know. Can you imagine what would happen if somebody stole that plutonium and used it to build a bomb?
You should be working for a science fiction magazine.
I could build one.
Yes, what is it?
Miss Hoffman is out here.
Oh, well, ask her to come in. Somebody here wants to meet you. Come in.
Mr. Jameson. Mr. Parker. How nice to meet you. I have been looking forward to this.
It's very nice to meet you, too, Miss...
Ms. Hoffman.
Miss Hoffman is a reporter for the Weekly Examiner.
It's a national paper. Supermarket tabloid.
Oh, yes. I've heard.
Why don't you sit down?
Thank you.
She has an idea for a story. As a matter of fact, it's something that I've been seriously thinking about for some time now. You tell him.
We want to do an interview with Spider-Man.
The Examiner and the Daily Bugle print the story simultaneously.
And since you're the only one who ever really gets close to him.
Well, now, wait, I never know when I'm going to see Spider-Man.
Well, that's all right. I'll just sort of tag along, and that way I'll be there when you do see him next time. If you don't mind.
Well, of course he doesn't mind. You don't mind.
It won't be that bad, Peter. Peter, that's fascinating.
Well, the way things are going now, by the year 2000, there could be millions of pounds of plutonium spread around the world.
You really know a lot about these things. Tell me, how long have you known Spider-Man?
Quite a while, I guess.
You seem to know him better than anyone else. What is he like? What kind of fellow is he?
Well, he's fairly polite and reasonably intelligent.
Mm-hmm. What is he like physically?
Physically? Well, I suppose you could say we're kind of similar types.
That's interesting. Peter, where are you going?
To class. I forgot. I have to see my instructor before the class begins. But don't worry, I'll be back, so please just wait here, okay?
Will you hurry up? Those guards are going to be coming back.
Leave him alone. He's going as fast as he can.
Shut up, both of you.
went into Dr. Baylor's lab. Come on. Dr. Baylor?
Yes.
Captain Barbera. Now, what's this all about?
5 kilos of plutonium oxide are missing.
That's the stuff they use to make A-bombs with, isn't
That's
it?
right. It's not dangerous unless they've opened the container.
Well, what's that thing?
It's a Geiger counter.
Dr. Baylor.
Give us the plutonium.
Yes, Parker. It's gone. The lab is clean.
Does that mean we're going to be okay?
For the moment, yes.
The whole city could be in danger.
Take it easy, will you? Let me get something straight here. Now, you guys saw the break-in and you called us, right?
Yeah, he came in through the window. It was Spider-Man.
Excuse me, sir. You say you saw Spider-Man right here in this lab?
No, on the roof.
What difference does it make? Who else would come in the window?
Most Kaplerbergs come in windows on upper floors.
Who are you?
It's all right, Captain. She's with me.
I have my credentials. Gail Hoffman, I'm with the National Paper, the Weekly Examiner.
Great. Another one. Next it'll be Woodward and Bernstein.
Captain, what are you going to do?
What else? Put out an APB on Spider-Man.
Where is Ted with that newspaper?
If you relax, he'll be here in a minute.
Page 10. They just say it's missing.
What? Let me see. Baylor says there's virtually no danger of the material being used to build an atomic device.
Sounds like Baylor.
In fact, the real danger is to the people who have the plutonium. The police think that Spider-Man has it.
I know.
Oh, Craig! They're turning this thing into a joke.
We'll see how long they laugh.
You mean we're gonna go through with it?
It's the only way we can make our point. We have to build the bomb.
Boris, believe me, the guns will leave for the subcontinent in the morning. Oh, and Boris, I understand that some armored cars are about to become available in South America. Of course I'm interested. It's my business. I know, Boris, planes. You want some planes. Boris, trust me. I'll make some calls in the morning. Yes. Goodbye, Boris. Get Angel. Meet me in the gymnasium.
Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
You want to see me, Mr. White?
Yes. Take a look at these. Make the necessary arrangements. We're leaving for New York immediately. Well, there's nothing about the plutonium being recovered in any of the newspapers. That's good. Very good.
That's what it really looks like.
Looks almost harmless, doesn't it?
It isn't. I don't want either one of you to ever forget that. Remember now, after this phase, we monitor the radiation levels at all times. I want that Geiger counter on at all.
And when it cools, it would soften like putty and be practically pure.
You mean it could be turned into a bomb?
Oh, for sure. But it would be very dangerous just by itself. You see, it could go supercritical.
Supercritical.
Yeah, the mass would become so dense that then it would set off a chain reaction.
You mean there could be an atomic explosion?
Well, no, but just the release of radiation by itself would be deadly. You take note, don't you?
Yes. Peter, how do you know that Spider-Man didn't take the plutonium?
Well, he just wouldn't do something like that. As a matter of fact, right now, he's probably trying to figure out who did do it.
If he's not involved, why doesn't he go to the police and prove it?
Well, Gail, it's not quite that simple. I mean, think about it. I think Spider-Man does a lot of good, but if people knew who he was, well, it just wouldn't be the same thing.
Nobody asked him to save the world.
I don't really think he wanted any part of being a superhero.
Then all he has to do is turn in his little blue tights.
And what about his conscience? What is the point of having some kind of special power if you don't use it to help people?
Okay, it could be a tough life.
And lonely. How can he ever talk to people the way we're talking right now? I mean, what kind of a life can he really have? Think about it for a minute. He has to lie to everybody. At work, to his friends. What about girlfriends? How could he ever hope to get married? Just have a normal life. People think it would be really wonderful to have Spider-Man's powers. Let me tell you, I'm not so sure whether it's a blessing or a curse.
I doubt if he could have put that much better. You know, Parker, there's more to you than I thought.
Hello? Speaking. Well, yeah, sure, I'll hold. It's John Aston Smith.
The news anchorman?
Yeah, he wants to interview me for the evening news. Well, yes, I guess I could speak for some of the students at the university.
Well, if it would be convenient for you, perhaps you could come to my hotel, the Ramon, in, say, an hour?
An hour? Fine, sure. Thank you.
May I go with you? I've always wanted to meet him.
Are you sure Parker's the one?
I checked every student in Baylor's seminar. He's the only one smart enough to pull it off.
When we do get the plutonium, what are you going to do with it?
Same as I do with everything. Just put it up for sale to the highest bidder.
Who are you?
Captain Barbera?
Yeah?
Inspector DiCarlo.
Well, what can I do for you?
Bureau was wondering what progress you're making on this plutonium thing.
Well, it's only been 2 days, but I've got one lead. The security guards who saw Spider-Man at the scene.
What can you tell me about Spider-Man?
Not much. He's given me a lot of sleepless nights.
You think he's capable of doing something like this?
Who knows? He could be capable of anything.
Have you thought of the other possibilities?
You mean like terrorists?
I mean, they don't even have to build a bomb. In theory, just 2 kilos of plutonium oxide could cause millions of cases of lung cancer.
Okay, stop it. You're scaring me.
I mean to.
Well, maybe we should go back to the university and talk to Dr. Baylor again.
I've already talked to Dr. Baylor.
You have? Did you get anything out of him?
I asked him if he had any student who was capable of building a bomb with the missing plutonium.
Yeah, what'd he say?
He came up with one name, Peter Parker.
Parker? He's just a kid. I know him.
Well, then maybe you can help me find him.
You're serious about Parker?
I'm dead serious.
He said it was room 1001.
Oh, it must be up this way. No, it's nothing, I guess.
What do you want?
We want you, Parker.
Come in, Mr. Parker. I've been expecting you.
What's this all about?
I want the plutonium.
You think I... Oh, no, you're wrong.
We'll see. Angel.
Run, Gale!
Get after them. Don't let them get away.
In here. It's just a few feet to the fire escape.
What do you mean a few feet?
On the ledge. Come on.
Oh, Peter.
Get back.
Peter, I can't.
I'll go after them. No. Let them go. We know where to find them.
Okay, drive.
You were terrific.
What did I do?
You don't remember?
Well, no, I guess I got kind of caught up in the fight. Okay, buddy, I'm driving. Where am I going? Oh,
Well, we can't go to your apartment.
no, that's right.
Take us to the Hamilton. You can spend the night in my hotel suite. They'll never think of looking for you there.
It's not a bad idea.
This is Parker's apartment.
The manager must have a pass key. Let's get him up here.
Without a warrant? You feds may work that way, but not me.
All right, let's go get a warrant.
I'll call the Bugle. They might know where he is.
watching the radiation levels, aren't you?
Of course.
Here's the reflector.
Will it seal properly?
Well enough. Hey, Ted, the carriage looks great.
I'm almost ready to start wiring.
Well, let's get to it.
Captain, what are you doing here?
We've been looking for you, Parker.
Oh, come on in.
This is Inspector DiCarlo from the Bureau. Parker, you weren't in your apartment last night.
No, I wasn't. I spent the night here.
That's right.
On the couch, Captain.
We want to talk to you, Parker.
And we want to talk to you about what happened to us yesterday.
What's bugging you?
Well, Peter got a call from a man who said he was John Aston Smith. He wanted to interview him for the news as a student spokesman. And after we got there, they tried to kidnap us.
Kidnap you? Why?
Well, they thought I had something to do with the missing plutonium.
Huh, that's funny. Well, we had the same idea.
What? You thought I...
Excuse me. Where were you when that stuff was stolen?
I was in class.
We checked with your instructor. You never showed for that class.
Well, I had to meet someone.
Yeah, that's right. You met Spider-Man and you told him where to find the plutonium.
Come on, Captain, you can't be serious.
Can't I? How serious does a ride down to the station sound to you, Parker? Come on, let's go.
After the cops left, I checked out Parker's apartment. He's got a lot of electronic equipment and a wall full of science books. But I couldn't find the plutonium anywhere.
Well, maybe he doesn't have it.
And why are we watching him?
Because he's a very bright young man. If any of his fellow students have the plutonium, he'll find them for us.
Oh, Pete, am I glad to see you.
How mad is he?
What's the maddest you've ever seen him?
The time he sent his shoes down to be shined and somebody stole them.
Worse.
Oh, great. Well, might as well get it over with.
Boss, Pete's here to see you.
Send him in. Well. Here we are together again. The Bonnie and Clyde of Manhattan Island. Parker, you're fired.
Oh, come on, Chief.
Don't call me that. Do I look like Sitting Bull to you?
No, I'm sorry. I apologize. But please, don't fire me. I need the job.
You should have thought of that before you got the bugle into this mess.
Mr. Jameson, the police didn't even hold him. You can't fire
Yes, I can. And you keep out of this. Parker, you've got 5 minutes to get out of this building.
How'd it go?
Great, I got fired.
Peter, wait.
There she is. She's beautiful. Hey, you don't look so good.
Just tired.
Well, I guess we're all exhausted. No, but it's worth it. The world wanted proof. Now they've got it.
And if this were plastic explosive instead of modeling clay, we could make it go boom.
I think it really would explode. I know. What do we do now? Maybe we should write a book.
What do you think?
Carla?
Weren't you guys monitoring the radiation levels?
I thought we were.
You thought wrong.
Feel all right? I'm fine. But I wasn't working directly with the plutonium like Carla was.
We've got to get her to the hospital.
What about the bomb?
Forget the bomb. She's got radiation poisoning. She could die.
Wait. I saw the way he treated you. I'd like to help.
Oh, really? You want to help? You're sure you're not just worried that you're going to lose your chance to get an interview with Spider-Man?
No, it's not that way.
You know what I wish? I wish I'd never heard of him. If it hadn't been for him, I'd still have my job.
The night the plutonium was taken, you were with him that night, weren't you?
Yes.
Well, then, if he would come forward, he could clear you. In fact, you could clear each other. Peter!
Just leave me alone, please.
Dr. Wilson. Dr. Wilson, please.
Doctor. Doc, say she's going to be all right.
I wish I could. You know those are radiation burns, don't you? How did you get them?
We were working in the lab in the university. There's a lot of radioactive material.
Right.
I'll have to report this.
Do whatever you have to do. Just make her well.
Hello?
Hello, Pete. Pete, it's Rita. Listen, we just sent a reporter over to the hospital. One of the girls from the university just showed up in emergency. She's got radiation sickness.
Radiation sickness? Well, what's her name?
Carla Wilson.
Oh, no.
Taxi!
I just can't believe you actually did this.
Somebody had to. It doesn't matter now.
Oh, yes, it does. Let's go out in the hall, okay? Now, what happened to her?
What do you think?
Well, it wasn't hot, and it was in a lead container. I don't understand how... You built a bomb.
To prove how easy it was. We weren't going to explode it.
We're going to give it back.
Some people tried to kidnap me because they thought I had the plutonium. Do you realize what they could do with an atomic bomb?
Peter, relax. Nothing's going to happen.
Yeah, we didn't get any plastique. Nothing can happen.
We're going to give it back.
Where is it?
My place.
Hey, I've been looking all over for you. I've got good news. I called my editor and he'll pay you $500 to help me get the interview with Spider-Man.
Oh, that's just great, Gail. That's terrific. But right now I have a very important, my aunt is sick. I have to take her some medicine.
May I come with you?
No, what she has is very contagious.
What is it?
Well, nobody seems to know. It's just really, really bad.
Are you afraid of getting it?
I've already had a shot.
For what?
Excuse me.
Dr. Ferguson. Dr. Ferguson.
Dr. Wilson, please.
Peter! Peter, where are you?
Benson, get up on the roof. Keep your eye on that front street. Will it work? Not with modeling clay. But I think we can find some real plastic explosive.
Not bad. The outer sphere is containing most of the radiation. We can handle it.
Get it down to the car. Get up there, Angel.
Watch how the exterminator squashes this bug.
Bo and I will go ahead in the small jet. Angel, you and Benson put the limousine on a cargo flight and stay with it at all times.
Don't worry, Mr. White. We won't want anybody near it.
Gentlemen, I'd say we have a situation here.
The bomb were to explode in the city, what could we expect?
If it's still in the city.
Well, let's say it is.
10 pounds of plutonium could have a yield of as much as 15 kilotons. Now, if that were to explode in Wall Street in the middle of a weekday...
If the public hears about this, there'll be unbelievable panic. This must be kept out of the newspapers as long as possible. You understand that, Parker?
Yeah, I understand.
Well, I guess this lets you off the hook.
But not Spider-Man.
Oh, not quite. He could still be involved.
Parker, let me ask you something. Deep down, do you really think this bomb will explode?
Well, let me put it to you this way. As far as we know, since 1945, everyone who has attempted to explode an atomic bomb has succeeded on the first try.
How come you're calling me so late? I was just going home.
Well, this will just take a minute. And besides, it's only 3:15 in California.
What has one got to do with the other?
I need a favor, and I wanted to wait until Mr. Jameson had gone home.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with the time in California?
Rita, do you think your friend on the force could check on a California license for me? Now, are you ready?
Yeah. Go ahead.
481
Uh-huh.
OLR.
Yeah, what's this all about?
All I can say is it might be very important to a friend of mine.
Anyone I know?
No. Well, yes.
Oh, that friend.
There's somebody at my door. Can you call me back?
That boy's got more things shaking than a belly dancer in an earthquake.
Gail, what a pleasant surprise.
Not for long.
Why, is something the matter?
You just dumped me at the hospital.
No, you dumped me. Remember, I came out of the men's room and you were gone.
Wrong. Oh, you went out the window because I went in after you.
You followed. Okay, right. I had to meet somebody.
Right. You met Spider-Man, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Then why can't I meet him?
Because you can't. Now, look, it's hard enough for him as it is. Why don't you just forget this whole thing?
Is that what you want? Peter, as long as I am a working professional in this business, I know how to keep professional secrets. My paper wants this interview pretty bad. Peter, I might be able to get you more money.
It's not the money. Hello.
Hi, this is the night shift.
Oh, yeah, Rita, what'd you find out?
Well, California 481 OLR is registered to the White Import-Export Company of Los Angeles.
I knew it. Thank you, Rita. Thank you very much. You are terrific.
Aw, you're just saying that. But you're right. Later.
What's up?
I just figured out where the plutonium is.
They're here. Excellent. I want the device completed immediately.
You already have a buyer?
Well, several curious nibbles, but nothing you would call a real bite. Truthfully, it's been rather disappointing. I think I may have to try a new approach with this piece of merchandise.
You don't get your hands on an atomic bomb just every day.
You're right. It is a rather unique opportunity. An opportunity that should be exploited with imagination and a sense of style. Wouldn't you think?
I'd say we'll get right on it.
You cannot keep following me like this.
Oh, yes, I can, and I will until I get that interview with Spider-Man.
You are the stubbornest woman.
I like to call it persistence.
Now, you wait here.
That's good, Pete. You got eaten right out of your hands.
I'm glad you were able to see us again, Mr. Jameson. You won't regret it, I promise you.
I doubt it. What was it you wanted to tell me?
Well, first, I want to thank you for giving me my job back. But secondly, I do have a special request.
I hope you're not going to ask me for a raise.
Oh, no, it's nothing like that. It's just that I need some expense money. You see, I found out where the plutonium is.
Really? Where?
Los Angeles.
If you think you can con me into a trip to California, you can forget it.
I'm not trying to con you, Mr. Jameson. It's just that that's where the plutonium is, and the only way I can afford to get there is if the Bugle sends me.
You've got as much chance of going to California at my expense as you have of walking upside down to that ceiling.
Yes. Well, what I'm about to tell you, the Bugle cannot print, and neither can the Examiner.
We can't print what?
The missing plutonium has been used to build a bomb.
An atomic bomb?
If you don't believe me, ask Captain Barbera.
This could be the story of the year, the century.
Wait a minute now, you can't print that. I mean, the public would panic.
But if I help find the bomb, then the Bugle would have an exclusive,
Oh.
which it could share with the Examiner.
Wait, but why California?
Spider-Man told me about the license number.
Spider-Man? I mean, you got this from Spider-Man?
Well, we sort of worked it out together, yes.
I wouldn't believe anything that weirdo tells me.
I would. Tell you what, Peter. I will get the Examiner to finance your trip if you get me that interview with Spider-Man, and if, when you're on the West Coast, you get a story, my paper runs it with my byline.
Oh, wait a minute. You're still working for the Bugle, remember?
Does that mean you'll send me to California?
You're holding a gun at my head.
Oh, not a gun, Mr. Jameson, just another newspaper.
All right. You win.
Peter, I'll get you more money.
Money isn't everything.
He's right, money isn't everything.
Giving up so soon?
Kidding. May I use your phone?
Help yourself.
Long distance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jameson. I'll get you some great pictures. I promise you, I really will. And I'll call you every single night.
You won't have to. I'm going with you.
You're what?
Why, you think I'd trust you 3,000 miles away with my expense account, do you? Rita.
Yeah, boss.
Oh, you make 2 reservations for Parker and me. We're flying to Los Angeles.
You sure you don't want to make that 3?
3? Why 3?
Because I just called my editor, and I'm going with you.
Beverly Sunset Hotel.
Good morning.
Oh. Why don't we all meet at the pool after we're settled?
Pool? Why the pool?
Well, I love the sun.
Oh, all right.
Well, I'll be there in a minute. I just have to check on one thing.
No, you don't, Parker. Now, we're going to meet at the pool. You can do that afterwards.
Sir, this will just take a moment.
Parker,
Okay. All right. Surprised he doesn't have all of us stay in the same room.
That'll be $2, please.
$2 for a glass of orange juice?
And for service with a smile.
Oh, here. Here you go.
Oh, and please bring him a glass of lemonade without the sugar.
Without the sugar? Won't that be a little sour?
Uh-huh. It should match your disposition perfectly.
Where's Parker?
Right. It shouldn't be taking him so long. Why don't you stay here, and I'll go see if I can find him.
All right.
Peter, what's that?
What's what?
That thing in your hand.
Oh, this. It's a light meter. I wanted to try to get some shots from up here.
A light meter? Peter, I know a little bit about photography, and I've never seen a light meter like that.
No, you're right. It's not a light meter.
Yeah. Uh-huh. What is it?
To tell you the truth, this belongs to Spider-Man. It picks up a signal from the homing device that he attached to that white limousine I told you about.
Are you getting a signal?
Well, yeah, it's got a range of 15 miles.
You mean that'll take us to them?
Should.
Peter, tell me something truthfully. Are you Spider-Man?
Do I look like the kind of guy that could run up and down the side of a building?
No. I don't know what got into me. But he's here at the hotel, isn't he?
As a matter of fact, he's a lot closer to you than you'd ever expect.
Are you sure? Well, thank you, Flora. That was the office. Some man with a very youthful voice who was inquiring about a white limousine registered to the White Import-Export Company.
Maybe somebody spotted it outside the kid's apartment.
He knew the California license number.
We did lose one of the New York plates.
Where's the car now?
Angel and Benson are in Hollywood.
When they come back, I want you to go over the car. Very carefully.
You don't think anybody could have followed us out here?
Anything can happen. And with this much at stake, I don't see how we can be too cautious.
Mr. White, has there been any response?
A little too soon, I think. With my kind of proposal, I would imagine there will have to be some kind of discussion.
Wouldn't you love to see how they're taking it?
$1 billion in gold. Not 1 million. 1 billion. The mayor was gonna die.
Well, he's certainly no biker.
Yeah. He wants to deliver it to a bank in Costa Rica.
You still think your Spider-Man is involved?
That guy's off the wall, but this is pretty big. I don't know.
New York doesn't have that kind of money.
Not just New York. He's blackmailing the whole country.
Well, could you try again? It's an emergency. Okay. Leave a message for all of them. And please have Mr. Jameson call his office in New York. Yes, New York. Thank you. Oh, wait a minute. I don't suppose they said where they were going. You're kidding.
Parker, this is ridiculous. We came to Los Angeles to look for an atomic bomb, not to ride around Hollywood like a bunch of tourists.
Leave him alone, Mr. Jameson. He knows what he's doing.
Oh, really? You know how many cars there are in Los Angeles? You realize what the odds are against our finding a white limousine?
The odds are not as bad as you think, are they, Peter?
No, they're not bad at all. As a matter of fact, I think we're getting warm.
Look, it's them.
Those are the two that tried to kidnap us.
You better call the police.
No, there's no time. They're leaving. We'll have to follow them.
Looks like we've grown a tail.
They must have spotted us.
Parker, what are you doing?
Hold on, boss.
Let's see if we can puncture his balloon. They just don't make tires like they used to.
The way you were driving, I'm not surprised.
What do you do? Follow them on foot?
Of course not. Parker! Wait!
Hi, folks. Can I help you? Yeah. Do you mind if I try this out? Well, sure. Hop on. Get the feel of it. Fire it up. Could I just take it for a test run? Well, I don't know. Oh, it's okay. I'll leave my sister here as collateral.
Your sister? Say, have you got another helmet?
Sure. Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing?
Oh, listen, everything will be fine. Our dad's right behind us, and he'll take care of everything.
Come back here!
She said you'd take care of everything. You are their father, aren't you?
Their father? Parker! Is there one of these contraptions here that I can ride?
You can handle something like that?
I don't know how you did it, but Angel doesn't fail twice.
There has to be a first time for everything.
listen, I think you've got the wrong girl. I don't know any of those people, and I don't know anything that's going on. Actually, I was on a studio tour. Where are we going?
To find someplace where you'll be safe. Wait in there. I'll be back. And keep out of sight.
Looking all over for you two.
You two missed all the excitement. Spider-Man was here.
He was.
And I got to see him in action. He was terrific. He went swinging through the barn, grabbed me out of this great big guy's hands. We went flying through the air and landed in a haystack.
What's that?
It's a transmitter. It belongs to Spider-Man.
The one that was on the white limousine.
I'm afraid so.
We had a problem. Someone's been following us. I think it was that kid, Parker.
So it was him checking out the car.
We lost him, but then that Spider-Man showed up again.
Spider-Man? But you just said...
I did. I threw him off the building. 15 stories. There's no way he could have made it.
This is very disturbing. Spider-Man could be dangerous. I think we'll have to accelerate the timetable.
And he just called again.
If the government doesn't agree to his demands, by 6 p.m. New York time tomorrow, he says he'll explode the bomb where it'll do the most damage.
What? Well, that has to mean Manhattan. Here I am in Los Angeles acting like some fool tourist, and everything's happening in New York. I'll get the first plane out of here I can, Rita. I should never have listened to you two.
Why would the people with the bomb be in Los Angeles if they plan to explode it in Manhattan?
Maybe they don't have the bomb at all.
No, that's not it. We must be missing something.
Yes, the last flight to New York.
No, wait, sir. We can't go. The bomb is here. Believe me.
Peter, you may be wrong. The bomb would do more damage in New York. It just makes more sense.
No, I'm not wrong. There's just got to be a reason.
Mr. Jameson is really going to be steaming when he finds out we left the hotel without him.
Well, there's no other way. He slows us down.
Sort of a long shot, isn't it?
Well, it's the only clue we have.
Excuse me.
Hi. Can I help you?
Well, I hope so. There was a white limousine parked out front yesterday. I believe it belongs to a man named Mr. White. Do you know how I could get in touch with him?
What do you want to see him about?
You do know him?
Yes. He owns the building and he manages most of the recording artists who record here. But you haven't answered my question.
Oh, well, my friend here is a singer, and we wanted to see him about managing her.
Oh, that's right. We heard that he's just a genius at getting your career started.
Uh-huh. Want to wait here just for a minute? Singer.
Let's take a look around.
Right. That's what he said.
Keep him there. We're only 3 minutes away.
Okay.
When the sun sets on a misunderstanding, you say you love me and everything's right. You say you love me and everything's right. When a hound dog is howling on my street,
They're in Studio 2.
Get him down here alone.
Okay.
Take care of the girl, and I'll take care of him.
Murray, let's go to the time chart again.
He wants to see you alone.
Oh, it's okay. I'll be right back.
Landing. When the night flyer can't see the light. When the sun sets on a misunderstanding. You say you love me and everything's right. You say you love me and everything's right. When a hound dog is howling on.
He's in there. Hey, where are you going? He ran back into the studio.
Where did they take her?
Look, what do you want?
Look, I don't have time to play games with you.
Are you crazy or something? Leave me alone. Get out of here.
If you don't tell me where they took her, I'm going to be the craziest person you ever saw.
I'm calling the police.
That's a good idea. I have a feeling they'd like to talk to you.
Me? Why?
Well, you are an accomplice to a kidnapping.
I don't know anything about any kidnapping.
Oh, no? I think you do. But we'll let the police decide whether you're lying or not.
Listen, I don't know anything about your girlfriend. I swear it.
Where is she?
Mr. White. There's a big house just outside of town. It's in the hills.
Two of you. You couldn't take care of one college boy.
There were just too many people around.
Oh, I don't like any of this. Too many things going wrong.
Don't worry about it. I'll take care of the kid and Spider-Man.
But, Angel, I am worried. I think I have to do more than just bluff. Very nice.
Why do I have to dress this way?
Two reasons. One, because I like women in bikinis. And two, I feel safer when I know there's no place for them to hide any weapons. LeBeau, get the device. We have an errand to do.
You're really going to do it? You're really going to kill hundreds of thousands of people?
I honestly hope I won't have to.
One thing I don't understand. Why Los Angeles when you made your demands in New York?
Simple. The president's speech begins at 3 o'clock. Unless my demands are met, you'll never finish it.
Security men all over that building. You'll never get near it.
I won't have to. There's a brand new building nearby that'll do very nicely. Remember, we're talking about an atomic bomb.
What do we do now?
Now, we wait.
Where are the others?
They've gone downtown to plant a bomb.
Downtown?
The president's in town. He's going to make a speech at 3 o'clock, and they're going to plant the bomb on a building nearby.
Did he say which building?
No, but they did say it was a brand new building.
Okay, you call the police and tell them about the bomb.
Right. Wait a minute. They're not going to believe me. They're going to think it's some kind of a hoax.
At least they'll get the president out of there.
Wait a minute. It's 2:30. It's late.
There might still be time. Anyway, it's worth a try.
Right. Operator, this is an emergency. I want the police.
That should give us plenty of time to meet the helicopter and get a safe distance away.
Look, you can still change your mind.
I don't want to do it either. But I will if they force me.
You want to give me that again, buddy?
It's a stunt to publicize a new rock group, like the one Evel Knievel plans to do.
You mean dive out of a plane without a parachute and land in a haystack?
Right, except I'm going to land on top of a building on an airbag. The only thing is I'll have to pay you later.
Don't worry about it. It's on me. Come on, I'll find somebody to take you out.
I know there are security men all over the hotel, but this is an atomic bomb. It doesn't have to be in the building. It can be anywhere. It could be blocks away. You must get the president out of the building.
That roof, right down there. Can you get me a little closer?
Sorry, buddy. If I get caught within 1,000 feet of that building, the FAA will pull my license.
Well, okay. In that case, I'll get out right here.
He was lucky. I'd like another shot at him.
Relax, Lamone. If I have my way, we'll be meeting Spider-Man again.
Great picture.
The police must have been searching every rooftop in the area. How did you get there?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's privileged information.
What you mean is that Spider-Man helped you.
My lips are sealed.
Well, it doesn't matter how you did it. This really makes the whole trip worthwhile. As a matter of fact, you know, I'm going to let you have this whole suite here for the rest of the week at my expense.
That is really nice of you. Thank you. But, Mr. Jameson, today is Friday. There are only 2 more days left in the week.
Well, what do you want for nothing? It's getting late. I've got to pack. I'll talk to you later.
You know, I still didn't get my interview with Spider-Man.
Well, you got to see him in action. You should be able to get a good story out of that.
Peter, let's be honest. Where were you after they took me from the recording studio?
Well, I was looking for you, of course.
Looking for me, but you found Spider-Man.
Well, actually, he found me.
How?
How? I was on my way back to your hotel.
Looking for me?
Right.
When he just happened to call you when you were there?
Yes, that's it, exactly.
You know, I'm not going to give up.
You know, I was kind of hoping you wouldn't.
No, Parker. You're not bad. But you're no Spider-Man.
Well, how do you know? You've never seen me in tights.
That's true. But if you're willing to put some on, I'm willing to reconsider.
You've traveled a long way, and I understand the idol is important to your people. I sympathize with you, Mr. Mandak. However, the exhibit will open tomorrow on schedule.
Rava must not be desecrated.
The idol will not be damaged, will not even be touched.
The face of Rava is not for the unbeliever.
I'm only the director of the museum. I cannot cancel the exhibit. As the chairman of the executives, Mr. Jameson, the board of trustees, I have to answer to all of them.
And they will answer to Rava. I warn you, Professor Rustin, unless Rava is returned to Khalistan, you will feel his wrath.
You mean the famous curse of Rava?
You mock him.
Oh, no, I mean no disrespect to your religion. It's just that I find it hard to believe in curses.
I warned you.
She's just a student who works here part-time.
I know who she is. Possibly better than you do. If you persist in treating our God as a carnival freak, he will do more than just warn you, Professor Rustin. Much more.
Sorry, pal. No cameras.
Oh, I'm Parker from the Bugle.
Oh.
What's going on here?
Oh, they're picketing the Kalistani exhibit in the main gallery.
Oh, yeah, I heard something about that. You're displaying Rava, the Kalistani god of death?
That thing has the ugliest face I've ever seen. How can anybody get down and worship a thing like that?
Well, maybe they're afraid not to.
Oh.
Did I scare you?
Well, as a matter of fact, yes, you did.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were so engrossed in your work.
Well, he's a pretty engrossing old boy. What's wrong?
You mustn't touch him.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I forgot. My name is Peter Parker. I'm a photographer with the Bugle.
Trina Pandit.
Do you work here?
I'm a student assistant curator. I'm translating the inscription at the base of the idol.
Oh, well then you must be from exotic Calistan.
No, exotic Kansas. But my grandparents are from Calistan. They came to farm a long time ago.
Well, that's kind of like the Wizard of Oz, but in reverse. You know, I'm a student here myself. I'm a grad student in physics. I'm just a photographer part-time. How come I've never seen you around?
It's a big university.
Not that big. I thought this job was boring.
Maybe it tore loose when Spider-Man was swinging on it.
Yeah, maybe, but that doesn't explain all the shaking just before it happened.
What do you think caused it, Professor?
I don't know. I'm an art historian, Captain. Ask young Parker there. Physical sciences are his field.
How about it, Parker? Could an earthquake have caused all this?
Well, certainly if we were in California. But there's never been an earthquake recorded in Manhattan.
Thanks, Parker. You're a big help. My God, John, what's happened here?
Calistanis, Jonah. I told you we'd have trouble with them.
And I told you that we were not going to be pushed around by some splinter group of fanatics from a two-bit country halfway around the world. Parker, what are you doing here?
This is the university, sir. I go to school here, remember?
Jonah, I think we should cancel the exhibit. That idol is a religious symbol to these Calistanis. We don't have the right.
Right? We have more than a right. We have a contract with the legitimate government of Calistan to do this exhibit. We're the only museum in the country that'll have the idol.
I have a feeling this is just the beginning.
You believe in that curse business, don't you?
I don't know what I believe anymore. A piece of ornamental stone couldn't fall, but it did.
You probably don't believe that you could lose your job here. But you can.
Don't threaten me, Jonah. I don't wish to be disrespectful of the dead, but I don't care how much money your wife raised for this museum. She didn't own it, and neither do you.
I want the doors to this museum open to the public as soon as this mess is out of the way. You understand that? All right, what are you standing around here for? Get this place cleaned up.
Some of these, Mr. Jameson. I've got some real winners here.
Parker, I can't print these.
But you always say that pictures like these are what sell newspapers.
Not my newspapers. Parker, don't you know that my wife was a patron of that museum? You realize that I'm now chairman of the board of trustees? Why would I want to give the museum this kind of publicity?
But you always say to report the news as it happens, no matter who's involved.
Stop telling me what I always say.
Well, I suppose I can always do something else with these.
Like what?
I took these pictures on my own time. That gives me the right to do whatever I want with them.
Parker, you would sell those to a rival paper. Where's your loyalty?
Mr. Jameson, I'm just a poor graduate student who's trying to squeeze by as a low-paid, part-time photographer. Now, these are good. They're really good. I was the only photographer there, so that makes these an exclusive. I think somebody will buy them from me, don't you, sir?
Rita,
Yeah, boss.
we're buying some pictures from Parker and the negatives. Authorize payment, will you? I'd throw in a $50 bonus.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Jameson. That's very generous of you.
Get out of here, Parker.
Wow, I am impressed. I am very impressed. You know, the last guy that got $50 out of Mr. High Roller that easily was the guy that mugged him in Central Park last summer.
Oh, really? You have the chief all wrong. He's really a very fair man. You just have to know how to talk to him.
Pete, why do I get the feeling you're conning me?
Mr. Jameson, the professor's in the main gallery.
Thank you. Well, John, what is it that's so serious here that we can't discuss it over the phone?
I have to convince you, Jonah. We have to get that idol back to Calistan or something terrible's going to happen. I'm scared.
Well, I'm not. I may not be from Missouri, but if this curse business is for real, you're going to have to show me. That guy with all those arms could make a fortune in the circus.
Get away from him.
Sharira.
It's the curse of Rama. I told you.
One more time, please.
Okay. Well, the lights kept flickering on and off, and suddenly they went out completely, and I heard Rustin scream. Then there was this crash. And then the lights came back on, and there was Rustin lying right there with the idol on top of him. But, John, that thing must weigh half a ton.
Think it was the curse?
Nah, of course not.
Then how do you explain it?
I don't know. You're the detective. You figure it out.
I think maybe I have. Either of you ever see any tables slide across the floor by themselves? Or shields fly off the wall? Or this statue dancing on its pedestal?
What are you getting at?
There's another way all this could have happened, you know.
What are you suggesting?
Mr. Jameson, I wish there was some other explanation, but you had a motive. Several witnesses, including me, saw you and the professor argue.
You're saying that I tried to kill him? Oh, come on. Call the hospital. Ask Rustin. He'll tell you.
I have a man down there, but Professor Rustin, he's in pretty bad shape. I don't think he's going to be talking to anybody for a long time, if ever.
I don't believe this. I want to talk to my lawyer.
You can call him from the precinct.
Now, wait a minute.
Please, sir. Don't make me use the handcuffs.
Oh, this is ridiculous. I want my lawyer! Get me out of here!
Don't worry about a thing, Mr. Jameson. Your lawyer's on his way.
What are you doing here?
Rita called me.
Why?
Oh, she thought maybe I could help you.
Well, what am I worrying about? Here I am in jail, accused of attempted murder, 3 days before a stockholders' meeting where I have to fight off some pirate who's trying to take over the paper. Look who's on my side. College kid who runs around with a camera hanging on his neck, and a lawyer that nobody can even find.
Captain, Mr. Jameson wouldn't kill anybody. This whole thing is just crazy.
Yeah, you want to know what else is crazy? Read that.
Is Mr. Jameson's statement? The table slid at them by itself?
Do you realize who I am?
Yes, a very important man. That's why I'm recommending that the DA sleep on it before deciding whether to charge you or not. Of course, you'll probably have to spend the night in jail.
What?
Well, that's good, sir.
Parker, I don't see anything good about this. If I lose control of the paper, you'll probably lose your job. You've thought of that, haven't you?
No, I mean, it's good that Captain Barbera's recommendation counts for so much. When he finds out that the Bugle is doing an in-depth profile on him, and he realizes that his treatment of you will have a direct bearing on the tone of that article.
Article on me?
Well, I'm sorry. I saw the memo on Rita's desk. It's one of your better ideas, I must say.
Oh, yes. Yes. Thank you.
You know, maybe I better call the DA. It would be a shame if Mr. Jameson had to spend the night here if it really wasn't necessary.
Are you sure he won't mind if you call him this late?
Trust me.
Parker, sometimes you amaze me. You know, son, that story about Captain Barbera, that isn't a bad idea at all. Yeah, I think I'll put Myers on it. And you can handle the pictures.
Oh, that's terrific. Thank you, sir. But first, we've got to get you cleared for that stockholders meeting.
Yeah.
Mr. Jameson, I've got your car parked right out front.
What do you want dressed up for?
Now, you didn't want me driving around in your rolls in an old housecoat, did you?
Well, actually, I didn't want you driving around in it at all.
You know, tell the truth. Your getting out early kind of messed up my plans. See, I had this date with this guy I know over in Jersey. We were going to strip your car.
Well, no, I half believe she would.
Hello. What are you doing here?
I told you the university wasn't that big.
But how'd you know I'd be coming this way?
Because your next class is in the Chem building, which is right over there.
How'd you know that?
Oh, a good reporter never reveals his sources.
Oh, you checked my class card at the ad building.
Now, you see, you could be a reporter, too. Trina, you were there at the museum the night that Mr. Jameson went to meet Professor Rustin. Are you certain they were alone?
All I know is I didn't see anyone. I locked the door before I left.
Well, now, what's the big deal about Rava back in Calistan?
Calistan used to be ruled by the High Priest of Rava.
That's it? That's why the idol is so important?
Well, the members of the cult were the fiercest warriors in the country.
Oh, so that's how the cult held power. I understand they used to worship death?
Not really. They believed that death in battle was the way to a place of honor in the next life. Peter, why are you asking me all these questions?
Because I'm trying to help Mr. Jameson. And because you're the only expert on Calistan I happen to know.
I'm no expert on Calistan.
Well, you translated the inscriptions on the idol.
Look, the cult was overthrown and the High Priest banished 50 years before I was even born.
So, you mean to say the cult doesn't exist?
I didn't say that.
So it does exist. Trina, what are you afraid of?
I'm not afraid of anything. I'm just concerned about what happened to Professor Rustin.
Suppose the cult did get their hands on the idol and took it back to Calistan. What would happen?
The High Priest would declare a holy war and try to regain power.
Civil war? Have they ever tried that before?
Rava's always been very carefully guarded. As a matter of fact, this is the first time the government has ever allowed the idol to leave the country.
Which means this is the first time the cult has had a chance to get their hands on it.
I wouldn't know about that. Look, I'm going to be late. I have a class.
But Professor Rustin said that our God would be returned to Calistan.
Well, I hope you got that in writing, pal. Because we can't very well ask him now, can we?
You must return Rava to his people.
Hey, don't tell me what I must do. This could turn into a murder investigation. This statue here is evidence. It's not going anywhere.
No, Rava's revenge.
Yeah? Well, if I'm ever in Calistan, I'll remember not to drink the water. Get out of here. I wouldn't worry about those guys. I'll tell you what, I'll have the cruisers in the area make a couple extra rounds, okay?
Thanks a lot, Captain. Sure make me feel a lot better.
Where's your phone?
Oh, right this way.
Captain, can I talk to you? Look, you have got to make sure that the idol of Rava doesn't get back to Calistan. I mean, it could cause a civil war, with Calistan sitting right between Russia and China.
Relax, Parker. I already talked to some fruitcake who said he was from the Calistani consulate.
Captain, did he threaten you?
No, but he said that statue of Smiling Jack in there was going to get me. You notice how scared I am.
I wouldn't take that lightly if I were you, sir. Look what happened to Professor Rustin.
You too? Parker, don't you have to oil your slide rule or something?
Well, I really think you
No.
ought to...
Thanks. That'd have been a barbaric sandwich.
If I hadn't pulled out the bologna.
Hey, come back here.
An in-depth profile of Captain Barbera. That's the worst idea I ever heard.
Well, it seemed like a good idea at the time. You liked it.
Sure. That was before Rustin slipped into a coma. You know what this is going to look like to the stockholders of the newspaper?
Listen, you're not guilty.
It doesn't matter. If I'm not at that meeting for any reason, especially if I'm in jail, I'll lose the paper.
We can't let that happen.
We? There's nothing we can do about it.
Mr. Jameson, do you remember those pictures that I took at the museum? Could I have another look at those, please?
Why?
I got a shot of one of the demonstrators. Now, I think this man was involved.
They're all involved. Have you been talking to the Bulletin or the Dispatch? I see. You're the first of the rats to leave the sinking ship. Is that it?
I would never do any such thing.
I paid you more than I should have for those pictures. They're mine. Nobody's going to see them.
Why does that man have to be so stubborn?
That's probably what got him where he is.
I mean, he is in jail, and he still thinks he knows all the answers. If that's what it takes to be rich, I'd rather stay poor.
Honey, you work for Mr. Jameson long enough, you'll get your wish, for sure.
We have got to help him. Now, I have to get some of those pictures that I sold to Mr. Jameson. Rita, I have a shot of one of the demonstrators. I am sure the man was involved.
Forget it, Pete. Now, he's got them and the negatives in his desk, and the office is locked. He locks it whenever he leaves.
Well, why does he do that? You're always here.
Who do you think he is worried about?
Why should that be?
Rita, isn't there some way this could be arranged? Our jobs are at stake.
Oh. Well, listen, honey, now that you put it that way, oh, yes, there is a way it can be arranged.
Yeah, he's one of them. They said they were from the Calisthenic Consulate. What makes you think this guy has anything to do with Rustin's accident?
I guess you could just say I've got a feeling about him. Every time he's around, something bad happens.
Really? I could say the same thing about you.
Well, you had a run-in with him. Did anything strange happen to you?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I did. It wasn't for...
If it hadn't been for who? Well, what happened to you, Captain?
Nothing happened, Parker. Forget it.
Well, something certainly happened to Mr. Jameson.
Okay, just for the sake of argument, say something did happen to me.
Something like the things that Mr. Jameson described.
Okay, Parker, okay. Just tell me one thing. How could this Calistani have pulled it off?
I don't know. But if something strange had happened to me, I'd want to find out how.
It's interesting that you called. I was following this case anyway. Have you ever heard of telekinesis?
The ability to move objects with the mind. Sure, but I thought it was mostly a theory.
Oh, telekinesis exists. There's too much data to deny it. I get reports every week here of people who can perform telekinetic feats. There are people who, on command, in front of a live TV camera, can move objects on a table.
Or make images appear on a photographic negative.
Exactly. The most powerful telekinetic minds can bend steel bars with just the force of their minds.
Doctor, have you ever heard of something called teleportation?
Yes, but that's just a theory.
Well, tell me, how does it work?
Well, it's a concept in which the mind of the teleport is able to change the molecular structure of an object in such a way as to make it seem to disappear from one location, transport it over a distance, return it to its original form, making it seem to materialize in a second location.
Mr. Jameson didn't mention anything about any objects disappearing.
Well, the phenomena he described only sounds possible if he encountered an individual with an incredibly advanced telekinetic gift. But I've never heard of anyone having the power as strongly as you describe.
But if he did have it that strongly, he could do all the things that Mr. Jameson described.
Oh, absolutely. Theoretically, the extent of the power is limitless. If you'd like to know more, why don't you flip through these books?
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Keller. I really appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Oh, hello, Captain. You going to take a class?
Sure. I may even go back to school full time.
Good. Maybe I can get you into my fraternity.
Hey, Doc, can I talk to you a minute?
You know who I am.
I know who you claim to be.
You have seen my power. Could any man but his high priest have such power?
Only if the old legends are to be believed.
You do not have much respect. I had heard that you were more American than Calistani.
I am only American. I've never been to Calistan.
But it is in your blood. After all, your grandmother was a daughter of the last high priest of Rava. Then you also knew that I would be coming to you for help.
I will not help you destroy a Calistan that 70 years of peace has allowed her to become.
You will do as I say. Thank you. I knew you would see it my way.
I opened up this morning at 9 a.m., just like always. Then I shut off the alarms and opened up.
Were all the alarms in working order?
Oh, they worked perfectly. I can't understand it.
Was the idol the only thing that was taken?
Parker, what are you doing here?
I was on my way to class when I saw your car. Doesn't this prove that Mr. Jameson was innocent?
Certainly not.
You know, Captain, there could be international repercussions over this.
Yeah? Well, don't you worry about it, Parker. I'll find it.
Have you questioned those Calistanis that tried to take the statue from you?
Well, that's a terrific idea, Parker. Talk about your international repercussions. You want me to waltz up to the Calistani consulate and accuse them of robbery? That'd look great in the papers.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Sir, how many sets of keys to the museum were there?
Well, we have 2 sets in security, and Dr. Rustin had 2 sets of keys. Maybe there's a record in his office of who has that other set.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Trina?
Well, twice in 1 week. I guess the university isn't as big as I thought it was.
Trina, I have to talk to you.
Sure, but I've got a class. Can it wait?
Rava was stolen last night.
That's terrible.
I think you had something to do with it.
I'm going to be late.
You told me that you locked up the museum the night you let Mr. Jameson in. The police will find out that you've got a set of keys. It's just a question of time. But we don't have much time. Here we, Trina.
I know. I'll be taking the idol back to Calistan tonight.
Was this the man? Who is he?
His name is Mandak. He's the high priest of Rava.
Why did you help him?
I had to. He's got a kind of power.
Yeah, I know. It's called telekinesis. He can make things happen with his mind.
That's how they choose the high priest.
Whoever has the greatest power gets the job. The other night, at the museum, when Mandak and Professor Rustin were arguing, were you there?
He made the idol shake. He made a scimitar fly at the professor.
And he made a stone object fall. And everything Mr. Jameson said happened really did happen.
Certainly he made the idol fall on the professor, too.
Well, then why don't you go to Captain Barbera and tell him all that so Mr. Jameson can get out of jail? Look, maybe Professor Rustin will get better, and maybe he'll clear Mr. Jameson, but that isn't going to happen for a while. There's a meeting tomorrow of the stockholders at the newspaper. If Mr. Jameson isn't there, he will lose control of the Bugle. You have got to do it now.
I should have done it already, but I was afraid of Mandak. Oh, Peter, I'm so ashamed.
Don't be. Everybody will realize how hard it was to stand up against that kind of power.
So I want to check on the location of every Calistani in the city. Then call the Immigration Service. Call the State Department. 10-4. Out. Why, what? Great.
I'm sorry if I scared you, but I had to talk to you. I have something important to say.
You could have phoned.
Would you have believed me if I called and said I was Spider-Man?
You got a point. What kind of information?
The idol of Rava was stolen by a man named Mandak. It's being held at the Calistani consulate.
It might as well be in Calistan. I can't go busting in their consulate without some pretty heavy evidence.
I know that. But if you happen to be at the rear of the consulate tonight, about 11, you just might find the idol sitting on the curb.
Yeah, they're just going to give it back like that?
Not exactly. Just be there tonight at 11. You'll see.
You'll get yours one of these days, you web-headed.
Desecrated Rava, you will feel his wrath.
Parker.
Oh, Mr. Jameson, how did it go at the stockholders' meeting?
Oh, I think you could say I sunk that pirate. It was beautiful.
So you're still in control of the newspaper?
Well, there was never any doubt about that. Once I got out of that ridiculous jail.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, sir. I was doing my job.
You did an excellent job, Captain.
I thank you, sir. I'd like to take all the credit, but I have to admit I couldn't have pulled it off without Spider-Man.
Oh, well, he'd be delighted to hear you say that, Captain. Do you mind if the Bugle quotes you on that?
Not on your life. I'm not giving any recognition to some freak who runs around in a red and blue union suit.
Mr. Jameson, what's the latest on Professor Rustin's condition?
Oh, I called the hospital after the meeting. He's much better.
That is great news. By the way, Captain, whatever happened to Mandak?
Well, it looks like he's going to be all right. But the Calistanis have granted him diplomatic immunity for some reason.
Why?
I don't know.
Could it be that the government of Calistan has plans for him and his cult of Rava?
I see what you mean. Well, Mr. Jameson and Captain, why don't you both step in here next to the idol, and then I can take a picture of it.
Excellent.
Okay.
How about right here?
Yeah, why don't you come in close?
Mm-hmm. This is one picture that's sure to make the front page of the Bugle.
Really? At front page rates?
Yeah, at front page rates.
The Tobald Award Selection Committee is coming right here to New York?
Yes, some of them have already arrived.
To win the Tobald Award is the dream of every scientist.
Yes. And you know, I've got a hunch that for the first time in 75 years, we're finally going to have an American winner.
What an honor to be selected.
And what a story. Here are some pictures of the first recipients of the award. And here are stories of the award ceremonies. Study those. And here, this is Ketya here. This is Reichman. These are the first two members of the committee to arrive in New York. They're staying at the Blackwell. And this is Dr. Carl Benson. He's the chairman of the selection committee. Now, we're going to split up our forces. Howard, you and Lazario will take Smith and cover Professor Kaplan. And Parker, you're going to meet Charlie at the Institute for Genetics Research. Dr. Moon has his lab there. Are there any questions? No? All right, then let's get going. Well, Parker, what are you waiting for? Personal invitation?
No, I was just wondering, isn't there supposed to be some kind of animosity between Dr. Moon and the Tobald Committee?
Well, I don't know. Why should there be?
Oh, they've passed him over year after year for 5 years now, and he's certainly well qualified.
Maybe you and Charlie can get an answer to that when you see him at his press conference.
Press conference?
Yeah. He's going to show some of his experiments.
Oh, does that mean he's discovered something new?
Yes. I think he's discovered the power of the press.
Do you know what he was into? Cloning.
What's cloning?
It's a new dance that Parker's going to teach me. What did you want?
To remind you that you're due downstairs in 5 minutes for the layout meeting.
Layouts, of course. Yes, excuse me. Don't be late, Parker.
Oh, don't worry, Mr. Jameson. I'll be there.
Pete, what is cloning?
Well, it's a process in which body cells reproduce by division. It's a form of asexual reproduction.
Oh. What?
You know how we have two parents and get some of our personality from each one?
Yeah.
Cloning would produce offspring from just one parent, so there'd be only one personality.
You mean I could have a baby all by myself and it would be me?
Theoretically, yes.
I don't think that's such a good idea.
You know something, Rita? Neither do I.
Germans, barbarians.
Dr. Ketya, Dr. Reichman, please. Can't the distinguished members of the Tovald Committee do anything but quarrel?
How can one quarrel with a man that has the taste buds of a...
No. Unless you want to stay up here and starve, I suggest... Oh, my list. I promised the manager I would bring him a list of the full committee. I must have left it in my room. Please excuse me. You go ahead. I'll meet you in the dining room.
Oh, no. We will wait.
No. You go ahead. I'll see you in a minute.
Fish eggs.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Please bear with me. You won't be sorry. If my experiment goes well, you'll have a story that'll push everything else off the front page. Bear with me a moment while I make a few minor adjustments. I'd like you to meet my partner in this endeavor,
What? Your partner?
a member of the Order Salientia.
Family Ranidae.
That's correct, young man.
It's Parker. Peter Parker.
Weren't you in one of my classes at the university?
Yes, sir. Zoology 422.
Now I remember.
What is this, a family reunion here?
Now, this is a blood cell my partner kindly donated a few hours ago. I prepared the cell by bombarding it with radiation. In a moment, I shall place this cell in the incubator you see here, and within a very few hours, this single cell will grow into an exact duplicate of its donor.
You're talking about cloning.
I said what you're about to see will make traditional cloning obsolete. This cell will reproduce without a substitute mother, as you call it. The only mother the frog I'm about to create will ever know is this incubator. Present and future. Questions?
Dr. Moon, the Toval Award Committee is arriving from Europe in a couple of days to decide whether an American scientist should be awarded a prize this year.
Correct.
Now, for the past 5 years, they have ignored you, haven't they?
To be honest, I would welcome a visit by the award committee. And should they pay me such a visit, I may have a few surprises for them that would make this experiment in frog cloning look like child's play.
Dispatch, this is Patrolman Riley at the Hotel Blackwell. Captain Barbera's on the scene. He's requesting a team from the lab and an elevator inspector.
Got it. Tell the captain they're on their way. Riley, is it a bad one?
Yeah, real bad.
File a report and let me know.
Dr. Ketya and Dr. Reichman were the first members of the Toval committee to arrive. I was just taking them. They are lucky to have survived.
They're very lucky. What's your function on the committee, Miss Benson?
My grandfather is chairman. He sent me on ahead to make the necessary arrangements.
Captain.
Excuse me. What? So that's it? The cable just broke?
A 1 in a million accident. We just inspected this elevator 3 days ago.
Hey! No pictures. Parker, what are you doing here?
Well, Captain, I picked up the message on the police channel. And there's something about that cable.
I said no pictures. I'll call a press conference when I'm ready. Here, go play someplace.
You know what you can get Mr. Jameson for his birthday? A big silver platter. Because he wants to put your head on it.
What did I do?
Parker!
What's going on?
Why should I tell you and spoil all his fun?
Hello, Mr. Jameson.
Not one picture here. Not one lousy picture.
Sir, there are 3 rolls of pictures here of the cloning experiment.
Frogs? Frogs are page 2 news, Parker. Elevator crashes are page 1. Now, where are your pictures of the elevator crash?
Oh, well, Captain Barbera exposed all my film.
Parker, you listen to me, and you listen good. Now, if you insist on sticking your nose in where you haven't been assigned, and that's what you did when you went to that hotel, then I expect pictures from you, and I don't care how you get them. Barbera, no Barbera, you understand?
Sir, how am I supposed to...
Don't ask me how, that's your job.
I did my job when I got the pictures of the cloning experiment.
Frogs! When you've seen one frog, you've seen them all. Action, violence, elevator crashes. That's what sells newspapers. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
I hope so. Now, the Science Foundation is throwing a costume ball to raise money for their scholarship fund. The guests of honor are going to be members of the Torvald Committee. But don't you bring me any pictures of old men with beards. Beautiful people. Romance. Glamour. That's what sells newspapers.
But I thought you just said that violence and action sells newspapers.
I hope you're being funny.
Do I have to wear a costume, too?
Do you have to? Yes, Parker, you do.
Okay. I'll have Rita fill out a voucher so I can rent one.
I think you're joking. What you wear on an assignment is your expense, not the newspapers.
Rent a costume on my salary?
Well, then borrow one from one of your classmates. Lord knows they look like they're wearing costumes all the time.
But, Mr. Jameson, you don't understand.
Parker, any more arguments out of you, and I'll have your...
Yes, I know, sir. On a silver platter.
And this is one of his better days.
You did this. We both did it. You wanted them to die, didn't you? No, never. Admit it, you hated them. Not enough to try to kill them. But I was created out of you, from one of your cells. I am you. No, something went wrong. But I have your mind. My thoughts must be your thoughts. Only part of my personality came through. We're like Jekyll and Hyde. But through me, you'll be free to do the things that you've always wanted to do instead of shoving them down, denying them the way you do. You want revenge. You want 7 men on that committee to die for rejecting you and humiliating you. I may have thought about it in a moment of bitterness, but I was wrong in what I tried to do. And I'm going to make sure that you don't leave this room. You can't lie to me because you can't lie to yourself. You want them dead. Thanks to me, you're going to get your wish.
Well, sir, I just want to rent a costume. I don't want to buy a custom-made suit. Yes, yeah, I know all about the ball tomorrow night. So does every other place in town. But you see, my job depends on me being able to get... Yeah, you're right. That is my problem. Yeah. Thank you. Every costume house in town is completely sold out.
Oh. You know, it's too bad you don't have some nice girl who could sew up one for you. But what do girls nowadays know about sewing? Child, my mama made sure
That's it, Rita. Why didn't I think of that before?
You have a girl?
You might call it that, yeah. Thanks, Rita. Aunt May, I'm sorry to put you to so much trouble.
Trouble? It won't be any trouble. I love it.
Do you remember, Peter? I used to make all your costumes for Halloween. Ghosts, goblins. Oh, you know, I think maybe your old skeleton costume is still in the attic.
I love you, but really, I was thinking of something maybe a little more grown up.
Well, what kind of a costume would you like me to make?
Doesn't matter, just whatever's easiest.
Tarzan? No, you'd catch your death of cold. Now, Frankenstein. Oh, no. You never could stand the sight of blood. Here, you wait right there. I'll go get my tape measure.
Dr. Carl Benson, chairman of the Tovald Award Selection Committee, expressed his deepest regrets to the families of the injured scientists. Dr. Carl Benson. Carl Benson is staying at this hotel?
Yes, but he's out at the moment. But if you'd like to talk to Miss Benson.
No, I wouldn't want to bother Miss Benson. Not at the moment. Thank you.
Dr. Moon?
Mr.
It's still Parker, Peter Parker.
Of course, Mr. Parker.
Doctor, I thought your experiment last night was absolutely brilliant.
Yes, you were one of the reporters.
Well, one of the photographers, to be exact.
If you'll excuse me, I have an appointment.
Dr. Moon, good luck with the selection committee.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
Front desk.
Yeah, my name is Peter Parker. I have an appointment with a Miss Lisa Benson. What is her room number, please?
That's 812.
Thank you.
Dr. Moon? Yes, I know him. You say he was in the lobby and he didn't come up to see me?
Is he a friend of yours?
Oh, much more. When I was a little girl, he and my father used to work together at the Institute in Stockholm. Such a good, kind man. He was very close to my family. It's just a shame that his work... You said you weren't here as a reporter, Mr. Parker.
No, I'm investigating the elevator accident.
I don't understand.
Well, I'm working with a private investigator, and what puzzles us about this accident is why these two particular men?
It must be political. Both men had many enemies in their own countries.
Then why wait until they come to America?
It doesn't make much sense, does it?
No. Miss Benson, I know this may sound a little bizarre, but just suppose that somebody was out to get the whole committee, and this accident was just the first step.
That's a terrible thing for you to say.
The committee was the only possible connection between these two men.
Both these men have been on the committee for 5 years. This is longer than anyone except my grandfather. Now, if being on the committee would lead to this, then... No, you cannot be right. One moment, please. Would you excuse me, please?
I'll only take up another moment of your time.
Goodbye, Mr. Parker.
Goodbye, miss.
Hello? Dr. Moon? Well, someone told me you were in the lobby. Why didn't you come up?
I'll explain why when you meet me, but you must come immediately. And without your security guard.
Why? I'm not allowed to go anywhere without him.
This is very important, especially to your grandfather's safety. Now, do anything you can. Send the guard on an errand. Go down the service elevator. But meet me at this address.
Taxi? Oh, Dr. Moon, it is so good to see you. You look tired. What is it? What's wrong?
Whatever was wrong before is going to work out beautifully now that you're here.
He's already tried to kill me. Isn't that proof enough for you?
I don't know what to think.
You know, if this is how Dr. Moon shows how much he loves you, just be glad he's not your enemy.
There must be some explanation.
Oh, there is. He's trying to kill us. Ow!
What happened to your hand?
Don't worry about my hand. Just worry about how much oxygen is in this place.
It must be nearly morning. Surely if this is a bank, then people...
It was a bank, Miss Benson. You see, all the buildings on this street are empty. They're going to be torn down soon. But I don't think we can wait for the wrecking crew. Stand back, please. Come on, let's get out of here.
Thank you.
Let's get you to police headquarters.
What?
You're going to tell Captain Barbera what your friend Dr. Moon tried to do to us.
No, I have nothing to say to the police.
Do you think he was playing games with us in that vault?
I have nothing to say to you or to the police. I don't even know who you are. Why should I trust you? Please, just leave me alone.
Well, part of your story checks out. What happened to your hand?
Oh, I just scratched it in my lab. What were you saying about my story?
The lock on the vault in the old security building looks like it was put in a can opener. But Miss Benson denies ever having been in that building.
Well, sure, to protect Dr. Moon.
Nobody's going to protect a man who tries to kill her.
Oh, yeah, she would. You see, Dr. Moon tried to kill those two scientists because they have denied him the Tovald Prize year after year. But they're not the only two men on the committee.
Now, he's not going to stop, Captain, until he has gotten to every single man.
Parker, where were you when those two guys almost bought it in the elevator?
I was at the cloning experiment.
And where was Dr. Moon?
He was conducting the experiment.
Case closed.
No, Captain, I am sure about this. You see, Spider-Man...
Spider-Man? Is that where you get this dingy idea, Spider-Man? Parker, when you hurt your hand, I think it affected your brain.
Go on, sleep. I don't need you. I have your mind, your knowledge. I'm going to make sure that nobody stops us now. Not even Spider-Man.
Mr. Parker, this is my grandfather.
Hello, Dr. Benson.
Please sit down.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Mr. Parker, Lisa tells me that you speak for this person called the Spider-Man.
I have had contact with him, yes, sir.
And he believes that Dr. Moon is going to try to kill me?
Dr. Benson, I wish you could convince your granddaughter to tell the police what happened to her last night.
And how do you know what happened to me last night?
I told you on the telephone, Spider-Man...
Was the one trying to hurt me.
No, you're wrong. You see, it was Dr. Moon.
No, Mr. Parker. I'm a scientist. My life is built on logic, and there is no logic in your accusations.
I'm a scientist, too, Dr. Benson. So can you tell me why your committee has denied him an award year after year?
How does that concern you?
I think the reason you passed him by might explain how he was able to be in two places at once on the night of the elevator crash.
Really? Now, this is ridiculous.
You were afraid of his experiments and where they were heading, and you didn't want to encourage him. Isn't that right, Doctor? You knew he wasn't going to stop at cloning a frog now, didn't you? He wanted to clone a man, didn't he, Dr. Benson?
I can't speak for Dr. Moon. If you want an answer to that question, you must ask him.
You know something? That's not such a bad idea. I was beginning to think you weren't here.
What is it? I'm very busy.
I wanted to talk to you when we met at the hotel.
Talk about what?
To discuss what a man like you goes through while he's sweating out the time to see if he's been chosen for the Tovald Prize.
You seem convinced it's going to happen this year.
After what I've heard and seen, I'd say you were a sure thing.
Such confidence. If I were so young and naive, I'd perhaps be able to enjoy these next few days.
Well, after they see what you've accomplished...
Based on past experience, I'll just be patient. If you excuse me, I'm busy with an experiment.
Oh. Here?
No, in my private laboratory.
Oh, well, this will only take a minute. Doctor, after seeing you clone that frog, I was wondering, do you think it'll ever be possible to clone a man?
I haven't time to waste on fantasy, Mr. Parker.
Is it fantasy? Dr. Moon, I have some theories that I would love to bat around with you. Now, maybe if I could stay and watch while you conduct your experiment...
I'm sorry, not tonight.
When?
When I'm less busy.
Don't forget now. I'll come back anytime.
Good night, Mr. Parker.
Good night.
Spider-Man really is. Peter Parker. Mr. Parker goes to the head of the list. It's amazing. You have the same personality traits I do.
Don't you think Parker has a dark side, too? You know, I know Peter is no fashion plate, but these clothes are ridiculous.
They'll do until you get into a real costume. Does he keep them in his apartment?
Now, where else would we keep them?
Parker will be going to work soon. When he does, we've got to figure out a way to get into that apartment.
That's no problem. The janitor has a spare key. I wonder if there's anything about Mr. Peter Parker that I don't know.
While we're waiting, let's figure out exactly how we're going to use you.
Yeah, can we figure this out over breakfast? Well, that's what Parker would say. The guy's always hungry, isn't he? What about him?
He's got enough sedation to keep him till we need him. All right, Mr. Peter Parker, Spider-Man. Your first breakfast.
You'd be a piece of cake. But I don't know why anybody would want to live in a place like this.
Well, let's get what we came for and clear out.
You know, it is really weird to know everything about an apartment you've never been in. I'm going to need this. And this. There isn't any utility belt.
Maybe he doesn't have a spare. But don't worry, I think I know where you can get one. Tovald Committee Costume Ball. That's it, the costume ball. As you'd say, a piece of cake.
You look just like Errol Flynn. Very dashing.
You made these?
Oh, no, I found it in the attic. Your Uncle Max bought it for a Halloween party. I just cleaned it up a bit.
Boots and all.
Don't you like it?
Oh, yeah, I like it. I love it, Aunt May. It's just perfect. What would I do without you?
Well, aren't you going to try it on?
Well, no, not right now. I've got to go.
Oh, But it'll just take a minute. I want to see if it fits.
Oh, I'm sure it fits. You know my size. How long have you been making my clothes?
Since you were that big. I remember how...
Oh, really, Aunt May, I have got to go. Mr. Jameson will just kill me if I don't get pictures of the guests arriving.
Oh, wait a minute, Peter.
Well, what is it now, Aunt May?
I forgot part of your costume. Here it is.
It's perfect. It's just perfect. Thank you. That is not bad. Oh, no. Oh, Aunt May, how could you have done this to me? This never happened to Errol Flynn. I need a costume. I've got the perfect costume.
Game's up, Parker. We know who you really are. Hey, relax, Pete. It's your reflex whatchamacallit. It's a dead giveaway.
It's a beautiful costume, Rita.
Oh, you know, that would have sounded so much better if you'd have just said, you look beautiful, Rita. But I guess I'll just have to settle for what I can get. Hey, you better get on in there and get to work. Mr. Jameson has this thing about employees earning their keep.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Huh. Miss Benson?
Until I came to America this time, I didn't know what a Spider-Man was. And now I see 3.
Yes, but only one of us can tell you what the inside of a bank vault looks like. Oh, and my hand is much better.
It is you.
I hope so. Security men all over the place. Any sign of Dr. Moon?
Mister, I don't even know what to call you, but you're still wrong about Dr. Moon.
I have a feeling we'll find that out tonight. That's right, Peter. I'm you, and you're me, and this is a gun. Now, don't try any tricks, because I'm thinking with your mind, and I'm one step ahead of you all the way. So let's go outside and get a little air. Put your mask on. Move. So, what's it going to be? Spider-Man tries one of his daring feats and fails, taking a fatal dive from the roof of the Hotel Blackwell?
We do think alike.
Well, almost.
two down. Parker and Spider-Man, right?
Wrong.
Help me. Maria, help me. Get Dr. Moore. Get him. This can't be happening.
What is it?
The acceleration process. I'm dying. As quickly as I was born. He can't help me know it can happen.
I'll tell him his plan for revenge didn't work.
Oh, it wasn't his plan. He had nothing to do with it. Make the committee understand. He's innocent.
Stand by 12X61, 2 calls. Tittaman, 415, 9417, Mandira.
Okay, Spidey, old pal. We find an old man up on the roof dead. We find Dr. Moon zonked out in his lab. Then we get a call from you telling us you'll tell us everything once we get down here. Start talking.
Get your hands off me, Barbera.
Captain Barbera to you, Spidey.
Mr. Jameson, I'll have your head on a silver platter.
Hold it.
Put that camera down, Parker.
But, Mr. Jameson, you said this is what sells newspapers. Action, violence.
Smile, Mr. Jameson.
Now, hold it, Mr. Jameson, just like that. One more.
You mean to tell me that you spent the whole evening with one of the most beautiful movie stars in the world and you don't have any pictures?
Well, I was going to take some.
Now, wait. Don't tell me. Let me guess. Somebody stole your camera.
No.
No. You forgot to take any film.
No, it was nothing like that.
Well, then what was it?
Well, she left early.
Why?
She got sick.
Oh. Was it anything serious? Maybe there's a story in that.
You know, I think you might be right.
But of course I'm right.
And I'll get right on it. But to do it right, I will need one thing.
Oh, of course. Your every request is my command.
All I need is a car from the motor pool so I can get from the
arena. A car? You want a car, that's all?
Thank you, Mr. Jameson. I was afraid you wouldn't understand.
Oh, of course I understand. Parker, did you know that for the first 10 years that I ran this paper, I rode the subway to and from work every day in all kinds of weather?
No, sir, I didn't know that.
I think it did me a lot of good. Just as I think it's going to do you a lot of good.
Does that mean I don't get the car?
Parker, you'll get a car from me the day that the Statue of Liberty roller skates down Fifth Avenue. Now get out of here. You're supposed to be at the airport in 30 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Here, sign this.
What is it?
The motor pool has to have a requisition,
Well, doesn't he have to sign it?
hasn't he?
Rita, you're a terrific artist.
I ought to be. Got my Ph.D. from the University of the Streets.
Passenger for Polo Flight 9, Paris, may now board at gate 15. Polo Flight 9, Paris, may now board at
Okay, people, take it easy. You'll all get your chance.
Captain, you have to stand right there.
We've all got a job to do, Parker. President-to-be is on that plane.
Welcome to New York.
Thank you.
President Calderon, there must be a reason you chartered a plane instead of using your presidential jet.
Oh, gentlemen, this is not a state visit. Today belongs to my daughter, Maria.
Isn't it unusual for the daughter of a president to enter a beauty pageant?
Oh, nowadays, daughters don't always ask their father's permission. Not even the daughters of presidents.
Miss Calderon, is this your first visit to New York?
No, I was here about 3 years ago when my father spoke for the UN.
What do you want to see on this trip?
This is your idea of a photo essay?
No, but you see, there was an awful crush. I mean, you wouldn't believe.
You're right, I wouldn't. The Times has pictures of the president's arrival. The Examiner has a 4-column spread on the president's daughter. What does the Daily Bugle have? You wouldn't understand these pictures at the Museum of Modern Art. Rita, get Connors for me.
Connors? You don't want Connors. I mean, as a photographer, he's got about as much taste as mashed potatoes.
Have you been listening in again?
Me and everybody else on the floor. He's rattling the windows, boss.
Just get Connors for me. Put him on that beauty pageant. And hold my calls.
You want it. You got it.
The reason I messed up today is because there was an even bigger story breaking.
Bigger than the arrival of the president of the newest democratic country in South America.
A man was kidnapped right in the terminal, Mr. Jameson.
Really? Half the police in New York at that airport, and you were the only one who saw it? Who'd they snatch?
Well, I don't know, but Spider-Man was there, and he would have caught him.
Oh, Spider-Man. You got pictures of all this?
No, I don't. But I'll get them, and I'll cover the pageant for you, and I'll get an exclusive interview with the president and his daughter. I can do it, I promise you, sir.
Parker, you have a job with this paper as a part-time photographer because it's always been my policy to help students who are working their way through college. But thanks to you, I am seriously considering changing that policy.
Coffee, Mr. Jameson?
I told you to hold my calls.
Okay, I guess you know the mayor better than I do.
No, never mind. Just wait a minute. Get out of here, will you, Parker? And the next time, will you bring me pictures and not excuses? Jameson here.
Morning, Mr. Mayor. It's nice of you to call.
Wish I had the nerve to talk to him the way you do.
Well, there are certain advantages to being a member of a disadvantaged minority, if you know what I mean. Actually, Mr. Jameson's not that bad. He just growls a lot.
Yeah, well, you better tell that to Connors.
But you're not giving up, are you?
Well, what do you think?
I think you've got a plan.
I think you're right. And part of it involves you doing a favor for a friend of mine.
A friend, huh? Mm-hmm.
Now, where would somebody go to have a picture drawn? You know, the kind that you have made just from a description?
Yeah, well, then your friend should get in touch with Ted Arthur in the art department. He's on assignment, but he'll be in tonight. What time does your friend want to come in? I'll make him an appointment.
Oh, no, you don't have to do that. I know the description. I can give it to him myself.
Mm-hmm. I thought you might. Oh, hey, listen, Pete. The next time you get a picture of that Spider-Man, please get him to autograph one for me, okay?
Will do, Rita.
Okay.
Will do.
That call from the mayor. He didn't call me. You called him.
Well, in all the confusion around here, it's hard for me to remember.
What confusion? You were deliberately getting that kid off the hook.
Now, why would I do something like that?
What happened?
We got the man from the embassy at the airport.
The airport? Did Salty reach Calderon?
No.
I don't know how he found out. But if he told Calderon that I was in this country, we will never reach the girl.
Don't worry. He spoke to no one. What do you want me to do with him?
Hold him here. He was one of those who backed Calderon when he overthrew my brother and drove me from my own country. I want him as a witness when President Calderon resigns of his own free will and names me as his successor.
Gee, I'm never going to be able to walk down those risers without tripping or something.
You'll be fine. Don't worry about
They
it.
go so fast.
Next group of girls, on stage, please.
Well, there's one consolation. Did you see that gorgeous group of guys that got to be our escorts?
Gentlemen, the most important thing for you to remember is courtesy and decorum at all times. Our young ladies are from different cultures and different lands. They're guests in our country, and we want them to enjoy their stay here. Since many of our young ladies do not speak English, I'd like first to assign those of you who speak a foreign language. Now, who speaks Italian? Portuguese and French? Good.
I can speak some Tavillian.
I didn't know Tavilla had a separate language.
Oh, yes, ma'am. It's a very difficult dialect of Spanish.
Oh, I see. What is your name?
Parker, ma'am. Peter Parker.
So, you say you do speak Tavillian?
Yes, sir. Si, sir.
Ajá, sí. Of course I see. ¿Qué clase de trabajo hace usted, señor Parker?
Beg your pardon?
What kind of work do you do?
Oh, excuse me. Physics. I'm a graduate student.
Uh-huh. And a very clever one. Clever enough to create a Tavillian dialect, so you will be assigned to escort my daughter. Why?
Well, President Calderon, I've got my men stationed at all the exits. Parker, what are you doing here?
Hello, Captain.
So you know this young man?
Yeah. Yes, I know young Parker.
Oh, the captain and I are old friends.
Oh. Then he wouldn't mind vouching for your character. He's to be my daughter's escort for the evening.
Well, yeah. Parker, he's okay. But me and my men will be there, too. You've got nothing to worry about.
I feel much better. Oh. Captain. A cigar?
Oh, yeah. Don't mind if I do.
They are the primary export of my country.
Mr. Parker?
Oh. No, thank you. I'm allergic to tobacco.
Papa, how do I look?
Wonderful. Miss Galaxy, at least. Gonna have my eye on you, Parker. Let me introduce your escort for the evening. Mr. Peter Parker.
For you?
How very sweet. Thank you.
You know Captain Barbera?
Yes.
Well, you better run along. You're gonna be late.
Bye-bye, Papa.
Have a good time. Thank you. Bye. Bye. Well, why are you just standing there? American security is one thing, but I want my daughter properly guarded.
That's the national dance of Pavilion.
No, Miss Warren's prep school, San Francisco. I'll be a sophomore at Stanford next year.
Well, no wonder you don't have an accent.
Not even a civilian accent.
That didn't work too well, did it?
It was a bold move, and Papa respected you for it. And I was flattered. Why don't you sit down while I go freshen up?
All right. Can I get you a glass of wine?
I'd love one, thanks. Excuse me.
So right here, darling. It's all right.
Hey, Maria, isn't this great? Did you see that gorgeous hunk I landed for an escort? Well, to tell you the truth, Kim, mine isn't so bad either. You're kidding. He's cute. Mind if I cut in later? Sure. Bye.
Parker, the men's room's over there.
Well, Maria's been gone for some time. I thought I'd better check.
You don't check. I check. Miss Calderon? Calderon?
Maria?
Miss Calderon?
Captain, you better get the key.
Yeah.
Captain Maria Calderon has been kidnapped.
Mr. Parker, your last assurance to me was that you will be responsible for the safety of my daughter.
Yes, sir.
Mr. President, don't blame Parker. My men checked the window to the powder room. There were iron bars mounted in the window. Somebody somehow tore them apart. Your own security people were there.
And between you all together, managed to lose my daughter.
We'll do everything possible to find her.
No. I want no action taken.
Well, sir, you can't just tie the captain's hands.
Any effort by the police or anybody else can only endanger her life. I will wait to hear from the kidnappers and pay any ransom they want.
You mean we're to do nothing?
Absolutely. And I want your guarantee, Mr. Parker, that this incident will not go beyond this room. As far as the world is concerned, my daughter has suddenly taken ill. And has to be confined to her hotel room. Is that understood?
You have my word, sir.
Good. Now, if you both excuse me.
Oh, boy, you really burned me up this time, Parker.
Well, Captain, you just said it wasn't my fault.
Oh, that was for the president.
Oh, thanks. You know, to spread those bars and get Maria out of there, to act that fast, now, wouldn't you think that that would require an enormous amount of strength?
So I'll put out an APB on King Kong. Tell me something, Parker. Whenever there's trouble, how is it that you always seem to end up right in the middle of it?
Just luck, I guess.
Mr. Alvarez, you are a traitor to Tavilla. When my father finds out, he will do anything I say. If he ever wants to see you alive again.
Yeah. Yeah, and kind of moon-faced. Oh, and a mustache. How's that? That's good. That's very good, but his eyes were a little bit smaller.
Moon face with a mustache and piggy eyes. Sounds like my brother-in-law.
Is this the man? That's him, all right. So you haven't seen this man before? Excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry. My fault, sorry. Excuse me, ladies. My name is Parker, Peter Parker.
Hi,
and
you're a photographer for the Daily Bugle, aren't you?
Usually, yes, but right now I'm looking for someone. And I wondered whether maybe you had seen this man around.
Paging Miss Peggy Christian. Your party is waiting at the escort gate. Miss Peggy Christian.
If I'd seen him, I'd try to forget it. But are you a freak for uglies?
Yeah, well, thanks anyway.
Well, Peter, wait. Don't you want to take our pictures?
Oh, well, you're all so beautiful. I'd love to, but I just ran out of film. Excuse me.
Hold it. Senor Presidente, the maid is here to clean the room. Should I tell her to come back later?
No, it's all right. Let her come in.
It is obvious you love her very much.
Lisa? Lisa Alvarez. What are you doing here?
Is it not self-evident?
Maria. What have you done with her?
She's all right. For now.
You are even more devious than your brother.
Gracias. I consider being compared to my brother in any way to be the greatest of compliments.
How much do you want? I'll pay anything you say.
You cannot buy your daughter's freedom.
Then what is it you want?
You cannot guess. Because of you, my brother died in disgrace.
Your brother? Your brother was a tyrant.
A word. But the name Alvarez still means power to the people of Tavilla.
And fear.
That is why they must welcome my return.
Your return?
Before the whole world on the day of the pageant, you will resign in my favor, ensuring a peaceful transfer of power.
Beeswax 1 to Beeswax 2. Are you there?
Beeswax 2, over.
Get the car. Circle around to the alley behind the White House. We have company.
loss, Parker. The car's a total loss.
Well, at least Peter wasn't hurt.
Yeah, I'm fine. You won't be for long. I should deduct the cost of that car from your paycheck.
Well, Mr. Jameson, the newspaper has insurance. And besides, it wasn't my fault. Somebody else hit me. I told that to the police.
This would never have happened if you'd been riding the subway. How did you get that car in the first place? I specifically remember telling you that you could not have a car from the motor pool.
Well, boss, don't you remember you changed your mind?
What?
Well, sure. Don't you remember? You said you wanted to go all out on that Calderon story.
Yeah, I remember that, but I don't remember changing my mind about giving Parker a car.
I guess you forgot.
Are you suggesting that I'm getting senile?
Oh, no, boss, but, you know, everybody forgets things once in a while.
I never forget anything where Parker's concerned. You would need a requisition to get that car from the motor pool. Now, get it. I want to see who signed it.
Well, I've got it right here. I thought you might be wanting it.
That's my signature.
I told you.
I don't remember, but that is my signature.
Well, boss, you got so much stuff to sign, you can't remember all of it.
Well, sure, I can remember being in this office when you've had stacks and stacks of papers to sign.
Maybe I am getting senile.
Oh, no, you just need to get away.
Yes, from you. And you. Go on out of here, both of you. Leave me alone.
Rita, that was beautiful. I don't know how I could ever thank you.
Well, if he takes that requisition to a handwriting expert, you can help me find another job.
But I must see the president. It's very, very important.
We have our orders.
But if you just tell him I'm here, I know he'll see me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Parker, but he said no one.
Sorry to drop in on you like this, Mr. President, but I have to see you.
So you are that Spider-Man I heard about. What do you want?
I want to help. But I must have the answers to some questions, and I must have them now if you want to see Maria alive again.
What do you know about Maria?
Sir, do you know a man looks like this?
No, I don't know him. I never saw him before.
Right. And I suppose you don't know a Mr. Sauti either.
You are very impertinent, whoever you are.
That might be true, Mr. President, but a friend of mine stopped by the Tavillian legation today. Oh, they weren't talking either. But there was a picture on the wall. A picture of Mr. Sauti.
I ask specifically no interference.
I saw this man kidnap Mr. Sauti. I'm sure he has Maria. And I think, sir, you know his name.
The name will do no good. Matsu. He's an assassin, skilled in the arts of death. In my country, the Alvarez family hired him many times to eliminate those they feared.
An assassin, you say? Not a kidnapper?
This time he wants to trade my daughter's life for my resignation so others will take control of Tavillia.
Others? That must be the lady that Mr. Matsu works for, Lisa Alvarez. Well, sir, it's no secret that if you resign, the Alvarez family will climb back into power. And once again, Tavillia will become a haven for terrorists.
I will not jeopardize the life of my daughter.
President, please, just tell me what you know. I think I can help.
I'm afraid I don't know very much. At the opening of the pageant, I am to make an announcement before international television and ask that Lisa Alvarez be restored to the power her brother held.
5 hours. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Kim.
Oh, hi, Peter. Got any film in your camera this time?
Not this time. Really, Kim, this is very, very important.
Sure, what's wrong?
You said at the disco that one of the chaperones went into the powder room just before Maria. Which one was it?
Oh, I don't know. But she was wearing an official badge.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure. They have her over us like mother hens.
That's terrific. Thank you.
As director of the Miss Galaxy Beauty Pageant, I can assure you that every single chaperone has been interviewed by Miss Hayes or myself. We see them personally before they ever get their credentials.
So then you have their addresses?
I've told you, there is no Miss, no Mrs., or Ms. Alvarez.
Ma'am, could you take just one more look at the photo, please? She may have used a different name.
You know, this could be our Miss Garcia. Here it is. 112 Parkland Place, apartment 11E.
Any trouble?
Come on, I'll show you.
Matsu, bring the briefcase, please.
You see, it's been quiet as a church around here. So I think it's about time we had the collection.
Don't worry. Senora Alvarez will not try to cheat us.
Matsu is right. Klein, Your money is right here. Climb, check outside. There may be others.
So, this is the Spider-Man. Let's have a look at this American Wonder Man.
There is no time for that. There could be others.
But I understand this strong one works alone.
We are taking no chances. Get rid of them. Now.
Please, think of what you're doing. Maria cannot hurt you. She is just a girl.
Don't beg for me. She's no different from her brother.
That is correct. And in exactly 1 hour, Tavilia will belong to me, as it did my brother.
All's clear outside. He must have come alone.
Good. Matsu, take care of them.
With pleasure.
Hey, I'm heading up security here, and there's been a slight change of plans.
Well, I don't understand.
As you know, my daughter Maria has been taken ill, and I would like to make a short announcement on her behalf.
Well, I'm certain that that will be in order, Mr. President. I'm just so sorry that she's not feeling well.
It would be easier for security if the president could make his announcement at the beginning of the program.
Oh, I'll see that it's arranged, Captain Barbera.
Hey.
Oh, and Mr. President, I do hope that Maria will be feeling better soon.
I'm sure she will. Thank you.
I have to get Maria to her father before it's too late.
Sam, you take the side, Lou, you in the back there. And you guys close, keep your eyes open.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our Miss Galaxy pageant. it's my great pleasure to be your host today as we crown the finest young beauty in the world. Won't you join me now in giving all these lovely young ladies a warm, enthusiastic American welcome? Come on.
How are we going to get in?
Come on, I'll show you.
Thank you, ladies, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin our festivities this afternoon, it's my honor to present to you the president of Tavilla, who has a special announcement he would like to make at this time. President Calderon.
Thank you. Thank you. It is with deep regret that I must tell you that my daughter Maria cannot be here today. It is with the same regret that I must make the following announcement.
Papa, wait!
Where is he? I want that Spider-Man. Peel off the exit.
Captain Barbera says they didn't find Muscle's body when they dragged the river.
Yeah. He's a clever one. I bet he survived.
I hope not. Meeting him once was enough for me.
Yeah. Peter, there's no way I can thank you or Spider-Man enough.
Oh, well, this exclusive is enough for me. I'm just sorry that Maria missed too much of the judging to win the pageant.
Well, there is always next year.
I think not. However, meeting Spider-Man was a unique experience. I'll always remember that.
And Peter, remember that tonight you bear even more responsibility for the safety of my daughter.
Yes, sir, Mr. Preston.
Good night, Papa.
Good night. Have a good time.
Thank you.
Hey, Peter? Aren't you forgetting something?
Oh, yes.
Too bad you're not Spider-Man. He'd find a way to get rid of those two.
Attention, please. This is Major E.W. Foster speaking. This tower is under siege. All of its occupants have been taken hostage by 20 armed, highly trained, disciplined personnel under my command.
newspaper people really lead glamorous, exciting lives.
Huh?
Well, you get to cover world-shaking events, like the opening of a brand new glass and steel beehive.
Oh, come on, Rita. This is one of the most modern, fully equipped, computer-controlled, and button-down buildings in the whole world.
That's fascinating, Pete.
Yeah, you're right. It's a beautiful building, and it can do everything but fly. But who cares? But if Mr. Jameson wasn't one of the honored guests at this shindig, the Bugle wouldn't even be covering it.
I'm him. Oh, pretty.
That's, Julie Masters.
The competition.
She sure is. She spoiled 4 of my best pictures last week.
Well, the way I hear you talk about her, she may be the competition, but she's definitely not the enemy. Not personally.
Well, no, not personally. But I better be catching up with her. She'll be giving me nothing but trouble.
Yeah, I'll see you.
Oh, please be back by 4:30.
Will do.
Now, don't forget, the handbrake on the car doesn't work.
Trust me.
Rita, this was the cheapest car I could find, so you better keep your eye on the temperature gauge.
Peter, if you don't get inside pretty quick, you're going to miss what's happening.
Yeah, that had occurred to me.
And of course, we also sought to incorporate in our design the ultimate technology available in the areas of security, public conveyance, and safety systems. And I think we succeeded. They are all computer-controlled, automated and monitored by a computer setup so sophisticated it even monitors itself, and therefore operates for the most part unattended. We are especially proud of how it integrates with the system of 452 solid steel fire doors which we developed for this tower. Furthermore, the 958 computer can sense and detect fire, precisely determine its location in the building, and signal sets of fire doors to close automatically. Now, this serves to seal off the affected area and isolate the source. And there are other unique features of the CIVA building. Occupied, this magnificent tower will provide a working space for 16,000 new employees. Now, that's 16,000 jobs that could have gone to the citizens of any other major city in the world. But Cross, Inverness, Vermeer, and Amato chose New York City to build their new headquarters. And credit for that choice goes to the people seated before you. And I'd like you all to join me in thanking them. First is Deputy Mayor Nugent.
So far, so good.
Duke.
Are you sure you got it all together?
Equipment's ready, sir.
No, that's not what I meant, and you know it.
Man, you know I like keeping my feet on the ground. Look, Major, I don't want anything to do with that scaffold.
Oh, come on now, Duke. It has a safety harness. Nothing can happen to you. Now, who's going to set up the explosives on that roof if you don't, huh? You have a job to do, Duke. Listen, nobody can do it better than you can. Nobody. And I'm depending on you.
Okay.
Next, the distinguished editor and publisher of one of New York's finest newspapers, Mr. J. Jonah Jameson.
Julie, what are you doing?
Called striking back.
Look, he's my boss. If I don't get a good picture of him, I'm finished.
Now we're even.
And lastly, the Vice President in charge of corporate affairs.
Wouldn't want to waste this on a couple of crash landing pigeons.
Come on, go, come on!
Operator, this is an emergency. Get me fire and rescue right away. Right. The CIVA tower. There's a man right over the side of the scaffolding. He's hanging underneath it.
Check that out. Listen, mister. Wait, a man just like you and I out in Vietnam, a real hot dog hero type. He's still over there. We couldn't find enough of them to ship back home.
Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Good. Mr. Farnham, how does it look? It's okay. Good. All right, let's go.
Take it easy. You're going to be all right. Take it easy.
What did you just do, Mr. Farnham? Mr. Farnham.
I told her we didn't just break in here. You see? Listen. No alarm. She hasn't made a sound. I asked her not to. We can do whatever we want now, and she won't make any protest ever. Yes. She's one of a kind. Beautiful, isn't she?
And fully cooperative, I hope. Now, you can revise the program.
Of course I can. She doesn't know how to say no to me. You see, the more sophisticated the lady, the more vulnerable she is to someone who knows her well. And we've spent a lot of time together, haven't we?
Some exciting things have been going on here. Register's going to have pictures of Spider-Man on the front page tomorrow. Will the Bugle?
Absolutely. I was with him every step of the way. In fact, I got him from a high, kind of dramatic angle. You know, any pictures taken from here will look like they were taken from the second floor.
Good. Now, you ready to take some pictures of that computer that Mr. Rio was telling us about?
Well, sure, just as soon as I reload.
Good. Let's go.
Sure, follow me.
Luke, you placed it and you beat it. How do you feel?
No more. Never again.
Well, Mr. Farnham? When, Mr. Farnham?
When she's ready. Remember, I'm convincing her to do something. Something normally she would not do. Now look at the monitor. You see, she thinks there's a fire in the garage. But not one sound of alarm. Soon she'll think there's a fire on every floor in the tower.
The elevator. What about the elevator?
She's put them in maintenance mode at garage level. Of course, I asked her to.
Mind if I tag along?
Well, you'll have to tag us an elevator first. They're playing hard to get. Yeah, well, you know how it is with a new building. People take elevators just for the fun of it. They take tours of the place and tie them up.
Just where is this computer room you're telling us about?
It's just a couple levels down.
Well, why don't we walk it? What's going on here?
It looks like we're trapped on this floor.
Please, everybody quiet, please. There's no cause for alarm. If you just give your attention to Mr. Rio here, I think that he can explain what has probably happened.
Okay. Now, I know you all heard me say that those steel doors were designed to seal off zones of the tower endangered by fire. But if there really were a fire, we'd be hearing an alarm by now. Now, I believe this condition is the result of a computer malfunction of some kind, and I'm sure it will correct itself shortly. Now, in the meantime, I suggest...
Attention, please. Your attention, please. This is Major E.W. Foster speaking. This tower is under siege. All of its occupants have been taken hostage by 20 armed, highly trained, disciplined personnel under my command. They have been given strict orders to harm no one who cooperates with us. Only those who oppose us or act against us need fear for their safety. The remainder of this message is directed to Deputy Mayor Edward Nugent. Mr. Deputy Mayor, responsibility for these people's lives is in your hands. You can protect them and buy their freedom by arranging a ransom of $10 million. $10
million?
Money is to be put in an armored vehicle and is to be driven to this building. Time is now exactly 2:20. Considering traffic conditions at this hour and the time necessary to assemble, count, and package that much currency, the armored vehicle has to be to this building no later than 3:47. The telephone on the tower level is still operative. You may use it to make your necessary arrangements. If you do not adhere precisely to my instructions, or if you inform the police and they decide to mount a counteroffensive, all of your lives will be terminated. Thank you very much.
You really think they'd kill us all? Listen, we've had a lot of dealings with terrorists lately. It's a mistake not to take them seriously.
Thing sounds impossible.
No, not really, sir. I mean, well, just imagine what would happen if somebody were to pump toxic gas into that air conditioning system.
That's right.
For that matter, excuse me, the structural integrity of this tower is provided by 6 strategic perimeter supports. Now, enough explosive force applied to any 2 of them, and it would topple like a house of cards.
Let's get to a phone, Ed.
Mr. Rio, I'm a scientist myself, and I understand something about computer operations. I know that some of them can work on a remote access capability, a telephone line.
Now, this one only responds to direct input terminal commands.
Well, what floor is the computer on?
The 18.
What if we were to shut down all the power in the building? How about getting Con Ed to just pull the plug on the place?
They can't. The building has its own power generator. Nothing would change anyway. The computer would continue to operate in its present mode of control.
So in other words, the only way that we're going to open the fire doors and release everybody is to somehow get to the computer and return it to its original program.
That's it. But considering the fire doors on intervening levels, it'd be like trying to crack a bank vault with a set of drafting tools.
All right. Thank you.
always cool when we find out who we're dealing with, will you?
Yeah. Yeah, I got it. Anything else? Good. We can use everything you can tell us about. Well, you certainly have. Thanks again, Colonel. Appreciate the cooperation.
What'd you get?
Foster, EW, Major U.S. Army. Bronze Star, 3 Purple Hearts, DSC, etc., etc. Dishonorary discharge, May 15th of last year, putting in 18 years. Got caught with his hand in a black market cookie jar.
Angry, bitter, and persecuted.
And brilliant. High marks in commandability, tactical know-how, and composure under fire. We're up against a battle-hardened pro.
Well, I'll see.
Operator, let me have the computer room, 1802.
She's doing just fine.
Hello? This is Lieutenant Ramirez. I'm with the New York Police Department. I'd like to speak with a Major Foster, please.
You got him. State your business, Lieutenant.
Major, I've been authorized to tell you that the city is already working to comply fully with your request.
Oh, that's very good. Then there's nothing further for us to discuss.
Now, begging your pardon, sir. There are a few points I'd like us to go over.
Oh, yes. Nice try, Ramirez, but I know the routine, so forget it. There's nothing for us to negotiate.
Yeah, but Major,
As you were, Lieutenant.
We can forget talking him out of it. What's the status of those tech boys we mobilized?
Chopper's on its way now.
Chopper. Probably a tech chopper, just off the roof. Enough plastic explosive up there to blow that roof off.
Spider-Man.
What?
He's the one that saved me. He could have disarmed the explosives. They might be moving in right now.
No, they aren't. We would have heard it if they opened that door. No one is going to disarm that. Mr. Farnham. Attack, counterattack. Ready?
She's ready.
Maximum air velocity.
charge here. Although I don't know what I did to pull this duty. Hey, I appreciate what you did. Thanks. Hey, Schechter, go down below and take a look at that door down there, will you?
Wait just a minute. The other side of that thing is packed with plastic explosives. You lift the top off of that and you'll blow the top 5 floors of this building clear to Jersey.
Yeah, and they come down pretty hard on littering over there, don't they, huh? Well, that's why I keep a bomb boy on the squad. It helps hold the whole group together. Hey, Schechter, go down there and give me a second opinion on that door, huh?
No!
All right, Mr. Farnham. Out the sleeping gas to the floors above.
Right, it's a real hot one. The door acts as a detonator. Opening it would be like hitting the switch.
Oh, isn't there anything you can do?
It'll take a couple hours. The building ought to be empty first.
Well, then back off. I better check with Ramirez first.
Now, what's happening?
Now I'm afraid it's the air conditioning acting up.
A couple of hours? All we got is about 14 minutes.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, Lieutenant, because we don't have any options up here.
Let me have the microphone. Lieutenant, this is Spider-Man. I could get into the computer room through the window.
Forget it. We've run out of time. They've won the skirmish. I'm having the money brought in. They could have planted explosives all over the building. You pop through that window and maybe all we get is a big bang and a lot of dead hostages. No. I say we pay and try to nail them when they leave.
I might be able to try another way.
I don't think you have a chance. Anyway, I got a pretty tight psych pro on the leader. Says he was raised on the honor system. Keeps his word. Walter, listen up. Get your team into that chopper. I want you ready to track that armored car in case it leaves with Foster and his group.
All right, Lieutenant.
Attention, please. Attention, please. It seems that the police department has foolishly decided to mount a counterattack. I am forced, therefore, to take countermeasures to ensure that no further interference occurs. Now, some of you are already feeling a little drowsy. In a few moments, you'll all be asleep because of the sleeping gas that we are pumping through the air conditioning vents. Mr. Deputy Mayor, please tell the police department to have that ransom delivered exactly on time. $10 million just pulled up in front of the building. Tactics, tactics. Major Foster for Lieutenant Ramirez.
Yeah, I know a tech team on the roof wasn't part of our deal. Yeah, but listen, the money's here. But I want your word on the safety of those hostages.
You have it. Now, no more chit-chat, Lieutenant. I want that $10 million loaded onto the window washer's gondola.
You got it.
It's been a pleasure doing business with you, Lieutenant. Shut down the air conditioning, lower the gondola.
money is loaded.
Now, is the elevator that's going to take us to the basement level in working order?
She didn't like it, but she'll do it.
And all we need is for you to time the destruction of the computer to occur a few moments after we get to the basement level.
You're not serious. Destroy this beauty? That's not funny.
Yes, Ramirez? Thank you very much, Lieutenant. Have the gondola brought up to this level.
You were kidding about what you said, weren't you, Mr. Forster?
Have the gondola brought up to this level.
Yes, sir.
Have you finished setting it up?
It's all ready, Mr. Forster.
Are you positive? Now, I don't want your feelings for this hunk of electronics to get in the way of this operation, Mr. Farnham.
It's done, Mr. Forster. Duke attached the explosive device. A few moments after we're in the tower basement, it'll detonate, and she's gone. I hated to do it.
Very well. Now, hurry up with those backpacks. Come on, Mr. Farnham.
Allie, you all right?
Peter.
Julie, are you okay?
Yes, but where were you?
Oh, I got zapped by the gas out in the hallway. Stay here, okay? Mr. Jameson. Mr. Jameson, are you okay?
Yes, I think so.
You'd probably be a lot more comfortable in this chair. Can you make it?
If you'll help me.
With pleasure, Mr. Jameson. There we are. All right, you rest there.
Thank you.
Julie, just stay here. It's gonna be okay. Just relax.
Major Forster. Whee, I gotta hand it to you.
Well, we're not out of it yet, but thank you. Where's Farnham? Mr. Farnham, we're waiting for you.
Go ahead. I'm adjusting my back. It's so heavy. It sure is. $2.5 million heavy. Major, what about Farnham?
Go and look. Could he get back to the computer in time enough to prevent it from blowing up?
No way.
Good.
He's gone.
We don't need him. He can't hurt us. Come on.
Yeah, but the money...
Come on.
Farnham? I know you. We took a class together at the university.
This wasn't necessary. She could have been disconnected. She might have had a few components removed, that's all. It would have accomplished the same thing. But no. He had to cripple her.
Who? Who crippled her?
Mr. Forster. He didn't understand her. He didn't like her. He didn't care.
Then he should be punished for what he did to her.
Yes.
He should be caught and punished.
It would be fair if he were punished for doing this.
If you tell me where he is, I'll see to it that he's caught and punished. I promise you.
Are you all right? Yeah, I'm okay. Now, you think you can make it? Yeah. Come on, Twinkle Toes. Hold it. Hold it 1 minute. We don't have time for this turkey to rest.
Let's not get excited. We're almost finished here. Let's not get overrun. Are you all right?
Yeah, let's go.
Come on. Better go and see what happened to him. Go on, Hannah.
Let's leave him.
It sounded like somebody attacked him. Go on.
Come on, we're almost out of here now. Look, Hannah, go on.
Give me your pack. I'll hold it. Go on, Hannah.
Sally told me you were here. There's something I got to tell you.
What's that?
I was pretty upset when you went to the slammer.
Well, how do you think I felt about it?
Hey, stop that. I'm being serious.
Yeah, I know you are. And I do appreciate it.
How did you know Mrs. Gray wasn't guilty?
I don't really know. You know, I never knew anyone who had absolutely no defense at all like that. It's kind of hard to explain, really. Rita, look, you know how I am about filing. Now, I've got to find one here on a guy named Amos Dalton. The file should be about 11 years old. Will you find it for me?
Sure.
Thank you.
Where will you be when I find it?
Home.
Flight 49 from Los Angeles, gate 14. Flight 49, non-stop from Los Angeles, now arriving gate 14.
I've just been robbed. Now, it's top secret. Secure the terminal.
Yes, sir. I'll help you to a safe.
Secure the terminal now.
File room. Oh, hello, Mr. Jameson. Yeah, I know where he is. I'll call him right away. Yes, sir. Well, Peter, Rita, the airport's been quarantined.
I know you people got word of the quarantine on the press wire, but this is not a crisis. We have placed one terminal in quarantine because a passenger may, and underline may, have come in contact with a communicable disease. Now, this is just a precautionary measure to determine if, in fact, there is any danger, if anyone has been exposed.
Well, can you identify the disease and tell us the flight's origin?
No, I'm sorry.
Well, how long will the quarantine last?
I don't know.
How many people were on the plane?
The health department officer in charge will be able to answer all of those questions just as soon as he finishes his work.
Oh, Peter, I'm sorry.
Julie, how come you're only a klutz when I'm taking a picture? If the whole airport is quarantined, why can't we go down and meet the passengers as they're released?
Right. Why do we have to stay up here?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very sorry for the inconvenience, but we do not want to create a panic. The situation will be resolved in a few minutes, and I have to ask you to please remain here.
You'd think we had the plague. It's the first time I've ever been locked in an airport before.
Why didn't the guy give us more information? The whole thing doesn't wash.
Got anything, Julie?
Nothing much. This place is crawling with security.
Via London is now in its final boarding stages at gate 7. Passengers from flight 10
Where you go? Princess got to be behind the rope. Oh, yes, I realize that, but that's Jim McGann of the FBI. I know him. He wants to talk to me. Okay, Jim, what's going on here? Peter, you're supposed to... Excuse me, are you with the health department? I don't believe we've met before. No comment. Well, perhaps you could comment. What is your name, sir? Peter, I said no comment. All right, let's go.
What is that?
Peter Parker, reporter from the Bugle. Hey, Jim!
How did you get out there?
In a coach pulled by 12 mice.
Funny. Isn't that Jim again? Why would the FBI be involved in a quarantine situation?
Well, maybe it isn't. Maybe they're just passing through.
Accident, huh?
Got it? Is that empty? Yeah, figures. Whoever put this one together is probably long gone by now.
Well, I'll open the terminal and we'll keep some heavy security on for a while in the area, just in case.
From London, gate 4. Flight 30 now arriving from London.
When you're not being a klutz, you're really very nice.
When I'm not being a klutz.
Truth?
No, I don't trust you.
Hey, that hurts me. It really does. Peter, I don't think that's at all fair.
Since when have you ever been fair?
Well, it'll be different from now on. See, I had to prove myself. You know, small town girl in the big city, on trial, needing a job. You understand.
I do, and nothing has changed.
Look, the jokes and the flip talk, the competing, I mean, that's part of me, but not the most important part.
It's what I see and what I hear.
I'm not tough, really. I'm not manipulating. I'm not self-sufficient.
Oh, so actually you're just kind of a cream puff, huh?
You've got to believe me. It matters. I guess I kind of need you to like me.
I do.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? I have good news. The incident is over, and it was no crisis.
What do you mean?
I mean, the passenger we were worried about turned out to have a bad cold. Nothing serious. Again, I'd like to apologize for the inconvenience, and thank you very much for your cooperation.
You believe him?
Like I said, it doesn't wash.
You quarantine a whole airport because the guy has a cold? Okay, I'll see you later.
Okay.
Jim, come on. How about telling me what's going on? Would you prefer no comment or a lie? The FBI doesn't get involved in a quarantine, and that guy in there is no health department. picture. Now, what's that? You're wasting time, Peter. Forget it. That's the girl who took the photograph of me. Stay with her. My car's in the annex lot. Do you need a ride back to town?
No, thanks. My bike's there, too.
Out here. See you later. All right, follow her. Are you okay?
Yeah, well, just don't stand there. Find it.
Certainly I know McGann. I also know the other man in this picture. Sergeant Evans from the State Department.
Well, what was he doing with McGann at the airport?
Well, how should I know?
He didn't want to be identified, but he was giving orders. Now, why would the State Department and the FBI both be involved in a simple quarantine case?
Have you tried the Health Department?
Mm-hmm. And they back up McGann. But Rita has a friend she called at the department, and they have never heard of any quarantine.
Well, you may be right. There isn't much to go on.
Add the fact that Julie Masters' camera was stolen and then thrown away after the film was removed. Now, somebody was very, very anxious not to have their picture taken.
Government people?
Well, I don't know, but clearly the government was involved.
I've got some connections to the State Department. I'll call them, see what I can find out. I'll get out of here.
Hey, Pete. Still no answer at Julie's. And her editor doesn't know where she is.
Terrific.
So, what about the quarantine at the airport that everybody's pretending didn't happen?
Mr. Jameson is letting me dig into it.
That's great. That's not great?
Well, yeah, it is, but...
Listen, Pete, he has to pay you more money if you write the story. And even if he pays you the stringer rate, why, you could get as much as...
Yeah, I know all that, Rita, but...
But what? Listen, you can always use some extra bread. You borrowed $10 from me yesterday. And now that you're about to get a double paycheck this week, you are decidedly gloomy.
It's just that I'm worried about Julie.
Word's out that that lady can take care of herself.
Not against guys like the one that stole her camera. Okay, Rita, I'll see you later.
Well, where are you going in case Mr. J wants to reach you?
I'm going to hang out at Julie's apartment in case she shows up. Oh. What?
You are the sly one, I'll tell you that.
Rita, cut it out, would you?
Me? Listen, Pete, she works for the competition. That means you are supposed to compete with her. You see, not aid and comfort her. She's the enemy, remember?
Just keep trying to find her, will you?
I have the NATO defense plans. Price? $2 million. Of course I remember my original proposal. Where money is involved, I never forget. I raised the price because the documents are more valuable than I thought. I don't like delays. You trying to stall? I get verification from your government and arrange to have the money delivered by Tuesday. If you can make it any sooner, so much the better. Keep in touch with my office.
Tuesday?
Waiting around could be dangerous, but we have no choice if we want top price. Let's stay undercover.
I developed it, but it's new film. It's never been exposed. There's nothing on it.
Now, wait a minute. That's the film I took out of the camera. Maybe she didn't take a picture. Maybe she just...
I saw that woman take that picture. Now, we are sitting ducks on $2 million worth of NATO defense plans if anybody sees that photograph.
Does the girl who took it know you?
What difference does that make? The State Department people and the FBI know me. What if they see those pictures? We can assume that this woman is a photographer for a metropolitan newspaper. Find out who she is, where she lives, where she works. I want the negatives and the prints that might have been made from them. The negatives and the prints. No mistakes this time. No excuses.
Right.
Rita, call the State Department. Get me Mike Callahan. See if he can put me in touch with Arnold Evans.
Okay, I'll try to reach him at... Mr. Jameson, when would you like to see Mr. Evans?
What do you mean when? I want to see him as soon as possible.
Walked in to see you, Mr. Jameson, when your secretary said you were trying to reach me.
Yes, it was. Sit down. What do you say to that?
It's not very flattering.
Don't hand me that fairy tale about the quarantine at the airport.
I won't.
You're not going to convince me that you and McGann were prowling around the airport just because some incoming passenger had a slight cold. I wasn't born yesterday, you know. What do you mean I won't?
Some enormously valuable and embarrassing documents were stolen from a courier at the airport. We closed things down as fast as we could, but we were too late. They got away. But you're right. The quarantine was a cover story.
My man Parker saw through that story.
Well, I thought he might. That's why I'm here. I do hope, sir, you're going to put a muzzle on Mr. Parker.
You're asking me to kill a page one story.
That's right.
Sounds like an attempted cover-up of some bureaucratic mess.
Oh, it's a mess. And we do want to cover it up, but it's not bureaucracy. This is national security. The standard excuse. That's right. But this time it's more than just an excuse. This time it's a very real crisis, and we do need your cooperation. All right, you've got it. Thank you. Now, please keep this discussion strictly confidential. We're contacting the police and other possibly involved persons. They're to keep hands off. We can't risk anyone but police and the FBI getting near this case. I give you my word. If we go public, your paper will get the beat. All right.
Coming into the building. Probably nothing. No sign of the girl. What about the negative and print? Over.
Got him. I'm going to bind these and then check around and make sure there aren't any others.
You had company while you were out, ma'am. This guy, a two-bit burglar.
Two-bits is about all he could get in my apartment.
These creeps will grab anything they can sell to a fence. You wouldn't believe what they'll steal.
Murphy, this is her pad. Will you let her in? Hi, Julie. I'm afraid there's been an attempted burglary.
I know. I saw your men outside.
I don't think they got away with anything, but you better take a look around.
Sofa, chair, plant. I could check the cupboard and see if the pancake flour is still there. Horrific. I've lived here 3 days and already I'm ripped off. What are you doing here?
I was just driving by. What's happening?
Some guy just ripped off my plate.
You're kidding. Well, did they take a lot of stuff?
I don't think so.
Julie, do you think maybe I...
Oh. This is Peter Parker. He works for the Bugle.
We know each other.
Lieutenant
Murphy, come on. Is this walkie-talkie yours?
I never saw it before.
Unusual. A cheap rip-off artist doesn't stay in touch with an outside man.
Maybe I just attract a better class of burglar.
Excuse me, what are these ashes here?
Looks like burned photograph. Or melted film.
I didn't burn anything.
Did you have any pictures in here that anybody might want destroyed?
I can't imagine what.
Why would this guy take time to set a fire? Are you sure there isn't something embarrassing or incriminating?
Mm-mm.
Wait a minute. This morning at the airport, you were taking pictures. Have you developed them yet?
Yes, and made a proof sheet. But they weren't important or significant. The negative and the sheet are gone. I guess that's what's left.
Were you one of the reporters covering the airport quarantine?
Yes.
Like you say, it's probably nothing. Just some kook gets a kick out of setting fires.
Well, no, wait a minute, Lieutenant. You said yourself that the use of a walkie-talkie is very unusual. I mean, there's more to it than that. You see, these pictures were taken at the airport. Now, Julie's camera was also stolen at the airport. The FBI was involved, and so was the State Department. Don't you see? It all fits. Everything is connected to the airport. On top of that...
Peter, the airport is out of my jurisdiction. I don't know anything about it.
Well, yeah, I know that, but... Well, I just thought maybe you could check it out.
I'll touch base with the detectives. Don't hold your breath. Julie, you get this back after the trial. Ciao.
Notice something kind of strange about Martinez when I mentioned the airport.
Yeah, he really lost interest.
Oh, I don't think so. I think he gained interest and was covering it up.
Why?
I don't know. Let's just say I've got a hunch, and if I'm right, you could be in a lot of trouble.
That's ridiculous.
Look, why did they steal your camera? Why did somebody break in here
By the way,
and burn your...
how did you know my camera was stolen? You weren't with me.
The cop told me about it at the airport.
Yeah, well, it still doesn't mean I'm in danger.
Julie, the man who stole your camera wasn't a thief. He threw it away. What he wanted was the film.
Could be. The police found the empty camera and returned it to me.
Okay, then you just stay put until I figure this whole thing out.
Now, look, Peter, if you think
Just
I'm
don't let anybody in this apartment that you don't know.
Nobody is going to hurt me. You've been taking panic pills.
You've been taking stubborn pills.
Goodbye, Peter.
Are you absolutely sure that there was nothing on that burned-out film that anybody else might want?
Nothing. Shots of the airport manager, the plane on the ground, one of the guards. Who care about any of that? Goodbye again, Peter.
I tell you, Carl guaranteed the film was burned. Are you afraid the police will make Carl talk?
Well, the worst that can happen is that he'll be sentenced to a few months in jail, and after that, well, he'll collect $500,000 for keeping his mouth shut. But the girl who took the photograph of me, she saw me.
But she doesn't have the picture anymore.
She saw me. She knew I was there. The authorities have a look at the mug books. She'll find me and identify me.
She will not identify you.
Who's there? Who's there? Lieutenant Martinez, please.
I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm going to have to keep an eye on Julie while I'm digging into this story.
The activities of a rival photographer are not my concern, and they shouldn't be yours. Let the register handle it. I've got another assignment for you.
Earlier today, you agreed that I should cover this story. What happened to change your mind?
I followed through on the airport situation with my contacts. The authorities are handling the matter. In the meantime, you're going to cover the opening of the flower show.
You've got to be joking.
Yes?
Telephone call for Peter.
Since when does he get calls on my phone?
Oh, that's all right. I'll take it. Hello?
I just wanted to tell you that I stopped taking stubborn pills.
Julie, what's happened?
I think somebody tried to break in.
Look, don't take any chances. Just call the police.
I have. They're on their way. I just wanted to apologize. Oh, they're here now. Everything is okay.
All right. Take care. Another attempted break-in at Julie's. Now, do you believe me, or do you need an affidavit?
I don't care. I want you to get over to that flower show.
Okay, just as soon as I can. But for now, I'm going to Julie's, just to make sure everything's all right.
I don't pay you to go to Julie's.
Checked everything, Julie. No sign of a prowler.
I didn't just imagine somebody tried to break in here.
Well, I didn't think you would. But whoever it was had a chance to leave before I got here.
Great. What do I do now? Wait for him to come back?
Well, we're hoping he doesn't, but you can always call us back again. The only thing is, I'm afraid I just can't stay here.
I understand.
I'll take another look around outside before I leave. You make sure you keep your door locked.
Thanks.
Murphy, come on.
City desk, please.
I could, but what if you have some friends who come in while I'm gone?
Oh, good point. Look, I'm grateful. I'm also kind of at a loss for words. I mean, I know you're Spider-Man, but being face-to-face sort of blows my mind.
Just make sure that after I'm gone, all your windows are locked as well as your door.
I can't spend my whole life locked up in here.
If you don't stay in here, you may not have much more life.
I can't even get in touch with anyone. The phone is dead.
It'll be fixed.
Well, thanks. For what it's worth, I'm too scared not to be careful.
I did have her, but she got away.
I don't pay you to call me with excuses.
But I couldn't help it. Spider-Man stopped me.
If you
can't handle a job, hire someone to help you, but I want that girl taken care of.
Okay.
Who's there?
Peter.
Are you alone?
Yeah, I left the butler downstairs with my footman and chauffeur.
Want to know something? I'm really glad to see you.
Want to know something? I'm glad to hear that, but Julie, you're trembling.
Some character came in through the window and grabbed me before I knew what was happening. Then Spider-Man shows up out of nowhere and scares them off.
Really?
Yeah, well, the question is, what do I do now?
Well, what we've got to try to do is figure out who is trying to get to you and why.
I've tried.
Okay. Let's start with what we know. Now, it figures that somebody wants a picture that you took, most likely from the airport. You must have taken a picture of the man who's after you.
I told you, the only pictures I took at the airport were of the plane that was quarantined, the airport manager... Hey, the guard!
What guard?
All right, this sounds crazy, but when you shoved my arm, I took a picture of a guard, and he didn't seem to want to have his picture taken. Suppose he really wasn't a guard.
Yeah, that could be, but you don't have the picture anymore. Do you remember what he looks like?
I think so. Well, let's go back to the airport and look for him.
If he was a phony, he wouldn't still be at the airport.
Probably not.
But we could go down to the newspaper morgue and buzz through some mugshots. Maybe you'll spot him.
Okay.
Now, look, if we don't get a lead on this character, you have got to hold up here.
If I wasn't so scared, I'd argue with you.
I don't believe it. For once, we agree. Julie, wait! Lieutenant Martinez, please. This is an emergency. I told the police that Julie was kidnapped. They say they've got to wait for the kidnappers to make a move. I don't know, a ransom note or something.
It's customary procedure.
But this case is different. Government agencies have been involved in a cover-up right from the start. Now, you've got enough muscle to get to the bottom of this. You've got to help Julie.
I don't have that much muscle.
Mr. Jameson, a girl's life is at stake.
The government has put on the clamps. I was approached by the State Department and asked to keep this very quiet. National security. The FBI is carrying the ball.
They're looking out for government interests. I'm looking out for Julie.
Well, obviously, all the agencies will try to help a kidnap victim.
Oh, yeah, so long as it doesn't interfere with national security.
If you've got any information, I'll pass it along to the FBI.
No, I told the police everything I know.
Then we're stymied.
No, wait, there's one lead. There's one lead that we haven't followed yet.
Huh? What's that?
The guy in jail. The guy who broke into Julie's.
The police questioned him for hours. They got absolutely nothing out of him.
That's right, so why keep him there?
Are you suggesting that any criminal who refuses to talk should be released from jail?
What if the Bugle were to put up his bail money?
That's ridiculous.
It's our only chance. If he's out of jail, I'll follow him, and maybe he'll lead me to Julie.
The Bugle's not about to throw away $5,000 on some criminal who'll undoubtedly jump bail. He'll figure out he's being released so he can be followed. He'll lose you and refuse to go near any of his associates.
But Julie has been kidnapped. She could be killed.
But call her paper. Let them put up the bail.
and maybe get a beat on the story if the kidnappers are captured.
Against my better judgment. Give me the accounting department.
.72.
Very good news. As you know, I was unhappy about having to wait until Tuesday. I can deliver the papers this afternoon. You have the money ready. Wonderful. I'll see you in an hour. We're clearing out. Check the apartment, make sure there's nothing there to connect us.
What about her?
She could identify us. A situation you'll have to correct.
Right.
Who's there?
Carl, open up.
How did you get out?
Bail, you put it up, didn't you?
No, you were set up.
Set up by who?
Were you followed?
No, I was careful.
Of course you were followed. Why else would they let you out?
No chance. I was real careful to see that nobody followed me. In fact, I wore this. Nobody would know me.
Oh, I'm not even going to talk to you. Get rid of her. We're clearing out fast.
Operator, this is Office 7241 of the Empire State Building. Tell the police there's a kidnapping in progress.
Thanks. Please get me loose before any newspapermen show up. I've got to get my camera. Hey, what are you doing? I need the pictures.
Okay. Here, I'll take these off your feet. There, you should be all right now.
Oh, wait, finish up.
Here come the Marines. You'll be all right.
Hey, why did you take those pictures? I need them. Who's gonna get them?
Absolutely sensational. This is page 1. I don't know how you did it.
Well, to tell you the truth, Spider-Man took that picture and he gave it to me.
I don't care who took it as long as we can use it. It's a great job.
As a matter of fact, if it hadn't been for Spider-Man...
Well, it doesn't really matter. I'm only interested in the end results. On the other hand, are you trying to tell me that you couldn't do your job if it weren't for Spider-Man's help? Why am I paying you?
For pictures, Mr. Jameson, just like the one you have right here in your hand. Right, Pete?
Right.
Man, you left yourself wide open in there. A few more seconds, Jameson would figure out some questions you might not want to answer.
Like what?
Oh, I don't know. Would you like me to try and think of some?
Can you tell us something about your plans now that you're a free man?
Had any experiences in prison you'd like to share with us?
Are you going to write a book?
Are the conditions in this prison as bad as we've been led
I'm
to
not
believe?
prepared to answer any questions at this point in time. I will say this. The technical violation of campaign law which occurred several years ago is in the past. I'm going to ask that you leave it there.
How would you rate your political future? No regrets?
Oh, I have regrets. My status under the law regarding politics and public service is permanently inoperative. However, my desire to serve the people of this state is unchanged. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Colbert, just between us. My sources indicate that you have hopes of getting involved in prison reform.
I don't know who you are, and I don't know how you came by that information.
I'm Julie Masters. I'm with the Register.
Off the record, the answer is yes.
But prison reform is government connected. You just finished explaining
That's
that.
a special ruling by the Board of Corrections.
That's not an easy thing to come by. How do you plan to get it?
Delicately. That's why I don't want any publicity, because it would damage my chances. And now you could damage my chances. But I trust that you won't, and that's all. Thanks.
For he's an innocent fellow, for he's an innocent fellow, for he's an innocent fellow. That's finally, finally free. You didn't think I'd do it, did you?
No, I didn't. I sure am glad you did. Last time I heard you sing was in a campaign plane, grounded by snow in that little town of Freight.
Fort Jervis. I was doing advanced publicity for you.
Where to, folks?
The Bugle building, please.
He said yes?
He said he'll see you, reluctantly. I know, Mr. Jameson. It's going to take a lot of convincing to get him to your side. I wish I could do more, but...
You've already done far more than I thought anyone would do, Rita. I've got to get him to listen to me.
I don't have to listen to a convicted felon, Mr. Colbert. And I never did like your brand of politics either.
Your editorial page has made your position very clear over the years. Why did you agree to see me? To take personal pot shots at me?
Because of that young lady out there. And incidentally, she has an ally in Mr. Parker here.
I'm here because I need your help, Mr. Jameson. I need someone of high stature, of high standing in the community like yourself to intervene with the prison board on my behalf.
Can you give me one good reason why I should go to bat for you? Huh? Just give me one good reason.
Time. And the thousands of discarded men who are running out of it and who are running out of patience as well. The conditions in that prison aren't fit for animals. I've seen zoos with bigger cages.
Well, you know what it's like. I mean, prisons are supposed to offer some kind of rehabilitation. And in fact, they do. For jungle survival. Certainly not for life in the community.
So what makes you think that Colbert here can do a better job than the experts who've tried and failed?
Because I've lived it. I know what the problems are. I know what causes them. And I want an opportunity to do something about it. I want to make a contribution. Call it retribution if it makes you feel any better. But I need your help.
You know, we've got an opportunity here not only to help, but also to get a good story out of this.
Well, I need some time to think it over. That's the best I can offer you right now. If I do agree, the Bugle gets an exclusive, and Parker goes along to cover the story.
Not so good, huh?
Well, he didn't say no.
But he didn't say yes either. And I'll bet he didn't give you any indication of when he would say yes.
Well, I think if you believe in something strongly enough, you have to keep after it.
Rita, would you buzz Jameson right away, please? There's been a riot at the state prison. The ringleaders are a couple of guys named Cates and McTeague.
I knew it. I knew it was coming.
Jim, do you think you could do anything about this?
I know those men. But by the time Jameson gets finished thinking it over, it's going to be too late.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Excuse me.
Wait just a minute, Rita. I'm not so sure this is a good idea. I think...
What's going on out there?
A prison riot. That's right, state prison. The inmates have taken hostages, they have control of the security office, and they won't negotiate with the superintendent.
Well, let's get somebody on it. Parker's still out there, isn't he?
So is James Colbert. He thinks he could turn the situation around. The Bugle is in a position to do more than just cover the story, Mr. Jameson. Why don't you give Colbert a chance? Help him to get inside that prison.
Rita, what kind of a hold does this convict have on you anyway?
He may be a convict to you, But to me, he is a dignified human being that gave me a chance once at some self-respect when I really needed it. Mr. Jameson, he gave me my first job, one where I was trusted and given the responsibility I knew I could handle. You know, you get pretty down on yourself when you realize you are nothing more than the corporation's token black.
Is that what you think you are here?
I would not be here if I thought that.
Good. Here's my agenda for the day. Get busy on it. After you've put through my call to the Board of Corrections.
All non-riding prisoners are ordered to stay in the exercise yard until further notice.
Look at that. Look at that set of wheels.
Well, it's the guys from the newspaper. They're going to put us in the headlines.
That's our ticket out of here.
What?
I can hotwire that thing and nothing flat. Drive right out the gate.
Yeah, and right into 6 months in a hole in a permanent reservation in this pig pen. Hey, do us all a favor, okay, big time? Forget it, huh?
McTeague's right. I've seen a lot of cons try, and I've seen a lot of cons fail. So back off.
Back off of me, big man. Maybe you want to go out of here in a rubber sack. But not this con. You on the end. Yeah, you have it. Come on, stand up. With the biggest shield I could find. Come on. Come on! Up against the wall, hands high. Up! Come on now. Let's move.
No, let me. Yeah. Hey, I said I'd contact you if and when I had anything to say, huh?
Hopeless. I told you you were wasting your time, Colbert.
Warden, may I talk to him? At least let me try.
Take it on the extension.
McTeague, this is James Colbert.
Hey, Colbert. Gets in your blood, huh? What's the matter? Can't stay away? What do you want?
Just hear me out, that's all I ask.
What for? Why you?
Well, you're going to have to talk to somebody eventually, McTeague. I've faced your problems, and I understand them. And you know that I do.
But they're not your problems anymore, so what can you do about them?
Well, with your cooperation, I can help you get what you want out of this. Now, what do you say that we get together and talk?
We are talking about it.
Be easy over a cup of coffee.
Hey, just slow down a minute there, Slick. First of all, I have a list of conditions.
We're gonna go. Get out of this tub.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm not through. I said no guards, no guns, and no warden.
I'll agree to that.
McTeague, what do you say to a reporter?
I say lousy. A reporter?
He doesn't want you involved.
Now, look, I mean, you made a deal, and he's making a mistake. More than that,
You all right?
Yes. Yes, I'm fine. I was just thinking, maybe you shouldn't pressure him right now. Maybe you should start negotiating and bring me in later. I'll just back out of here for now.
Well, it's your point, McTeague. I'm going to see you alone. I'll see you in a few minutes.
All right.
Open it up! Drop the gun! Drop it! Don't make a widow out of his wife! Open it up! Put down your gun! Put it down!
Okay, Colbert, like a statue.
He's clean.
Right on.
Solids. Real solid, yeah.
Well, you pulled it off so far, but we got a long way to go to make this caper work.
Don't worry. You guys just stop the riot and make me look like a hero.
It's in the works.
And that reporter, is he gonna blow it for us or what?
He'll be trouble.
Well, what can't you get rid of him?
For now, I have gotten rid of him. But Cates is right. We have a long way to go. I had to agree that he could cover me. He'll be back.
And he could still blow this whole caper.
I'm going to see that he can't. Next time his name appears in a news flash, it will be in an obit column.
There's a whole long list of grievances still to be thrashed out, but I've got to tell you, Jim Colbert really handled those inmates during the riot.
After 3 days of negotiation, all you've accomplished is the concert at the prison.
Well, the negotiations on the other things are still underway.
Why? Command performance by my administrative assistant.
Well, Jim thought that some live entertainment might help to settle things down. So, he asked me to sing.
All right. But my deal with Colbert still stands. I want you there, Parker.
Don't worry about a thing, Mr. Jameson. Now, Mr. Colbert is going to meet me at my apartment, and we're going to arrange all the coverage.
Yes? Good.
Hello?
Pete, it's Jim Colbert.
Oh, hi, Jim. I thought you'd be here by now.
Yes, I thought so too, but I'm running behind schedule here at the prison. I think that you're going to have to meet me here. Can you leave now?
Yeah, sure. Just leave my pass at the gate.
It's already done, Pete.
Oh, wait a minute. What about Rita? We were supposed to pick her up.
That's right. Stop there first.
Bet.
Hey, better shake it. We've got customers out there.
Little case of the jitters?
The giant economy size. Whew.
We have just a few loudspeakers left to position, then we should be ready to go soon.
Okay.
I told you, I'm a reporter, and I've got to get into that concert.
Fella, there's no pass here for anybody by the name of Parker. Sorry, but no pass, no play.
Look, Mr. Colbert, James Colbert, now he was supposed to leave it for me, and I was supposed to pick it up.
Yeah, I know Mr. Colbert. He arranged for 2 passes. His and the gal that was with him. I let him in before.
Was that a young black woman with short hair, kind of attractive?
Yeah, I figured she was with the show. I checked out her guitar. Hey, listen, do you want me to try and contact Superintendent Bishop? Are you okay?
Yeah, sure.
What about my calling the superintendent?
No, thanks. It's all right.
Time for your intro. Okay. Okay. Now the reason you're here, a talented, beautiful performer. And now, Miss Rita Conway.
In my reflection, I cannot see what kind of person is inside of me. I'm basically honest and easy to know, but who am I? Tell me, where am I trying to go?
You know, we better move it, Catesy, because the next loud sound we hear ain't gonna be the sound of applause.
Who am I? I want to understand who I am. Silently I lie asleep, trying to decide for me who I am and what I will be deep inside. Who am I? I am someone that no one else can be, just like the ocean can never be the sea, and a flower.
Rita, it's Jim. Talk to me. Are you all right?
Oh, wow.
Don't anybody move. Stand right there. Hey, Laura!
Rita, I want to talk to you about Colbert. Did he take you to the prison before the concert?
Yeah, he picked me up at my place.
I was supposed to take you there, remember? He called me at my apartment at the last minute and canceled our meeting. Said he was running way behind schedule or something. I don't know. Anyway, I was supposed to pick you up, and we were both supposed to meet him at the prison. So I opened the door to my apartment to leave, and kaboom. He lied to me, Rita, and he lied to you, too.
But why?
That's what I'd like to ask Mr. Colbert. Now, do you know where I can get in touch with him, where he is, his
You're
address?
back. Good. You were with Colbert now. Where are the riot pictures?
Oh, I didn't get any.
Spider-Man saved a man's life. 2 convicts escaped, and you didn't get any pictures?
Escaped? Who escaped?
Case and McTeague. They went over the back wall during the commotion.
They're the ones that Jim negotiated with after the riot, aren't they?
Yes, they are, and I have a feeling they got to talking about something other than a new work furlough program.
What are you hinting at?
I'm not hinting at anything, sir. I am saying that Colbert set this whole thing up so he could bust those 2 out. He's been... I'm sorry, Rita, but that's the way it is.
Excuse me.
She'll get over it. Come to my office. I'd like to find out why you blew that assignment. What's Colbert doing with a couple of long-termers like those cons?
Maybe we should run it through the riddle box. What do you get when you cross a disgraced Politico with an ex-biker, ex-boxer, and an over-the-hill aerospace technician who got caught taking home a few circuit boards in his lunchbox?
Beats me. I haven't the foggiest.
Well, maybe we should ask Rita. She's been working this riddle longer than any of us.
Parker, wait a minute. Parker!
So, how did I do?
Well, it was better than the last time.
Look, did I make it or didn't I?
Oh, sure, you made it by a mile.
Hey, Peter, wait!
Oh, not now. I'm sorry. I can't wait.
Great! Listen, we did have a date. I was supposed to meet you here.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I apologize. Something big has just come up. I'll have to make it up to you later.
Oh, yeah? Well, not good enough, friend. You're on some kind of a hot lead, right?
Back off, would you, Julie? I'm really, really in a hurry.
Look, you beat me 6 ways from Sunday on the Colbert story. Is this connected?
I'm not kidding. I'm leaving.
We gotta try something else.
Just like that, we threw out a whole year's planning? Why?
Because the cycle won't make the leap. Here, let me tell you something, Slick. We must have done about 1 million jumps this morning, right? Am I right? And I only made it once. By this much. So what's wrong with using a chopper, huh?
We just can't fly a chopper over the city. They'd spot us on radar like that. Forget it. There's no other way.
I know it's risky. We just have to take our chances.
Hey, I'm the one that's putting it on the line. It's my ticket that gets canceled.
Now listen. There's 50, maybe 100 million bucks in that vault on a top floor. The only other way is the elevator. It needs the manager's palm print to program the elevator to stop at the vault level. If I could get him to do it, I wouldn't need you. You'd still be under the rehabilitative care of the good people of this state. You're going to make that leap. We're going to do it today. Somebody there?
Rita!
Hello, Jim. Be all right if I came in?
I was just getting some papers together. I was just about to leave.
It'll just be for a minute. I have to talk to you.
Come in. Wrote a lot of campaign speeches here, Rita. Wish that's what I was doing now, believe me.
What are you doing, Jim? A lot of people are saying things about you. Terrible things.
I'm not surprised. That's just one of many attitudes that's going to have to be dealt with and changed. Once a con, always a con. You've heard that before.
And I don't want to believe it, Jim, but... I found this in my guitar case. And I know you lied to Peter about picking me up.
Yeah, that's right, I did.
What?
Everything people are telling you is probably true, Rita. So you'd better believe it.
But why? What for?
Because I'm going to get something out of this for myself. That's what for. I put every cent that I ever earned and all my energy into a political career. It took years of planning and work. Constant travel. A couple of hours sleep in airport lounges night after night. One speech after another, one speech after another, till my throat was raw. And for what? I'm convicted for accepting one campaign contribution I don't even need. I make a minor misstep, and my whole life is blown out of the water? Is that fair? Is it? 14 months in jail? In that god-awful rotten hole? I didn't lie about that. If you're not an animal when you go in there, you're an animal when you come out.
Jim, I gotta go.
Now, Rita, I'm afraid that I can't allow you to do that. I have a gun in the drawer, Rita. I would rather not take it out. Now, cooperate, please. Cooperate. Case? McKee? Tie her up in the garage.
I'll handle it. Something I've got to finish out there before we go.
You better move her car around back so nobody will spot it.
Yeah.
That's not too tight, is it?
There are far worse kinds of pains, mister. Believe me.
It's going to make a lot of noise. Don't let it frighten you.
What are you doing?
Whatever you're doing. You're not going to get rid of me, so why don't you just level? What's here?
Don't go away, all right?
Go ahead. It's okay. Come on.
I don't know what's here. Let's just say I'm playing a hunch.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's just say we're both playing your hunch.
Julie, why don't you do us all a big favor and go away?
Any day now. Peter, I'm sticking with you for this story, whatever it is. Now, you can't change it, so why don't you just cool down and be nice? I'll give you some light.
Tie them up, too.
They can finger us, you know. Yeah.
By the time they get a chance to, we'll be sitting pretty with $100 million where nobody can find us.
Oh, yeah, that's just great. They'll go off and join some school for the deaf and dumb, right? Huh? Sit down. That's what I told myself just before I was busted the last time. But listen to me. This is not the way to go.
There's not going to be any killings. Now get that through your head. Now get moving.
You too, Kate. Let's go. Let's get moving. I'm sorry, Rita. But don't worry, you won't be hurt.
That man's crazy. I don't know about you, Casey, but if we pull this job off, I'm gonna pay a visit to that garage on the way back. I ain't gonna let anybody walk around that can put me back in the pig pen. Those three, they gotta be iced.
Hey, man, can you give us a hand with this thing?
Here's the invoice.
Take us to the roof, Mac.
My name is Carlos.
Carlos.
Okay. How could Colbert get his hands on $100 million? Did you hear them say anything?
No, only what you did when they were in here.
Wait a minute. Colbert was on the banking committee. Now, they paid him off and fingered him to save their own skins. It was all part of some kind of international foreign exchange currency commission or something like that. They claimed that he forced them to make campaign donations.
Yeah, that's what they said, that he offered them his vote on international monetary issues if they...
Yeah, well, what was the name of the company or the bank? Or what was it, Rita?
IFMM, International Financial Monetary Merchants.
Yeah. They're in that big security building downtown. Colbert must have figured out some kind of a way to crack their vault.
Go ahead, Peter. I'll go with Rita.
Yeah, go, Peter.
That doesn't look too far.
That's 18 feet, exactly. Yeah, and you try an 18-foot jump with a 30-foot run.
Parker. I'm with the Bugle.
Who's your appointment with?
I don't actually have an appointment, but I have reason to believe that someone is making an attempt on your vault.
Yeah, me too. There are over 100 million reasons right up there in the vault. But let me tell you something. There ain't nobody gonna crack this, baby. There's no way to get to it. And even if you could, it's pick-proof, bomb-proof. I mean, you even touch the surface of that door with a match, a torch, an explosive device. Bingo. All the bells start ringing. Alarm system's heat sensitive.
Yes, I'm aware of that. What I'm saying is I think someone might have figured out a way around all of those things.
Uh-huh. Well, maybe they have, but they ain't here yet. I'll call you when they show.
It'd be smarter if you called the police.
We do our own policing around here. Thanks.
That is a computerized ultrasonic sensor.
Oh, yeah? Well, what's this supposed to do?
That is going to open the safe for us. It's going to do it without setting off any of the alarms that are sensitive to vibrations or to heat. Pretty smart, huh?
Yeah. Not bad for an old con.
Look at that.
All right, we can look at it later. Let's do it.
All right.
That's it. Let's go.
I think the door is really shut on these guys this time.
You a witness, sir?
I'm sorry, Rita. I know this was a pretty bitter pill for you.
Well, sometimes the medicine does leave a bad taste, but it does the job. I'm okay.
Hi, Rita.
You're late.
Yeah, I know. I had to stop by the lab and check out those proofs on the mayor's press conference.
You better get in there. He's having a bad day. Mr. Jameson, Peter's here.
It's about time.
I'm sorry I'm late, Mr. Jameson. I got hung up at the lab.
You have a special assignment up in Westchester, and it's something that concerns me personally. Now, sit down. Do you happen to remember the Harvey Kirkwood incident a couple of months ago?
Yeah, sure. He was an arms manufacturer, right? And he got killed in some kind of an accident?
Yes. I knew Kirkwood. We belonged to the same clubs. He was kind of a hot-tempered guy. You know the type?
Yeah, I sure do. Well, was there any kind of foul play?
No. I'm convinced the accident was just that, an accident. But take a look at this. I got this letter from his widow, Lisa, last week. Does that look to you as though someone is trying to bilk her out of her money?
She says here how the house is haunted by the spirit of her dead husband.
Well, that's utter nonsense, but I'm afraid she's bought it. The Kirkwood fortune is set up in a living trust that Lisa controls. After her death, it all goes to charity, including a hefty share for the Associated Helping Hand.
Your favorite charity?
Well, that's beside the point. I happen to like the lady. She called me this morning. Sounded very confused and frightened. Half of her servants have quit because of this ghost business. She's going to sign the entire trust over to some business called the Psychic Research Institute, run by some man named Polarski, on Harvey's instructions. I convinced her that she should wait until you drove up to Kirkwood, took a look around. You'd better do it right away. I have a feeling that it's urgent.
Why me?
Well, you're a graduate student in physics. I figure you could spot a phony when you see one. And there might be a story, huh?
Okay. I'll get on it right away.
I know I can trust you to be tactful. This lady's been through an ordeal in the past few months.
Don't worry, sir.
I know you can hear me, Harvey Kirkwood. Please tell us what you want. Harvey!
I feel his presence.
I'm here. Why do you disturb me?
It's Harvey's voice.
We want to know why you have remained here. Why are you earthbound?
Guns, rifles, revolvers, bullets. I can find no peace, no rest. My wealth was grounded in death. Men killing. Lisa,
I'm here, Harvey.
release me.
Hello, I'm Peter Parker from the New York Daily Bugle.
Oh, a newspaperman, huh?
That's right. I have an appointment to see Mrs. Kirkwood.
We don't care too much for newspaper people around here.
I'm trying to help Mrs. Kirkwood if I can. Now, will you open the gate, please?
Okay, but you better be good to the missus. Now, this here road will take you right straight up to the big house. Don't wander around, because the late Mr. Kirkwood kept part of the estate just like his own private zoo. And some of the animals roam free around the enclosure.
Oh, that's terrific.
Just stick to the main road.
I'll do that.
Baron, stop it. Behave yourself. Good dog. Mr. Parker, I'm Lisa Kirkwood.
Peter.
Mr. Jameson tells me you might be able to help. I'm just about at my wit's end. I don't know what's real and what isn't anymore. This desk was in perfect order an hour ago. We heard noises, and the maid came in and found it like this. I called Dr. Pilarski immediately. This isn't the first time it's happened. And that isn't all. I discovered this. Now compare that with this letter of Harvey's. The handwriting's the same. I have no doubt.
Well, it does look like the same handwriting, but I'm no expert.
I've been researching the psychic field for over 30 years now. I try to gather enough data to substantiate any claim to paranormal phenomena. There is an abundance of evidence in this case.
Such as?
4 different witnesses have seen a light materialize over this chair.
Well, Doctor, a light can be rigged. A note can be forged.
I wish it were that simple to dismiss. But I'm afraid there's too much that's happened. Footsteps in the hall upstairs. Doors slamming in the middle of the night. Glasses broken. I haven't been able to sleep. My staff has left me. But I don't care. I'll do anything to help Harvey find peace.
Oh, I'm certain we're all interested in the truth of this matter. Are you a believer, Mr. Parker?
I try to keep an open mind.
Perhaps you could help us get to the truth.
How can Peter help?
Now, he's a photographer. He could come back tomorrow and try to photograph the apparition. It might satisfy all remaining doubts.
This is the film you requested, Peter. I personally haven't had a chance to try it, but several photographers have had success with it in ghost hunting.
Thanks, I'll let you in on the results.
Good.
It's a pretty impressive setup you've got here.
Very few people realize the pains we go through to authenticate phenomena. We're about to conduct an experiment on a subject's ability to influence magnetic fields. You're welcome to observe if you wish.
Oh, no, I really should be getting back up to Kirkwood.
Oh.
Dr. Davis.
Yes.
Do you believe in spirits?
I'm not sure. Parapsychology is a young science. But tales of hauntings have been recorded for centuries. They represent a rich collection of phenomena that are not easy to ignore.
Have you ever heard of an Anthony Pilarski?
Of the Psychic Research Institute? I don't know him personally. I met him 3 years ago at a colloquium. I found his book, Ghosts of Hudson Valley. Interesting.
Do you think he's legitimate?
Oh, I never heard anything to the contrary. But that doesn't mean I would vouch for him. I don't know his work well enough. I prefer phenomena that can be brought into the lab and tested under controlled conditions. Telepathy, psychokinesis, clairvoyance. Very few ghosts are willing to come to the laboratory and be tested.
Harvey died in an automobile accident at dusk. It still scares me when it gets close to that time.
It's understandable, Lisa. It hasn't been that long.
Oh, it isn't the length of time. It's just that I feel terribly guilty about it. Harvey and I didn't exactly have a harmonious marriage. In fact, we were fighting most of the time. Screaming and yelling at each other. Throwing things. I don't even remember what set it off. But he stormed out. Some men drink. Others drive fast. But I can't help feeling that he'd still be alive if we hadn't had that last fight.
He's here.
Stay close. I think we better see what's happening. Try not to be frightened, Mrs. Kirkwood.
I'm trying, but it isn't easy. in front of our bedroom.
Where's that coming from?
In the attic. But it's been sealed off for years.
I'd like to check it out.
I don't think you can get up there.
Maybe I can from the outside.
How did he get in the attic?
Doesn't really matter. That should take care of Mr. Parker.
Peter? Peter? Are you okay?
Oh, yeah, sure. I just slipped while climbing down.
What happened?
I don't really know, but at least I got a couple of pictures. So there was something there.
Yes, you were not hallucinating.
Hallucinating?
What you saw could have been a hallucination, caused telepathically and projected by yourself.
Oh, but then I wouldn't have been able to photograph it.
Correct. You have a number of theories in parapsychology to explain hauntings. None of them are very satisfactory.
Dr. Davis, are these pictures from some other hauntings?
I'd prefer to call them unexplained phenomena. One theory I find particularly interesting is that an object holds on to psychic impressions, and a sensitive person can touch it and receive those impressions.
Psychometry.
Well, if an object can do this, then perhaps a room or a whole house can retain the impressions of an individual, like Harvey Kirkwood.
No, the force I felt was much too strong to be any kind of impression. Doctor, is it possible that these effects could be faked?
They're totally a fraud, done with lights and a projector.
Well, then how about mine? Do you think they're authentic?
Look here. This pattern in the light, too intense. And these beams could have been projected. But it's impossible to tell for certain. Your Kirkwood haunting bears further investigation.
You're supposed to be a scientist, and you bring me back pictures of ghosts.
Well, what if she isn't being taken?
Are you trying to tell me that that ghost is for real?
No, I'm not telling you it's for real.
Well, of course it isn't for real, because there isn't any such thing.
I'm just saying that there is phenomenon here that is worth looking into.
What phenomenon? Have you gone crazy?
Mr. Jameson, there is an entire department of parapsychology at the university. Now, are they all idiots?
Yes, they are. That's all a lot of bunk.
I see. Well, you can stick your head in the sand, but you can't make these things disappear.
I could take you off this assignment.
But you won't. Not until I've checked out all the facts. And I think it's time I go and have a good look at the Institute of Psychic Research.
I told you you wouldn't get him to change his mind.
Rita, he would not budge. I mean, I have never met anybody who is so closed to new ideas.
Well, you know what happens to people with an open mind. Garbage falls into it.
Yeah, well, if anybody wants me, I'll be picking up some garbage at the Psychic Research Institute.
Julie was trying to reach you. She's at the Psychic Research Institute.
Julie? Well, how come?
Checking out the Kirkwood story, too.
But you have to admit that there is a lot of fraud in the psychic field, Dr. Pilarski.
Oh, of course there is. And also much that warrants investigation.
Like the ghost up at Kirkwood?
Well, now, how did you find out about that?
The cook quit and needed money, so she contacted the Register. They knew I was working on a story about hauntings, so they turned her over to me.
Well, I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to talk about it. Mrs. Kirkwood has requested no publicity.
Look, Dr. Pilarski. Now, there's a lot of bad press on so-called psychic phenomena. You have an incredible track record in ghost hunting. I may not believe it completely, but if you can prove it to me, I'll back you in the article. Something as big as the ghost of a well-known figure like Harvey Kirkwood could clinch it.
You're a very persuasive young lady, Miss Masters. But I'm afraid my answer is still no. It would cause me to break faith with my client. And you wouldn't want to put me in that position, would you?
You have to have an appointment, and the doctor's booked up through next week.
That's all right, Mary. I know Mr. Parker.
Hi, Peter.
And now, how did your photos turn out?
Well, there was some evidence of light forms, but nothing concrete.
Well, could you send me some copies? I could use them for the file.
Well, sure, I'd be delighted. Doctor, do you keep files on all of your cases here? I'd be very interested to know how you operate an institution like this.
Well, we're mainly a non-profit organization. Our funding comes from donations, a research grant now and then. Everything is open here. You're quite welcome to look at our books.
Thank you. I'd like to do that.
Now, let me see then. Yes, you might find these duplicate files to be interesting. They explain my work much more eloquently than I could. Take them and study them at your leisure. Oh, might I suggest, Miss Masters, that you join Mr. Parker? You'll find quite a few fascinating cases there for your article.
Thank you.
Well, go ahead, take some. What?
Seen a ghost?
Here's a guy who died about a year ago, and he left his trust to Pilarski in the Institute.
Are you suggesting Pilarski might have knocked the guy off?
No, he had a history of heart trouble. His death was expected.
What is it then?
Well, it's just so similar to Lisa Kirkwood's situation. The will, the living trust. The idea could have been planted. Well, it's probably nothing.
I need something real. I've got to get up to Kirkwood, but Mrs. Kirkwood won't see me.
No, she doesn't like reporters. But I've got to tell you, I am less concerned with the story than protecting her.
How?
I don't know.
Our situation has improved. We have closed the merger with Simpson Jennings Steel. And I am pleased to report a 10% rise in profits in the first
Play
quarter.
that tape so much, I'm sick of his voice.
Have to keep in shape. I'm pleased to report a 10% rise in profits in the first quarter. We were lucky he was so public.
No, my friend, we were lucky he had that accident. I couldn't have planned it any better.
Everything's ready. I planted the device in the library.
You're sure no one saw you?
I'm sure.
Now, what about Parker, Doctor? I thought you said he couldn't survive your ultrasound treatment.
I don't know how he did. But if all goes well tomorrow, it won't matter.
Are you positive she'll sign?
The lawyers are already preparing the documents. Then I think it would be appropriate if Mrs. Kirkwood joined her lately departed husband via a similar accident.
Kirkwood called. She said it was urgent.
You go right ahead, Miss Parker. Mrs. told me you were all right for a newspaperman. Now, you know about staying away from the animals.
Sure do.
Right.
I know Mrs. Kirkwood would talk to me if I could just explain that I'm not trying to give her bad publicity.
Sorry, no chance.
Look, doesn't she want to kill all the rumors about hauntings and ghosts and, well, to be honest, about her being so upset that she's behaving irrationally?
She says she wants no part of no news people, period, and that's it.
Peter, I'm so glad you could come before dark.
What's happened?
I'll show you. Baron, come on. Baron, come on. Baron, it's all right. Come on. You see, I can't get him into the room.
Here, let me try. Here's a good boy. Come on, Baron. Come on in the room. Come on, boy. Here, Baron, come here. What's the matter with you, Baron? Come here. Now, come on. Over here, boy. Come on. In here, Baron. Come in here. Well, there are lots of reasons why a dog might be afraid of coming into a room. He could have been beaten in it once.
Of course. I'm concerned about that, too. The theory is that animals are more sensitive to spirits.
So in other words, Doctor, it's your theory that the ghost is settled in this room.
That's right. I think we should discount the dog unless we can verify it.
How?
We could try an experiment with one of the animals from the estate. Well, there's no possible way that the animal could have been in the library.
You mean bring one of the wild animals from outside into the house?
In a cage.
Starting to get dark.
Well, if there are no objections, I'll make the arrangements.
Oh, please do. I'd like to put this to rest once and for all.
Doctor, how long will it take you to get set up?
Half hour, I guess.
I'll be back.
Masters, I hope you realize that in a few more seconds, you would have been that bear's dinner.
How do you always manage to be in the right place at the right time?
Stay away from here. It's too dangerous.
Look, Spider-Man, I'm very grateful for your help, but I know something is going on up at that mansion. I have to get up there.
Don't be a fool. Go away.
We've been waiting. We're ready to begin.
I'm sorry.
He's not coming out of the cage. It's gone.
Something bothering you, Mr. Parker?
It shouldn't, but it does.
Well, I don't create these situations. I either prove or disprove them.
Well, maybe we should try this experiment in another room.
The experiment is sufficient as it stands.
I'm not satisfied.
I don't have to satisfy you.
I've seen enough. Thank you for your concern, Peter, but I think you should leave now.
All right, Mrs. Kirkwood.
If the documents are ready, I no longer have any doubts. I'll do whatever Harvey wishes.
Thank you. A drink,
No, thank you.
just to mark the conclusion of a very difficult time.
All right.
comfort, contentment, and happiness.
I'd settle for peace of mind.
Lisa, can you hear me? Lisa?
Good night, Mrs. Kirkwood.
Didn't you hear Harvey's voice just now?
Harvey?
Lisa, come to me, please.
You must have heard that. Just now, again.
I'm sorry.
Must be going mad.
Of course not, Mrs. Kirkwood. Often a message is directed to and can only be heard by one person.
Lisa, can you hear me? Lisa.
Are you all right?
Lisa, come to the garden.
I feel so strange.
Would you like me to call a doctor?
No. I must go.
Julie, what are you doing here?
What's bugging you? Why shouldn't I be here?
Look, there are times when a story is not the most important thing in the world.
Particularly when you've got it and I'm trying to get it.
Anything I get, I will share with you. I just don't want you to get hurt.
How? By whom?
I think Lisa Kirkwood's in danger.
Where is she?
The house is a couple hundred yards that way. Why don't you go call the police? I'll see if I can find her.
She's on her way.
All right. Sounds like our pussycat's ready.
Put the phone down. Don't turn around. Do exactly as you're told and you won't get hurt. Stand perfectly still.
Lisa. Lisa.
You're all right, Holmes. Don't worry, I'll have you untied in a moment. Now, this is how they did it. When the cougar tried to come to the opening, he was forced back by an electric charge. Your dog was kept out of the room by high-frequency sounds that humans can't hear. Lisa, I'm calling you. Gantz learned to imitate your husband's voice. I found stereo speakers concealed in the room.
I've been such a fool.
You wanted to believe, and they made it easy for you.
I think it's time I left Kirkwood. I'd like to travel for a while.
That sounds like a terrific idea.
What about the trust?
I'll change the will, of course. Charity will get it. It's what Harvey really wanted.
anybody want to read about these things in a newspaper? What's so fascinating about old coins anyway?
Well, not much to me, but maybe to a collector.
Yeah. This was given to me by an old acquaintance of mine, Weldon Gray. Have you ever heard of him?
He's a rare coin dealer, right?
He just bought 5 of the rarest coins in the world at an auction in London for $800,000.
Well, that's a little out of my price range.
He's given me an exclusive to come over and photograph the coins. I thought we might make a feature story of it.
And you want me to cover it?
That's the general idea. Get over there.
One way or another, I've been fascinated with coins since I was a small boy. These don't mean much to you, do they, Mr. Parker?
Anytime somebody spends close to $1 million for a handful of change, I'm impressed.
Well, it's not just the dollar value here. There's excitement, mystery, romance. If I was wealthy enough, I would never sell any of these coins. I'd keep them all for myself.
Most collectors get caught up like that, I guess.
Well, it's not just the collecting. I fall in love with each coin. With some men, it's painting. With other men, it's money. Of course, with others, it's beautiful women. I certainly don't discount beautiful women. That's my wife. My ex-wife, unfortunately.
Yes, well, maybe you could give me a little of the history of these coins.
Of course. This one here was minted in 1913. It's one of only 4 that were produced in error by the U.S. Mint. The other 3 were just... What's the matter?
Nothing. I thought I heard it.
Locked that door myself, and I'm the only one who has a key.
Don't move. Now turn your backs. Don't look around if you want to stay alive.
All right, get the safe. It was broad daylight. You had to see something.
Just before I was hit, I saw that wall over there. You can check that out.
Peter, how about you?
I saw the same wall and then a terrific view of the floor. Look, if I had any information about the theft of $800,000 worth of coins, don't you think I'd tell you?
Are you insured?
What's that got to do with anything?
Probably nothing. You saw a hand and a gun. You heard a voice.
And then the voice was muffled.
This is supposed to be an ordinary rob. Why would an ordinary thief disguise his voice?
Or hers. Afraid, maybe, that they might be recognized.
Hi, Lieutenant. Room for one more in here?
Yeah, let her in.
How did you beat me here? News of the robbery just came over the ticker.
Yeah. You're Julie Masters. I remember you. You covered a coin show that I lectured at once. Mr. Parker was here when the robbery occurred. They knocked him out.
Are you okay?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I am. I just shouldn't nod my head. It might fall off.
Oh, well, don't let that happen. You may need it again.
Okay, Julie, go ahead and take your pictures. I have an investigation to conduct.
Right.
Did you get anything with your camera?
Nothing that I think you can use. I may have gotten one picture of the gun in the hand.
I want it. I want all the pictures you took. Something might show up.
All right, I'll process the film and get you some prints.
I'll be at the paper to pick them up. 5 rare coins were stolen. How would a thief dispose of the coins?
Any collector would buy them.
That's a big help. Okay, Pete, get on those prints. I haven't got much else to go with. Come here.
I'll have them for you in 1 hour.
Everything on the desk.
How you doing?
Maybe too well.
Come again?
I won't be sure until I run off prints, but the negatives show I took a picture I never took.
You know you're not making much sense.
Yeah, well, neither does this extra frame of film. It appears to be a picture of a lady holding a gun.
Hey, maybe that door was open a little extra, and you got a picture of the lady who was about to belch you into dreamland.
No, I would have seen her.
And I don't get it.
What does she look like?
I won't know that until I have a print of the picture.
Well, it'll be good news for the gendarmes. The lieutenant is in with Jameson, and one of his troops is waiting outside the door here to pick up your evidence.
Don't tell them about the extra frame of film.
Peter, you're gonna hold out on the cops and not tell them about it?
I am not satisfied with how this picture got on my roll of film.
Yeah, but you're sticking your neck out for a lady you don't even know what she looks like.
It's not the lady, and it's not me personally. Somebody is trying to use my job as a newsman to pull a fast one.
How?
I don't know. And I don't want you to know what I'm going to do. I just don't want you involved in this.
Okay. But you're asking for trouble, Peter. And being in trouble all by yourself is a lonely place to be.
How's Flash doing?
Coming along, coming along.
What gives?
He's still in there. I guess it's taking him longer than he figured.
Parker! What's taking you so long?
He's in there. He couldn't get out without me seeing him.
Okay, Peter, you better get your act together. We're coming in.
He couldn't get out.
While you were awake.
I went to the water cooler, but I kept my eye on the door.
Sure. Whatever game Pete's playing, I set the rules and he's broken them. He cut out of here, taking his film with him. That film is evidence in a felony. I hope the prison newspaper can use a good photographer.
Not exactly flattering. As it happens, it is not me. So I guess I shouldn't complain.
Are you sure?
Would you know the difference if somebody faked a picture of you?
Yes, I suppose I would, but that is a very, very good likeness.
It looks as though someone tried very hard to make it a good likeness, for whatever reason. I was about to have coffee. Would you join me?
Where were you at 10:30 this morning?
I was here.
Can you prove that?
I was alone.
The reason I ask is because it was exactly at that time that your husband was robbed of some coins worth $800,000.
Losing coins would hurt him terribly. Coins to me were simple things that nice people left me for my smiling when I served them coffee. And wished them a nice day. Please, sit down. Coins were kind of happy thank yous. He treated them as though they meant more than people.
I was taking pictures just before the robbery. When I developed my film, that one was the last one on the roll. I didn't take it.
I don't understand. Is somebody trying to frame me?
No, it certainly looks like that, doesn't it?
Yes, I guess so, but who? Why? Are you sure this is for real? Then why aren't the cops breathing down my neck?
Because I didn't give them that picture.
Thanks. But you have to, don't you?
Well, just let me handle that. Now, Mrs. Gray, how do you get along with your ex-husband?
I still like him, but not as a husband.
Does he like you? I'm just asking because I want to find out who would try to frame you.
Well, we had problems in our marriage. He didn't want the divorce. We had a couple of large fights, but they blew over when he realized I wasn't going to stay on display like one of his rare coins.
Okay, well, do you know anybody at all who is about your size and knows you well enough to be able to duplicate your hair and your clothes and who hates you.
I never thought I did anything to make anybody hate me. But I guess I'm wrong.
I don't have any answers. I'm sorry.
Don't try to throw your weight around with me, Lieutenant. I can only assume that Peter Parker had some very good reason for leaving when he did. All right. I'll keep you advised of any further developments. Well, that covered for you.
I am not giving him the pictures. Turning over those prints could do somebody a lot of damage.
Not turning them over can definitely do you a lot of damage. Police will have you in front of a judge in no time. And you know what'll happen?
When I refuse to hand them over, I'll be held in contempt of court.
That's right. And slammed in the slammer.
Look, someone is trying to use me to frame another person in this coin robbery.
Who?
I can't tell you that. I mean, right now, you could honestly tell a judge that you have no information about this. But if I tell you, you'll either have to reveal what I say, or you could face contempt charges, too.
Well, you're willing to risk a jail sentence?
Well, your joining me in jail isn't going to help. I don't have any choice. Not if I intend to back up something I believe very strongly in. That a newsman should be protected by the First Amendment.
I stick to the old-fashioned idea that newspaper people are honor-bound to protect their sources and to use their judgment in releasing any information they've gathered. I'll back you all the way.
I don't appreciate being called out of my court with a trial in session. Even without this interruption, my calendar is very tight. Please keep in mind I can give you 5 minutes at the most.
Your Honor, Peter Parker is an honorable and honest man. Forcing him to go to jail is a mockery of justice and an attack upon the freedom of the press. It's ridiculous to treat a man as a criminal for doing a job that's vital to society.
Your attorneys have already made those points, Mr. Jameson.
I'm making them again, Your Honor, because I feel very strongly about them.
You're wasting my time.
Well, at least grant us a stay so that we can pursue other legal remedies.
Mr. Parker is in contempt of court. He can remain free if he provides the material which has been subpoenaed. Failing that, he will accompany the bailiff for immediate processing and incarceration. This hearing is at an end.
All right, let's get the ground rules set. Now, you're a newspaper man, so you really think that makes you important.
It's never made me important before. I don't know why I wouldn't jail.
Well, then here you're just the same as everybody else. You get out of line, you get the book thrown at you.
Somehow I get the feeling that newsmen are not your favorite people in the world.
Did you ever read a story about a nice prison guard?
I don't remember. Maybe we could start a new trend.
Strong guys, you use your muscles where you should use brain.
I don't see you using your brains to bend this thing.
Yes, I did. I used me brains to get you to use your muscles.
Now, one of these days, I'm gonna bat your brains down into your belly.
Oh, no threats, lad. It's sort of a team. We're on a winning run. You wouldn't want to spoil it. Right on time. Watch me handle him. Did an excellent job. Don't seem like you did. Seen nothing in the newspapers about your ex-missus being clapped in the dungeon for stealing them coins.
That was the fault of that newspaper photographer. I'll handle that another way.
Good. I'd hate to waste me star in performance.
I'd like to talk about me alimony.
Take that thing off, you fool. Somebody will see you.
Keep your hair on, Dolly boy. There's no one around here.
I told you to get rid of that and the clothes.
Did you now? Must have slipped me mind. Remember anything about that, Wiley?
Nothing. I never just remember nothing when money's involved.
Blackmail. Well, it won't work. You guys will get nailed, too.
Call it insurance. Anything went wrong, the coppers might get a package with clothes and hair. Now, me and Wiley, we'd be long gone. But you got roots. You stay in one place, and you'd be right here to answer them penetrating questions the coppers love to ask.
We had a deal. You washing on it?
Would I do that? I'm just waiting here quiet and peaceful till Wiley and me get our money.
When I get it, you'll get it.
Oh, that's nice.
In the meantime, let me have the coin.
Coins?
They're mine. I want them.
Oh, yeah, them, sure. You'll get them, absolutely. Right, Wiley?
If he says something, I always believe him. You better, too.
As soon as that money is in my hand, this hand, right here where I can look at it, count it and enjoy it.
The deal was, you give me the coins when the robbery's completed.
We decided to hold on to them.
I need one coin to do the job that the photographer didn't do. You can keep the other 4.
Out of the goodness of me heart and because I'm a trusting man.
Should I go get one?
Not that trusting. You don't go near that stash while he's here to have a look-see. But we'll get him in your hot little hands quick-like. Good.
It's not visiting hours, but the press interviewing prisoners manages to get special privileges.
Nice of you to visit.
Peter, it's awful.
Well, like the guard told me, have you ever seen a nice jail?
No. It just seems a lot different when you're not involved. It's not the jail. It's seeing you in it.
Okay, so it's not the Waldorf.
Well, I wouldn't visit you if this was the Waldorf. After all, I only came here to research the psychology of hardened criminals like you.
Well, actually, I was still just kind of an apprentice criminal. I'm just learning the trade.
Well, study and work hard. That's the way to success.
So, did you just come here to encourage me in my life of crime?
No. I came here to tell you that the coin robbery that got you in here may be close to solution, so you might get out fairly soon. Okay. The lieutenant managed to squeeze some information out of Mr. Gray. And now there's a prime suspect, Bonita Gray.
No, I know she didn't do it, but I do have to talk to her.
Well, wouldn't that bring more suspicion on her? You're in here for not producing evidence. I mean, the police would think the evidence related to her. Did it?
Never mind. But you've got a point about the police. I've got to find out
What?
the angle at which a photograph was taken.
Well, I can ask your boss to get the lawyers to make another attempt to get you out of here for long enough to see her. It's a slim chance.
Try it, would you? Right now?
Peter, really? Are you okay? I hate to see you in here.
Yeah, well, I'm not too crazy about it myself.
Guard! I think you're a terrific guy. Don't put him on bread and water.
We treat everybody the same.
He's kind of a nice guy.
In here, he's not a guy. He's a number. Show the lady out.
Out of your mind. You shouldn't be seen in my office.
Me mom lets me come and go in the big city all by myself. Simmer down. Nobody knows me.
Don't go out of your way to irritate me. You don't have that gorilla friend with you now, and I might just decide to take you apart in order to get those other coins.
You wouldn't want to do that, would you? Seeing as we got such a gentleman's agreement. Who'd think it? Worth so few pennies when new and so many dollars now. Did you know I've got gypsy blood in me veins? I'll read you a piece of the future. This little beauty will be found in the possession of Mrs. Gray, what was.
As if it was any of your business.
Why are you so anxious to pin it on her?
She's nothing. She was in a sleazy cafe serving over a filthy counter when I first met her. I made her Mrs. Weldon Gray. Then she left. She walked out on me.
Shocking. Imagine somebody not wanting to stay with a lovable gentleman like you.
Get out. I'll meet you next when I deliver the insurance.
I heard about Spider-Man, and I didn't believe it. Now I've seen him, and I still don't believe it.
Well, I gotta look at his face.
Better you than me. He was probably furry with 6 eyes.
Don't be a fool. I would swear that was Peter Parker.
Now, would you say that's good or bad?
Gives me a chance to get rid of Spider-Man before he interferes further.
Now, that ain't all bad.
Once I've taken care of my ex-wife.
Lieutenant, if I had anything hidden, I know that your men would find it. I would give it to you before you tore my place apart.
Sure. And Christmas comes on the first and third Sundays of every month.
I read the search warrant. I guess I can thank my ex-husband. I never would have figured he'd go this route.
Just for the record, Mrs. Gray, he's busting his butt to protect you. He didn't volunteer the information that you have the keys to his office.
Okay, he's a nice guy. I don't even know where the keys are. Anyway, you are not looking for keys.
That's right. We have certain information, maybe wrong information, that makes the search seem like a good idea. Of course, you're sure we won't find anything.
Lieutenant, I have not been sure of anything since I was 15 years old, and I'm not about to tell you how long ago that was.
Lieutenant. Taped to the bottom of a drawer.
Recognize this, Mrs. Gray?
Would you believe me if I said I have never seen it before?
No. Look around. There's 4 more of these somewhere. I'm afraid we're going to have to ask you to come downtown. Anything you say may be used as evidence against you. You're not required to answer any questions or make any comments. You're entitled to the services of an attorney.
The way I'm being set up, I don't think an attorney would do me any good.
Let's go.
I'd like to say I admire your photographer. What's his name?
Peter Parker.
Parker's ethical stand on not revealing information, although it probably worked to my disadvantage.
Well, if he'd known who committed the robbery, he certainly would have. He'd have passed on the information.
Well, as a matter of fact, the robbery's been solved. I couldn't believe it, but the police have an airtight case against my former wife. They found a coin in her apartment.
Only one?
She had Confederates. They have the other 4.
How do you know?
Well, let's say I have reason to believe it.
Come on. You can do better than that.
Off the record?
Of course. I won't print a word without your permission.
Well, I've been contacted to buy back the other 4 coins.
Have you told the police?
Yeah, of course not. The important thing now is to get the coins back. I'm going to deliver $100,000 to the old Stimson warehouse in the Queens tomorrow morning by 7 o'clock. I consider that a bargain.
Can I use the story in tomorrow's late edition?
Not unless the police crack the case first. There's always the possibility that my wife will identify her partners. I hope she does. That way I'll get my $100,000 back.
Why are you telling me all this?
Once the case is solved, Parker will be let out of jail. I told you I admire him. I'd like him to have the story, if that's possible.
Ray's ex-wife has been arrested. The police found one of the coins in her possession.
What happened to the other 4?
Ray's buying them back tomorrow morning at 7 at Stimson's warehouse.
A police trap?
No, this is off-the-record information. Ray doesn't want the police to know for fear he might not get his coins back.
He shouldn't have told you that. That puts you in the same spot I'm in.
That's a risk I'm prepared to take. In fact, I don't know any way of running a newspaper without taking that risk.
Look, do you think there's any chance you might be able to get me out of here before any more legal appeals?
We're working on it. With any luck, we should have some news tomorrow.
Yeah, by that time, Gray will have his 4 coins, and Mrs. Gray will have a conviction for armed robbery.
You sound as if you don't believe she did it.
I don't.
Well, I'll keep pressuring the Bugle's lawyers to get you out of her as quickly as they can. You'll hear from me tomorrow.
Okay, 6 o'clock, eating time.
Oh, looks delicious.
Why not running a gourmet restaurant? Listen, it's not bad once you get used to it. When you finish up, slide your tray under the door and I'll come back later and pick it up, all right?
Thanks.
still think that Peter Parker is Spider-Man.
How does that help us?
Somehow he's escaped from jail without the police knowing. Get to a phone. Make an anonymous call that Parker's escaped.
There's no phone here.
I don't need you to tell me that. Haven't you ever heard of a public phone? Go to a supermarket or a gas station. Now, move!
Go on.
Yeah? What? Well, how could he escape? I've been here right along. I tell you, he's locked in his cell. Sure, I can check, but it's stupid.
Breakfast was lousy.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, I'll file a complaint with the chef. Yeah? Of course he hasn't escaped. What? Now, wait a minute. First you tell me that he got out of his cell, now you tell me you want me to let him out? Oh, he's being released for 24 hours. Okay. His cell will be waiting for him when he gets back tomorrow.
What's the matter with your leg?
Oh, I just twisted my ankle. It's no big deal.
I had to pull every string to get you even 24 hours. The lawyers aren't at all sure that they can get the courts to void that contempt citation.
Well, if I can't get this whole thing cleared up in 24 hours, Benita Gray is going to be in a lot of trouble.
What are you going to do?
I want the Bugle to print a special edition.
Do you realize what that would cost?
I just need one copy of one paper, dated tomorrow.
What do you want me to do?
You know Mr. Gray's coins that were supposedly stolen.
Mm-hmm.
Find out who insured them.
That's easy.
Then I want you to do an impersonation.
That sounds like fun.
Wait a minute, what are you doing with my phone?
Using it. Hi, Julie, this is Peter.
Hi.
Look, I need your help.
Say what?
I want somebody to think that the press is working on a story, and I don't want it to look like it's just coming from the Bugle.
Is it a legit story?
I'll tell you all about it tomorrow morning. Now, you just act like a nosy reporter from the Register.
I think you know how to do that.
It'll give it much more authenticity if the story's being investigated by more than one newspaper.
Okay. I'll hang in tomorrow until you call.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Holden Gray here.
Mr. Gray, this is Miss Conrad, Adjustment Department, Armbruster Insurance Company. There seems to be some question as to the authenticity of the coins for which you filed a claim.
No, there is no question. I bought the coins myself. They were examined thoroughly before they were stolen. They're absolutely authentic.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gray, but the story is all over the newspapers, and it'll probably be on the TV news. We'll be forced to hold up payment on your claim until we get conclusive evidence that we are not being penalized financially for the theft of worthless coins.
Failure of Congress to approve the income tax cut must be considered the top story of this morning. In other news, the police announced that they have released Bonita Gray, former wife of coin dealer Weldon Gray. The coin, which was thought to be evidence in the robbery of her former husband, has proved to be a counterfeit, and the case against Mrs. Gray has been dropped. In other news, the Child Abuse Prevention Center. You remember me, Mr. Gray. I'm Julie Masters with the Register. Do you have any comment on the police report that the coins stolen from you were counterfeit?
They weren't. And I have no further comment.
How do you explain the fact that the only one found by police was definitely counterfeit?
No comment.
Hey, Cork.
Let me see the other coins. Well, it'd be my pleasure if you have the money.
Take a look at that.
Oh, ain't that the strangest thing ever I seen?
Get me the other coins.
Like I said, I'm a trusting man, but it looks to me like you switched the coin I gave you and planted a counterfeit.
Oh, come on. Don't you think the cops know the difference between a counterfeit coin and a real one?
He's got no reason to plan a counterfeit. His wife's off the hook.
Then what do you suppose happened?
I don't know, but I want to make sure the other 4 coins are real.
Shall I get them?
As soon as we arrange, Mr. Gray doesn't see where the stash is.
Oh, come on. I don't have time to waste.
Oh, really? Well, maybe you can find time if you have no choice. You get off the ship and you wait in the dock.
Why?
Because I don't want you looking and snooping. All right, buddy boy, I'll get the pretties now.
Lieutenant. Just as Peter Parker said it.
All right, fish that man out of the water and get that guy out of the boat. Looks like your man called it this time.
Yes, it looks as though he did.
Boy, am I glad to see you, Lieutenant. Some lunatic threw me in the boat.
Lieutenant. Look, where's Peter Parker? If those men did anything to him...
Did you get the evidence?
Yes, we got the evidence, all right. And those men are getting prison sentences. And I see the registers getting pictures of all this. What's the Bugle getting?
I guess I got here a little too late to take it.
No, Peter, you have half the pictures I have. I wouldn't have any if it weren't for you.
Well, that leaves me with nothing to complain about. Come on, I'll drive you back to town.
No, I've got my car. I'll take Julie.
o'clock, Dave. I am now on overtime.
Come on, Peter. You know how grateful I am? But as one poor graduate student to another, I can't afford to hire a guy with a degree in physics.
Right, so you go out and draft a buddy, huh? And all this time, I thought you were waxing fat on a corporation grant.
Sure. Sorgerson Chemical funds the equipment and supplies. The university provides the warm bodies. Me, and those of my friends with scientific training and slow reflexes. Plus one with fast fingers.
Rita?
Sure, she's been a lifesaver. And not only because of all the typing she's done.
Oh, I think she's having a good time. And she's picking up a few spare dollars. Okay, how about some more data? I'm not doing much good just standing here.
Give me a few more minutes. Some of these samples are dangerously volatile.
Okay.
Look, why don't you go down to the animal test lab for a few minutes? I'll catch you there later.
You bet. Hey, how's it going in here?
Real good. The animals show no side effects.
Neither do I. I just had my first session as a guinea pig.
Mm-hmm. You do look a little furry.
Thanks, Pete. I can always count on you for flattery.
I'll catch you guys later. Okay, David, I'll see you this afternoon. And look, cheer up. That accident could have been a lot worse. Yeah, all right. Bye.
You did say Rita was okay, didn't you?
Yes, luckily, she was in a different part of the building with Art when it happened.
I don't like the idea of Rita being endangered. What kind of experiments is your friend running, anyway?
He's been funded by Sorgerson Chemical to develop a consciousness control drug.
Consciousness control? I like that even less. That sounds like witch doctoring to me.
Well, it could have a very valuable purpose for the medical profession. I mean, for anesthesia or diagnostic practices. Anyway, I'm sure Sorgerson wouldn't be involved if they didn't think this was worthwhile.
Sorgerson Chemical? That's a big outfit, isn't it?
Yes, a man named Hanson is guiding this project. But from what David tells me, it may be all over after today.
Why is that?
Well, Mr. Hanson is meeting with David later on today for an evaluation.
Hanson? Well, that wouldn't be George Hanson, would it?
Yes. Yes, it is. Why?
Well, back before you came on the paper, we ran a story about a George Hanson. He was suspected of stealing chemical formulas.
What happened?
Nothing as I remember. The case was dropped and he was never prosecuted.
Hello, Mr. Hanson. Have you heard?
In detail. Equipment destroyed, supplies ruined, and the entire experiment series blown. Along with a lot of Sorgerson Chemicals money.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's left?
We're working on the catalepsy drug. Let me show you.
Hi, Dave. 27 minutes. You're just about in time.
Let's bring her out a little early. small alteration in the current flow, and the rigidity vanishes.
Wow. How was it?
Best imitation of a 5'2" oak plank I've ever seen.
Rita, Art, this is Mr. George Hansen, Vice President Research, Sorgerson Chemical.
How did you do?
You achieved effective induced paralysis, right?
Don't ask me. I was out of it.
Unconsciousness, insensitivity, high degree of rigidity.
Any commercial possibilities?
I'm just a lowly assistant. I keep an eye on Rita while she's in the catatonic state and, excuse me. And I work on my term paper. My field of study is incunabula. That's a $3 word for expertise on books published before 1500. Matter of fact, I'll be checking a $2 million Gutenberg Bible that's being loaned to the university. It'll be here this afternoon.
It's very interesting. But my concerns are more practical. Unless you come up with something commercial now, the money from Sorgerson Chemical stops.
Mr. Hansen, you're not interested in Dave and Art doing research. You're asking them to perform miracles.
I have to justify the money my company invests.
But we're not finished with the test series yet. We're just about to run a set with increased compound strength. At least let us try.
All right.
Good. Let's get to it.
All right. 16B, plus catalyst to bond the oxirol.
Rita, that's not the catalyst.
Oh, David, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Just dump this mess. We'll run another batch. Sorry.
I can't waste any more time.
Look, you owe us the lousy few minutes it takes to get a new batch.
I owe you nothing.
We're making progress here. I can show you in my lab notes.
You can take your notes and throw them out the window. Is that your idea of a joke?
No.
You tried to ridicule me. You're insulting. Instead of resenting my canceling your grant, you should crawl on your knees to thank me for giving you a chance.
Thank you for giving me a chance.
Get up. Bark.
Ralph! Ralph!
Stop. Jump up and down. Stop. All of you obeyed me. Why?
We must.
And if I tell you to cut your throat with that lab knife? No, stop. David, Rita, mix up some more of whatever was in that beaker.
Peter, hi.
Julie, it's really nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Are you covering something?
Oh, background pictures on the new exhibit of antique jewelry at the University Museum.
Oh, right.
Dull, dull, dull. But that's my assignment.
I know exactly what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
You recombined this substance perfectly. So there's no loss of intelligence or memory. Perfect memory, as a matter of fact. Isn't that correct, David? Rita?
Yes.
Art?
Yes.
And when you all come out of this state of suggestibility, there's no memory of time lapse. David, if I give you orders while you're under the influence of this substance, will you ignore anybody else's orders?
I will do whatever you tell me.
Art, what did you say you'd be working on this afternoon?
A Gutenberg Bible.
Well, purely in the interests of science and my future economic well-being, we're going to test this new substance that you stumbled onto.
Inside. I mean it. The key.
Go back inside. But first repeat your orders.
We will forget everything about the chemical components of the compound unless you command us to remember.
Very good. You can go now.
Don't shoot! I've got him!
What's going on? Spider-Man!
What happened?
Spider-Man! What are we doing here?
Where am I?
What do you mean, Hanson?
Quit! Resign! Depart the hallowed halls of Saugerson Chemical, Mr. Saugerson. Leave. Desert.
You're drunk.
I'm high. There's a difference.
Don't be stupid. You're nothing.
Oh.
A failed chemist with a minor talent as an administrator? You quit, and I'll hire you back in 3 months for less money. Because by then you'll really be hungry.
I don't think so. Ben, I've come into some money, and I've got some really fascinating research projects planned. So don't call me, and I'll try to forget you.
I think I'm sufficiently familiar with the circumstances of the crime. Now, will the principals please step forward?
You need not enter a plea now, but I hope you'll give some thought to the nature of the plea you will be entering soon.
Your Honor, we honestly don't know how to plead.
Because we don't know what we did.
If it please the court, the people can produce witnesses to the alleged robbery.
We know that, but we swear. I don't know what we swear.
This is bizarre. Are they on drugs?
Absolutely not, Mr. Jameson. I've known David for years. He's a serious scientist. And you certainly know Rita.
If it please the court, I'm here to represent these young people. We hope that any arraignment can be postponed and that they can be released on their own recognizance in order to avoid even the suggestion of a criminal record.
Fact is, a criminal action did occur. Now, past records notwithstanding, we are dealing here with a very serious offense.
We are, of course, aware of that, Your Honor. The Bugle guarantees the availability and the presence of the individuals concerned in the alleged crime. We hope for time to sift the facts and establish their innocence.
By any chance, was the theft of the Gutenberg Bible a planned, practical joke?
No, Your Honor.
I would hope not. I've just been advised that the Bible's been returned undamaged, left on the university receiving dock in an unmarked package.
I'm sorry, sir. Nobody's allowed in here without proper authorization.
Of course. Fortunately, I have all the authorization I need. Now, you're all wondering why I've called you together.
Hi.
Okay, I'm here.
Oh, come on, Rita, now cheer up.
Give me a group of one reason why I should be cheerful.
Look, we're going to get you out of this mess. Now, the Bible was returned. That's going to make it easier. Hold on just a minute.
What a stupid thing to steal. I mean, nobody could sell it.
The judge knew something was fishy. That's why he released you on your own recognizance.
The trouble is, I don't recognize me. Pete, what was I doing in that library? And how did I get there?
Just relax, Rita. We're going to figure all that out. Anyway, I've got a hunch about what happened.
For instance?
You don't know what you were doing, but your actions were patterned and they were complex. Now, to me, that indicates that you had been given orders while you were under some kind of, I don't know, some kind of hypnosis.
But who? How?
That's why we're meeting, to figure out our next move.
Oh, just so it isn't a move in the new quarters. 8x5 with bars on the windows.
Doors open, guys.
Hi.
Hi.
Did you arrange for us to have a hearty breakfast?
Come on, Art. We're going to beat this thing. Now, first, nobody has any recollection of what happened, right?
Zilch.
Likewise.
Me too. It started in the lab.
Yeah?
And that's where we should start.
No, I don't think you're going to be able to count me in, guys, because if I don't get back to work soon, Mr. Jameson's going to kill me. And besides, I don't know anything about the technical part of the lab work to be of any real help.
We're not sure it's anything technical.
Oh, I think we have to assume that it is. Now, something must have triggered your loss of memory and your behavior. Nobody knows of any substance that can do that. This must represent some kind of technical advance.
Okay.
Well, I wish you guys luck. See you later.
Wait a minute, Rita. Look, technical includes me out, too, and besides, I've got to meet my parents and explain to them how their son, the incunabulist, became their son, the thief.
All right. David and I will have a go at it.
Come on, Rita.
So long, Rita.
Bye.
Art.
Julie, what are you doing here?
Same thing you are, I'll bet.
Peter's here just as a friend, not as a newspaper photographer.
Look, can I just watch? Okay, no pictures, I promise. I'm just trying to understand what happened.
She's pushy, but you can trust her.
Thanks.
Okay, but I don't know what you're going to learn. I haven't the slightest idea what caused me to do it.
Now, you were working with psychochemicals, right?
Sure.
And conditioning techniques.
Pete, nothing I know would have caused me to arbitrarily commit a crime.
And hide the loot. Or whatever.
Yeah. It's the whatever that interests me. Now, why don't you try to recollect whatever happened at the laboratory? All the details, David.
Actually, I had some lab notes. We've been finishing a test series on an industrial grant. I can't seem to find them. I can't find them.
Have you tested any of these drugs on mice?
No, of course not. At least, I can't remember. I'd remember if I used test mice. Anyway, there's no psychochemical that would make anyone commit a crime.
All right.
Kill him. Kill him! Now, what did that just prove?
I will kill when ordered.
Or steal, or whatever, right?
Yes.
Good.
Obviously, the diamonds, rubies, and emeralds which are on display here would command a staggering price if they were just ordinary jewels. These, however, as you can plainly see, are far from ordinary. I'm not merely referring to their historical significance. These are extraordinarily valuable, not only because of their intrinsic worth, but because each gem is a flawless...
I'm very sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but it appears that there is a malfunction in the alarm system.
Brandon, this is outrageous.
We'll have it fixed in a moment, Dr. Stillwell. If you'll all step outside, please, for just a moment.
Terribly sorry.
What are you guys doing here? Where am I?
We'll want to talk to you, miss. As far as I know, you're the only witness.
Mr. Hanson.
David, I want you to help me with something. David, I want you to make more of the compound. Now.
There are no more supplies here.
Well, aren't there more chemical supplies on campus?
Yes.
Where?
In the center storage room.
Let's get them. Now. Are all the ingredients here?
Yes.
Then mix it here, now. Good. Somebody might make a deduction from the missing chemicals. David wrecked this place. And then forget the whole thing.
Yes. Peter. Peter, what? Oh, my God.
David, it wasn't you. Your mind was controlled. And we're going to find out how.
You are relaxed now. You are at peace. Relaxed. How are you, David? Relaxed. Take a deep breath. Close your eyes. Now imagine yourself walking down a staircase, one step at a time. Take a deep breath. Relax. Let go. Take another step. Relax. Now, David, Peter will be asking you some questions, and you will be answering him.
David, do you remember smashing up the chemical supply room at the research center?
Sure, I smashed it up.
Because somebody told you to.
Yes.
Who? Who told you to? Who was it, David?
No! Did it work?
No.
Yes. We know that he has the information in it. David, it is locked inside you by the same psychochemical you were ordered to forget. Now look, remember that mouse in the laboratory? Yeah. It was in a catatonic state, exactly like you and Rita and Art. That's one of the effects of compound 16B. David, you have an antidote to those effects.
Yes, there is. A chemical dosage with a weak electrical current. That might unlock my brain. If only I weren't so naturally resistant to such drugs.
I'm talking about studying them, not using them. Those are very dangerous drugs.
Peter, I've stolen the Gutenberg Bible. I wrecked the chemical stores. I could have blown up the center. I'm walking in a nightmare. I have got to take the risk.
Tom, hold everything now. I had a hand in that Bible heist, too. I've got information locked inside my head. And I'm not so resistant to these drugs as you are.
Rita, I can't allow you to take the risk.
Thanks, Mr. Jameson, but we don't have any other choice.
Rita, this could be a very bad trip.
Yeah, well, tell me about it when it's over.
All right, Hanson, I'll give you 5 minutes. What's so important?
Ben, you drink too much. Did you know I despise you?
Yes.
Then maybe you'll understand how much pure pleasure this gives me. Do you keep files on all the secret technical data of the company's own processes?
Yes.
Good. How valuable are they?
The estimate at the latest internal audit was $42 million.
Bring me those files.
I can. The secret data files are in the plant, in a vault. 3 keys are required to open it. Mine, Martelli's, and Goldman's.
All right, where can I find Martelli and Goldman?
Martelli's at home. Goldman's on vacation in Spain.
Pour yourself a drink, Ben. How big is this collection of data?
Total weight, including containers, approximately 1,100 pounds.
I'll need a truck, men. Men. Good men and true. Ben, call whoever's in charge of the corporation's jet plane. Have it ready for a top-secret flight in the morning. To Europe. I'll be the only passenger, but I'll have 1,100 pounds of luggage. And when you finish, Ben, forget everything about this.
Yes. Graves, this is Mr. Sorgerson.
Something up, Captain? Just a little experiment, Lieutenant. Captain, you'll remain here until further orders. Okay, Assault Team Bravo. Now hear this.
Hey, what gives? Any progress?
Look, Julie, this whole situation has gone way past any kind of newspaper competition between you and me. Now, we are planning on doing something, but I can't tell you about it.
On the level, I got a lot riding on this. Like maybe a few years in prison, so.
Yeah, I treated it as confidential till you gave me the word.
No, I'm sorry. Now, please, for the sake of everybody involved, just back off this story, okay? Julie, I'm asking you this as a favor.
Thanks. Good morning.
Morning. Hi.
It's ready.
Okay. Now, David has compounded the chemical portion of the antidote. Okay. At double strength. You all know the rest of the techniques.
Well, wish me luck.
Rita, I don't like this.
Hey, come on, Pete. I'm going to be okay.
Just take it easy.
Just relax now, Rita, okay?
Uh-huh.
There we go.
Okay, lay down now. Breathe easy. Nice and easy.
I feel funny.
Let yourself go.
That's real.
Pete, I feel dizzy.
Starting to take effect.
Okay, let's wire her up.
She's in a catatonic state.
Okay. Let's get her off the board.
Art?
Okay, easy does it.
Don't jar her. Everybody be real careful now.
Pulse is 42. Okay. She's way under, Peter. When the current alteration hits, it's going to be a considerable drop. Okay. Ready?
Ready. Now. Rita, you helped steal the Bible. Now, who told you to do it?
No.
Who told you to steal?
Who drugged us, Rita? Who was it, Rita?
No, Hanson said no!
It's okay.
I'm okay. Hanson.
Sargus Chemicals are closed on the weekend. Now, how can I get in touch with him?
Number's in the book by the phone.
No answer.
Benson, what's this all about?
Morning, Jackman. Come to make a small withdrawal. Just a few things I left behind. Call in the other security patrols, one by one. That way nobody gets his head blown off.
Yes.
And you will forget this incident.
Yes.
You keep everybody out.
What do you want?
I'm sorry to disturb you, sir, but there's been an emergency at the University Research Center. We're trying to contact a Mr. George Hansen.
He's no longer with the company. I haven't seen him since.
Sir, your housekeeper said he was here last night.
What? Maybe he was. I'd probably throw him out. And if you don't mind, I find the subject of George Hansen an extremely irritating one, so let's terminate this.
Mr. Sorgensen, would you mind contacting your office to see whether maybe you might have given them some, well, any instructions last night?
Well, that's absurd. I would have remembered.
Please, sir, it's very important.
Newman, this is Mr. Sorgensen. Do you have a record of any requests from me last night? Plane. Ready to fly where?
Just below the door. No damage to the interior.
Yes, sir.
Get rid of him.
Yes, sir.
What's going on here, Hanson?
I want this man arrested. I came here to say goodbye to the old office, and I saw a robbery attempt, and this maniac attacked me.
It was your robbery attempt.
Prove it, Spider-Man. Don't!
George Hanson, you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth about your crimes. You will not remember the chemical structure of the psychodrug compound. Begin.
First crime was the Gutenberg Bible. After I had placed the 3 university researchers under psycho-control,
David, Rita, Art, we all agreed that the secret to this psychochemical compound should be lost forever, correct?
Yes.
Then this is an order. Forget the chemical structure. Forget the components. Forget everything. This is not only my order to you, it's your order to yourselves. It is forgotten. Understood?
Yes.
Kind of a shame.
For the Chinese Army. You were a spy?
Get back to the hotel. Why don't I take him to a farm in the new territories? He can have a quiet, peaceful grave without anyone nosing around.
I only hesitated bringing it to you, Mr. Zyder, because it's not one of a kind.
I told you I'm not interested in replicas, however cleverly they're done.
Good Lord, it's not a replica, Mr. Zyder. What I meant was that there's a companion piece to this one, which is owned by the royal family.
Of what country?
Why, of England, of course.
Of course. Lily! Maureen? What else have you to show me today, Mrs. Brent?
This one's rather special. There's only one of these in the entire world, Mr. Zyder. Interestingly enough, it was commissioned by the Empress Dowager in 1864 and then later presented to the King of Portugal in 1866.
Zyder? Chan has just left for New York. New York? Are you positive? I'm positive. My man just saw him get on the plane. How could they let him leave the mainland with those charges against him? Supposedly, there's a witness in New York that can prove that Min is innocent. If he's found innocent by that People's Court, then he'll award the contract for the construction of the steel mill in Shantung to the Canadians. However, if he's found guilty, or if he never leaves New York, then his assistant will take over, and my company is certain to get that contract. It's a $1 billion contract, Mr. Evans. As much as I'm opposed to violence, Min Lo Chan must die in New York. I just can't get over it.
What is that, Jonah?
Well, we're the same age, but who would ever guess that? Nobody, that's who.
You look very distinguished, my friend.
Oh, distinguished, yes. But I can't get over how much younger you look. We went to college together. Did he ever tell you that?
Yes?
I got better grades than he did. Dated prettier girls than he did.
Uh-huh. That's not quite true.
Well, some of the time. I was even voted by my clubs the man most likely to succeed.
And you have. Impressively.
Oh, yeah, I've got a few newspapers and such. But you're not only younger looking than I am, but you're the Minister of Industrial Development for China. And I'm still just a newspaper man.
You are too modest, Jonah.
Well, how was lunch? It's very nice.
Is the afternoon paper out yet?
It's on your desk.
Good. Would you mind showing Emily around the plant while Min and I have a little chat?
Oh, I'd be glad to. I'll just get someone to cover the phones, and then I will give you the VIP tour. You're very kind.
Your article was most flattering.
It's my pleasure. Sit down, man. Well, there are a million things that I'd like to ask you about China. But, I hardly know where to begin.
I'll tell you anything you want to know. But first, may I impose on our friendship?
Anything you want, just ask for it.
It's a large favor, and it's for me personally.
Men, as I've gotten older, I've gotten to be quite a grump. And if there's anything I lose patience with, it's beating around the bush.
Back in 1946, before I came to this country, I was an agent for the Chinese army.
You were a spy?
One day, when we were in the region north of Peking, this man came to me with the news that the U.S. Marines stationed in Qingdao would like to meet with me. He was a school teacher with a good reputation. So I met with the Marines, 3 of them. They wanted to know the size of the army that was marching on Peking, the number of tanks and armored vehicles, for which they would pay me $10,000.
An offer that I presume you refused.
Of course I refused, and that was the end of it, until a few months ago. Jonah, can you help me find those 3 Marines?
Well, 1946, that was a long time ago, but, I guess if I contact some of my friends at the State Department.
No, your government must not know about this.
But, men, if I check the
I can't take the risk, Jonah. There are people in your government who would like to see me convicted of the charges that will be brought against me.
Charges?
I will be charged with having sold secret information of the Chinese army to the U.S. Marines. And I will also be charged with having robbed and killed the Chinese school teacher that brought us together. If you are thinking that you don't want to be involved, I understand.
Men, you were always very good at calculus in college and chemistry and physics. But as I recall, you were never very good at reading minds. I know you. I know you're not a thief. I know you're not a murderer. Of course, I'll help you if I can.
Thank you, Jonah.
Now, how will finding these 3 ex-Marines help you?
They know that I'm innocent. They're the only ones who could give testimony to the Board of Inquiry in China.
I see. So all I've got to do is to locate 3 ex-Marines without involving the State Department. And I think I've got it. Peter Parker did a feature story about a Marine officer a few weeks ago. Maybe he's got an in. Give me Peter Parker.
Major Collings?
Peter, how are you?
Just great. Listen, I need your help, unofficially.
Okay.
Now, this could save a man's career, maybe even his life. I need to know the names and whereabouts of those 3 Marines.
That's the only clue in this picture?
No, I know that they were all in North China together. They were in Qingdao, China, in September of 1946. Their mission was to buy secret military information about Mao's army.
Well, that's better. How soon you need it?
Yesterday.
How about tomorrow?
That would be beautiful. Oh, it's also very important that this inquiry not be traced back to my newspaper or anyone on it.
Peter.
Major, please, trust me.
Okay. You were straight when you wrote that article about me.
So you'll call me tomorrow with their names and last known whereabouts?
Right. At Qingdao, China, September 1946.
Thank you very much. So appreciate it.
Who else is in the house with them?
Housekeeper and a cook.
I'm still suffering from jet lag.
What you need is a steam bath. Dry steam. Works for me every time.
What I need is some sleep. You guys figure out some genius plan to knock off the old guy, will you? I want to take a nap.
first name on our list is Jonathan Fleming.
I appreciate your help very much, Mr. Parker.
Well, I didn't do much. My friend at the Marine Corps got these names for me. Now, Mr. Mann, I want you to understand that we may have nothing at all on these men here, but if we don't, we'll just look elsewhere.
It seems strange being here in this morgue, as you call it, trying to find 3 men who, for all I know, may be dead.
Okay. Faber. Morphine. Excuse me for a minute, please.
man even got inside the building.
Well, there's nothing more we can do here. We've got the gun, we've got the man. The only thing we're missing is a motive. Are you absolutely certain there's nothing you can tell me, Mr. Min?
He just got here 3 days ago, Lieutenant. He's on a goodwill trip. Hasn't been in this country for more than 30 years.
Okay.
There will be a complete set of pictures and a story about the mysterious gunman on the front page in the next edition.
Well, if Spider-Man shows up, tell him I need him as a material witness. Otherwise, I can only book the guy for possession of a deadly weapon, and I can hardly hold him very long on a charge like that. I'll be in touch.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Kill the story.
I beg your pardon?
You heard me. I said kill the story about the gunman stalking through the morgue while Min was here. And I don't want anybody talking about it. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Joe. You're welcome. And that goes for you, too, Parker. This never happened.
Well, I understand, but let's be honest. There were only 2 people down here in this morgue, and the gunman obviously wasn't coming after me. Mr. Min, it seems to me like you need round-the-clock police protection.
You're absolutely right, Peter. But I can't afford to attract that kind of attention. My superiors will hear about it. Your government will hear about it. No, I guess I just have to be more careful.
I don't think you understand.
Just drop it, Parker.
Perhaps I should stay at home more. Peter, when you collect the information about the 3 men, will you please come over to my niece's house?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. I'm a little tired, Jonah. Would you mind getting me a cab?
Certainly.
This is Mr. Evans. What happened to my call to Hong Kong? No, I don't want you to call me back. Try it now. I'll hold on.
This is some幾好嘅呢度。
幾好啊！
喂，揾邊位？邊位揾 Mr. Zaida？
Chung, put the boss on, will you?
Evans calling you, sir.
Yes, Mr. Evans. We almost got him, but...
Spare me the details, Mr. Evans. When are you going to try again?
Tomorrow.
Then call me tomorrow.
It was a lot harder than I thought it was going to be, Mr. Zyder. You see, he's gotten involved with one of the newspapers. And I think they're going to get him police protection.
I don't want to hear the sordid details. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Just do it. And let me know when it's done.
That's all he says. Just do it. What does he think I am?
His highly paid, trained bear.
Oh, very funny.
Hey, listen, we're gonna need another guy. Woosley's gonna be in the slammer for a while, so we're gonna need someone.
Okay. But this time, get me somebody who's smart, will you?
You got it.
So, you've got nothing to tell me, huh?
Well, where shall I begin? I was born of average parents in a small hamlet nestled in the Pocono Mountains.
Peter.
It was all woods and green, forests and streams. There was wild corn. It was Indian country, you see. And there were signs all over the place of this...
The robbery or the shooting or whatever it was that happened in the Bugle press room yesterday. I heard all about it from Lieutenant Olson.
Yeah, well, we killed that story.
I know. Why?
To save a man's life, Julie.
What man?
Just skip it, okay?
Yeah, well, level with me and I might.
Look, I just don't think it would be safe for you to know about this.
You're sounding ridiculously melodramatic, and I'm sick of you protecting me, Peter.
Well, some ladies like to be protected.
Oh. Well, tell me the truth. Then let me decide if I want to be protected or not. We've been through a lot together.
Yeah, I know.
Have I ever let you down? I mean, have I ever breached a confidence? If you've told me to lay off a story and I've agreed to, have I ever gone back on my word?
Okay. The man who was captured is probably an assassin.
I don't know, Uncle. Perhaps you're putting too much trust in Mr. Jameson and his people.
One can only trust whom one trusts.
Now, Uncle, you're getting very Chinese on me.
Very well, my American niece. Whom do you trust?
My family. You, of course. And no one else.
When you get older, when you fall in love, when you have to depend on other people besides your family, then you'll be more trusting.
Perhaps.
Hold it. We'll give them a minute to get comfortable.
Mr. Min. Emily?
Thank you for coming, Peter.
Yes, well, I got information on each of the three men. Now, it's not very up to date, but at least it's a start.
Very good. Emily, Peter will surely have some tea.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Uncle, were you expecting someone?
Will you please pour the young man a cup of tea?
All right, honey. Kiss your uncle goodbye. Get everybody out of here but the old man.
Get him!
That yo-yo jumped out the window.
Well, we got what we came for. Get the ladies out of here.
I'm not leaving my uncle.
Better do as they say.
No! I'm not going to cooperate with these killers.
Who said anything about killing? All we want to do is ask him a few questions.
You tried to kill him yesterday, and if it weren't for...
Lloyd.
Call the police.
Who are you?
He's Spider-Man, Uncle.
Thank you.
I want the police. It's an emergency.
Emily.
Ambulance injury, 1750 Sycamore, code 2.
7X8, Claire. Shore Patrol 2, Rogers. 101,
Emily, what happened to your uncle?
You can see.
What, did he have a heart attack?
Leave me alone.
But Emily,
He's an old man who left us. You ran away.
No, I ran to get the police,
away.
Emily.
Just go away.
I realize how upset you are, but
Give her a break.
I didn't know your uncle had a weak heart.
You're a coward. You left us to be killed. I never want to see you again.
Hey, she's just upset. She was scared. Listen, Pete, I have to get a description of that third man from you. The one who got away, I got it from the young lady, but she was so... Pete? Peter?
Rita took Lou Stemple. I'd like you to take this guy. His name is Martin Fulmer. And I'll take Jonathan Fleming.
If I find Fulmer, you want me to interview him?
No, just stick to the telephone. You see, the people who tried to kill Min also have these men's files. Just try to find them, and once you do, let me know as soon as possible.
How long do we have?
I don't know. It'll be a race to see who finds them first. Now, I told Rita that we should all get together tomorrow afternoon and see what we've come up with. So why don't you meet me here outside my building, okay?
Okay.
That's it.
How is Mr. Mann?
I don't know.
You ever checked with the hospital?
No. Look, thanks a lot for helping out with this. I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
What about their fingerprints as a way to find these guys?
I already got the fingerprints from the Marine Corps. I gave them to Lieutenant Olson. He should have something for me in the morning.
Peter, it's not your fault that Mr. Min had a heart attack.
Yeah.
Hey, it sounds to me like his heart attack was caused by the strain of those guys busting into the house waving guns around.
Emily blames me for running away.
To get the police. Peter. Good night.
Emily, it's only because I have to prevent anyone from knowing that I'm Spider-Man that I ran away.
You're a coward. You left us to be killed.
If only I could tell you.
I never want to see you again.
I didn't know you had a bad heart, Mr. Min. If I had known, I wouldn't have run away. I swear I wouldn't have run away.
Excuse me. Minlo Chan's room, please.
944.
Thank you. How is he, Emily?
The doctor says it's too early to tell.
Well, I mean, is he conscious?
Oh, yes, he's conscious. And sweet as always.
And furthermore, you've turned this into some kind of cheap farce with your fumbling.
Mr. Zyder, I told you he had a heart attack. A bad heart attack.
How do you know that?
One of my men had a few drinks with one of the nurses who was taking care of him. He's in a bad way.
I want him dead.
I know. We're working on a plan. He'll never leave the hospital alive.
If you ever expect to set foot in Asia again, you will not fail.
Believe it, Mr. Zyder. I won't fail.
What about the photographs of those Marines?
Well, Min obviously is trying to locate the Marines in the pictures.
They're probably involved in the charges of corruption against him. You better find them before he does, and then persuade them not to cooperate.
It'll be expensive.
I want that contract to build the steel mill in Shantung. I don't care about the expenses. Don't you understand that by now?
Okay. And what about the newspaper photographer?
He's obviously trying to help men find those men. Get rid of him.
I'll take care of everything. Goodbye. You get in that hospital ward and figure out the best time to hit the old man. Bertino, you and I have got to go and arrange to buy some confidential computer records. Then I want you to wipe out that photographer. His name is Peter Parker.
Professor Dent? Hi, I'm Peter Parker. I'm a graduate student in physics, but I took one of your courses in Far East history.
Yes.
Well, if you have a couple of minutes, I'd like to talk to you.
Well, I have a dental appointment. Have to be brief, I'm afraid.
Well, thank you. You know, I remember so much about your course. It really made an impression on me. I'm not exactly sure why, but it did.
Really?
Yes. I've been working for a newspaper for the last year or so. I've encountered some really fascinating people and interesting stories. It's amazing, you know. Some of them are funny. Some of them are not so funny.
Yes. I still have another minute, Mr. Parker. Was there anything else you wanted to say?
Yes, as a matter of fact, there is. Problem is, I just don't know how to say it.
Well, perhaps some other time.
It's about Minlo Chan, the Chinese gentleman you were with in North China in 1946. And you were in the Marines, and your name was Jonathan Fleming, which is your real
Mr.
name now.
Parker.
I'm not trying to invade your privacy.
You
sir.
already have.
It's very important. Please let me explain.
I'm just going to pretend we never had this conversation. You understand?
That should only get you 5 to 10 years for assault with a deadly weapon. No big deal.
What'll it take to get me loose, Spider-Man?
Oh, you're not going anywhere, pal.
I can't afford another felony.
Is that a fact?
I meant it. They get me on another rap with a gun and I'm gone forever.
You work for the guy who tried to kill the Chinese minister, right? When are they going to try to kill him again?
Ask me something else, anything else. They're gonna get him in the hospital tomorrow night.
Okay, now I need to know names and where I can find them.
Don't ask me that. They'll get me in whatever jail they put me in and they'll kill me.
You're right. What are they going to do about the 3 ex-Marines?
2 guys are gonna pick up some microfilm in the Brooklyn Subway Museum tomorrow at 4:30. The microfilm will tell my boss where to find the Marines.
Okay. I'll tell the police you were very cooperative. Emily, I think we ought
I don't care what you think. Even though my uncle agreed to it, I will not permit it.
Well, the doctor said that it was okay to move him.
It's too dangerous. He's had a bad attack. I don't want him to die.
Look, I am telling you,
Excuse me, folks.
They are planning to try to kill him here tomorrow night.
How do you know that?
From Spider-Man.
Spider-Man told you.
Yes, we're friends.
It's true, they are.
The Bugle's gotten lots of stories and photographs just because of Peter's relationship with Spider-Man.
Well, I don't see what you and he have in common, but I don't doubt the 2 of you.
And it's settled? The Bugle can print the story of Min's death on the front page of tomorrow's afternoon edition?
And so will the Register.
Believe me, it's the best way to keep him alive.
Then early tomorrow, the doctor will move him into surgery. And from surgery, we'll have him transferred into a private hospital. Is that okay?
All right. If you two are willing to do that, I see no reason why I should oppose it.
Good. Then let's go in and tell your uncle that we're all in agreement.
I appreciate you two announcing my death. I do think it will keep me alive.
I'm sure of it, sir.
Peter, Emily, I want you both to make me a promise.
Whatever you want.
What, Uncle?
No matter what happens, I want you two to trust each other.
I don't think...
And I want your promise that you two will work together to find the man who can clear me.
阿叔，我唔想同呢個懦夫有任何關係。
該你聽我話啦。
好啊。
Peter. Emily agrees. How about you?
Of course.
Very well. I will gratefully provide whatever money necessary for you two to take the Marines to China so that they can testify in my behalf.
Then it's settled. You rest well, my friend.
Jonah. Thank you.
Go for the film right after the tourist train gets in.
Welcome to the New York City Transit Exhibition. Right this way, please. We have some very interesting exhibits for you. If you will follow me to the upper level, we will begin our tour of some 70 years of progress, not only in subway car designs, but early photographs.
Got him. Lou, come back. The train will finish him.
Hi, Herman.
Hi, Mr. Parker. How are you?
I'm all right. Could I have a hot dog, please?
Coming right up.
This afternoon's late edition.
This evening's early edition.
Okay. You girls want one?
No, thanks. What's the matter?
Just bursitis. Thank you. Well, this ought to keep Mr. Min safe for a little while anyway.
Now all we have to do is hope that they read the papers.
Okay, so what did you two find out about our ex-Marines?
Sorry, Peter, but Lou Stemple is dead. Killed in an industrial accident about 3 years ago in Cleveland. And I couldn't track down any of his living relatives.
Well, what I got was slightly better. Not a lot, though. Martin Fulmer is in the intensive care unit of a veterans hospital in Florida.
You're kidding. Well, how's he doing?
Well, he'll be out of intensive care in a week or 10 days, but then it's bed rest for a couple of weeks at least. He almost died on the operating table.
Oh, great. So that leaves us with Jonathan Fleming, who's going under the name of Roderick Dent. Oh, he's alive and well, all right. But he ran like a bandit when I confronted him.
Do you think he'd be more receptive to two ladies?
I tell you what, if I strike out with him tomorrow, he's all yours.
Well, he's your only hope. You've got to get him to cooperate.
I know.
Well, where's the microfilm?
Spider-Man got it.
You idiot. Have you any idea how much it cost to get that microfilm?
I had it, and
And you blew it?
Somebody tipped him off.
Don't give me that. I'm going to teach you to blow a gig for me. Bang! You're dead, Joe.
What's going on?
This is what's going on.
So?
So, I'm going back to Hong Kong a hero, that's what. Minlo Chan is dead. I'm taking a plane tomorrow night. While I'm gone, you guys tail that newspaper photographer just to make sure there's nothing funny going on.
I know this is hard for you, sir, and what you said before is true. I am invading your privacy, but
I am not interested in anything that you have to say.
I just thought that if you knew that a man's career, I mean his whole life, was at stake, that you might be willing to cooperate.
You thought wrong, Mr. Parker.
Now, I'm not trying to blackmail you.
Goodbye, Mr. Parker.
Wait just a minute.
You don't leave me
I
alone.
happen to know that you stole the $10,000. I also know that you killed the Chinese schoolteacher. I know that you were court-martialed, that you spent 2 years in jail, and that you received a dishonorable discharge. Look, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit you like that.
Doesn't make any difference.
You have got to help me. I mean, you just have to help me.
That's ironic. That's very ironic.
What? What is?
Those are the exact words I said to my buddy back in China. I told him that he knew I didn't kill that teacher, that he had to help me.
Wait a minute, are you saying you did not kill the Chinese school teacher?
That's right, Mr. Parker. My buddy, Lou Stemple, stole the money and shot the teacher. Oh, he planted some of the money in my belongings. Just enough so they made a case against me. Like you, no one else believed me.
Well, I admit it is difficult to believe. And your buddy Stemple is dead, so we can't ask him now, can we?
I have proof now, but it's just a little late.
What do you have?
Poor Lou Stemple died. He sent me a letter. He was a religious man, it seemed. In the letter, he confessed that he killed the teacher and stole the money. Asked my forgiveness. I even wrote him back, forgiving him. You imagine that? Forgiving him.
And you say that you have this letter that Stemple wrote you?
Yeah. Suppose I'll save it until I die. You know, he sent a photograph of the teacher and his wife and kids. For some reason, Stemple kept it. God knows why.
Well, if you have the letter and a photograph, and with your testimony, you just might be able to help Mr. Min. And will you try?
If the Chinese would believe neither Min nor I killed the teacher, then maybe, just maybe, the Marine Corps would believe it too.
My newspaper will back you on that. You know they will.
Oh, I'd like to remove that stain from my record. From my life. I really would.
Keep failing. Where's Mr. Zyder? It's done.
So, the newspaper photographer and Min's niece are coming to Hong Kong with that ex-Marine. I don't see what you're so upset about. Min is dead. That's what I was supposed to do, wasn't it? See that he never returned from New York alive. Well, okay. He died of a heart attack instead of a bullet in the head, but he's dead. That's what you wanted. That's what you've got.
And why do you suppose that the photographer and Min's niece and the ex-Marine are coming here?
I don't know.
Come on, Mr. Evans. Make a stab at it.
Well, to clear his name, so that the ex-Marine can testify to clear Min's name.
Very good, Mr. Evans. Why would that be important to Min, inasmuch as he is dead?
I guess it's the Chinese thing about honor and keeping one's name clean for the ancestors and
What are you laughing at? He's laughing at your ignorance, Mr. Evans. That's what he's laughing at. You've lived in China for years, and you don't know a thing about the Chinese.
But it's in the paper. I mean, you can see it.
The photographer works on fat paper. Photographer. And Min's niece and an ex-Marine are coming to China to vindicate Min. And then, Mr. Evans, Min Lo Chan will mysteriously return from the dead and take over as Minister of Industrial Development, and I will lose the contract to build the steel mill.
I made some inquiries. There was no funeral. The body was not returned to China. You have been had, Mr. Evans. Minlo Chan's about as dead as you are.
Well, the newspaper photographer and the girl have seen me, so I guess Chung better tell them.
Good idea, Mr. Evans. Get rid of the ex-Marine or anybody else who tries to stop you. Make it look like an accident. Because the Hong Kong police are not as inefficient as they are back in the States.
Yes, Mr. Zyder.
Do not fail this time, Mr. Evans. Because if you do, the Hong Kong newspapers will carry an account of your violent death. This time it'll be true. I guarantee it.
I'm going to pick the Kung Fu men myself.
They're my men. I'll pick them.
My life depends on this gig coming off right. And I'm going to make sure that we get guys that kill first and think later.
Pan American Flight 687, now arriving at Gate 10.
That's me. 我係 Emily Liu Zhao. 唔該啊. We are to meet my uncle's cousin at a nearby temple.
Now, wait just a minute. Now, your uncle didn't say anything about meeting anybody anywhere.
It must have been an afterthought. Peter, you're too suspicious. We're in Hong Kong, not New York City.
She's right, Peter.
Famous general from ancient Chinese history, General Hung, the tamer of dragons.
Beautiful.
Hi， 我係廖士登，係你表哥，好歡迎你哋嚟香港。
唔該晒你寄回嚟啊！
你今次到香港咧，我非常之歡喜。點啊？你好嘛？
啊，幾好啊！This is my uncle's cousin, Liu Qi Dan.
Are you sure he is who he says he is? You've never seen him before.
你知唔知我會嚟㗎？
哦，關於信封入邊有你嘅班機號數同埋張相片，睇下。
Apparently, my uncle sent this along with the letter.
而家我明啦。
我怕要後日咧先至可以陪阿教授去過境。關於入境手續咧，都要相當時間先可以搞得掂嘅。
There will be a 2-day delay before you can be taken across the borders. Red tape.
Well, the first time I've ever been delighted about red tape. Now there's time to see Hong Kong again.
Well, we'll see. Like I told you, the danger is not over until...
I agreed to come, and I'm going through with what I said I would. But don't start telling me I have to spend the next 2 days in a hotel room.
哦，為着安全起見，我就介紹咗呢兩位好有武功嘅朋友陪住你哋，直至到教授咧搭火車去廣州為止。等我嚟介紹，呢位就係史皇天，呢位就係陶正曾。
你咁幫忙，唔該晒噃。These 2 men will keep us company for the next 2 days and keep us from harm. Thank you.
Let's go.
I feel so strange being here. It's good, but strange. It's like coming home to a home I've never seen before.
Were your parents born here?
No, in Shanghai. But even though this is a British colony, it's still China. That's what feels like home.
I was 18 when I was here. Hong Kong was all people and rickshaws and bicycles. Harbor was filled with junks. Of course, they weren't motorized then.
You know, even though we've got these 2 guys guarding us, I really think we should stay away from crowds as much as possible.
In Hong Kong? Are you kidding, Peter?
Well, you know what I mean. We are so close now. I just don't want to blow it.
Look at that skyline, will you? Hardly any of those buildings are here when I was here.
It is quite beautiful, don't you think, Peter?
Yeah, it sure is. Just promise me you won't sneak off by yourself, that you'll stay with us and the guards.
Okay, pal, you got a deal. You get a good night's sleep tonight. Because at 6 a.m. tomorrow, we are all going sightseeing. They still come out here every morning, just like they did. Graceful, isn't it?
It's a lot prettier than jogging.
I wish I knew how to shadow box.
佢呢隻手咧就係醫生攰嚟嘅，而家睇完啦，請佢收翻。
Doesn't need that hand right now.
Oh.
He's looking at the other.
好好嘅手嘅。
Very, very good hand.
While saying a prayer, they shake the sticks until one falls out. Now, each stick has a number. And the number on the stick helps provide an answer to their prayer. But that has to be interpreted by the soothsayer.
Is this a Buddhist temple or Taoist?
The Taoist. But the line between two of them are often unclear.
Well, let's have a look around some more, and then how about some lunch?
All right? And then the Aberdeen Street Market.
Afterwards, I think we should go right back to the hotel. I really think we need the rest.
I'll vote for that.
Okay, it's a deal. Well, what'd you find out?
They're going to have lunch, then to the Aberdeen Street Market.
You've earned your money. You're through for the day. You know, Taoism is a beautiful religion. Their gods live among the stars.
Their supreme deity is called the Jade Emperor, or Yak Wong. Professor Fleming forgets I did take one of his classes. Now, there are 3 special star gods, the gods of happiness, prosperity, and long life.
You do have a good memory.
Well, you made the course live for me. It would be hard to forget.
Let me help you, Emily. There it is, the Aberdeen Market.
I don't know, Mr. Fleming. It looks like it would sure be easy for us to get separated in there.
Nothing to worry about, I tell you.
No, I guess you're right. I worry too much.
Here we have some fabrics, all of them just absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful fabrics.
Get back to the hotel.
Congratulations, Evans. Now, how are you going to dispose of the professor?
Whatever you say.
I don't want him traced to me. Let's not get careless.
Why don't I take him to a farm in the New Territories? No one knows him there. He can have a quiet, peaceful grave without anyone nosing around.
Good idea.
Okay? That's the way I'll do it.
Fine.
You wouldn't have really had me killed if I didn't get the professor.
You know me better than that, don't you?
Sure. I just had to ask you.
I understand. Let me know when you finally finish the job.
You bet.
What's that for?
I'll explain it to you later.
Bojia.
Oh, good. I'm glad it made this edition.
This should help.
Yeah, well, along with these posters, maybe the police now can get some leads. Taxi! Will you take us to the Wan Chai helicopter pad, please?
I still don't understand why we need a helicopter.
To try to find Mr. Fleming!
But how?
I dropped an electronic beeper in his pocket. It's got a range of a half a mile. If we can pick up the beeper's transmission, we can find Fleming. Let's go!
What's that?
It picks up the transmission from the electronic beeper.
You're a newspaper photographer. What are you doing with electronic beepers and things like that?
I'm also working on my PhD in physics. Electronic gadgets are sort of my hobby.
You just want to crisscross the whole of the island?
That's right, and then do the same thing over Kowloon.
Okay.
Still nothing from the beeper?
No, nothing.
Just time for one more sweep. Then I have to go back to refuel.
Mr. Zyder? Evans. We've got a problem. Yeah, I know about the newspapers. But the police have posters of Fleming all over the place. They're all over the walls here in Fanling. We could have been seen. I don't like it. Okay. I'll wait for your call.
Hey, you want a beer or soda? Your throat must be dry.
Don't confuse me. If you're kind to me before you kill me, I'll die with mixed emotions. Thanks anyway.
All that's left now is the new territory.
It's working. We're closer to him.
Hello? Yes, Mr. Zyder.
Must be down in one of those farmhouses. You better find a place to set this thing down.
Peter!
Look, Emily, I've got this whole thing figured out.
Yes, Mr. Zyder. We'll leave right now. We're moving him to a junk at Aberdeen.
How are we going to get him out without being seen?
There was a couple of wooden crates outside that store where you bought the beer.
Yes?
Go get one. We'll put him in that.
Here's what I want you to do. We'll stay in touch on these. The pilot will show you how to use it.
Okay, but shouldn't we tell the police?
No! There isn't any time!
You look Chinese if you don't show your face.
Yeah, I know. That's the whole idea. I want you to get back up in that chopper. If I need help, you'll be the first to know.
Peter, where are you going?
Fleming must be in this village. I'm getting very close.
Peter, be careful.
Emily, something strange is going on here. The signal seems to be getting weaker. It's like he's moving away from me.
The only thing that's near you that's moving away from you is that van that just passed you.
Okay, pick me up where you dropped me off.
Where's he headed?
Towards the tunnel. That road they're on dead ends at the Jumbo restaurant.
Okay, get me down, quick!
啲咩嚟㗎？點解咁得意嘅？
喂，點會跌咗落水㗎？快啲捉佢上啦，咪浸死啦！
係啊，快啲快手啲，冇錯，快啲。
小心啊，小心啊！
唔緊要啊，唔使。快啲。得啦。
醫生嗰度。
得啦，抬佢去啦。
最近嘅醫生喺邊度？喺街口嘅。唔該，請你扶佢去醫生嗰度。
我相信我可以有辦法同佢解毒。
真係好彩啦！
Emily?
Oh, Peter. Thank goodness you're all right. I feel like such a fool calling you a coward like I did. I didn't realize you were Spider-Man. I'm so sorry, Peter.
Never mind about that. Where did they take the professor?
佢應該要休息嚇。
The doctor says you should rest for a while.
Where?
Peter,
Please, Emily, tell me now. Where is he?
we followed them to the Connaught Tower. They took him in that wooden crate.
Okay. Tell the doctor to please remove the needles.
Qui yone lo he di zam.
好啦。
Have you lost your mind?
It was the only thing I could think to do.
So you brought him here? To my office?
Spider-Man attacked us at the Aberdeen Harbor. We stopped him, but it created a lot of attention. Too many people. I didn't know where else to bring him.
Where's Joan?
He cut out.
He's smart, not like you. Where are the rest of the men?
Outside on the terrace. Mr. Zyder, it's Sunday. Nobody else was in the building but the janitors. We had the professor in a box. No one saw him. No one was suspicious.
We'll wait until dark.
Spider-Man. I didn't know you worked outside New York.
I don't, usually.
Peter!
Emily!
How can I ever thank you for clearing my uncle?
Oh, I was happy to be able to do it.
Well, we're in your debt.
How is your uncle?
I spoke with him this morning. He's much better, thank you.
So, my secret is safe with you?
Of course. I won't tell anyone that you're Spider-Man. Anyway, I won't have anyone to tell. I've, decided I should stay here and learn what it means to be Chinese.
Yeah, I can understand that. But I'll miss you.
Pan American flight number 2 for San Francisco, now boarding at gate 14.
Will you ever come back to Hong Kong?
Well, I have a reason to now. Go Wing Yong, Ye Dakne. Did I say that all right?
Yes, perfectly. I shall always remember you, too.
Final call, please, for Pan American Airlines, flight number 2 departing for San Francisco.